Hello, pleasant morning to all of you, and good afternoon from the Philippines. Welcome participants in the CEO Congress 2022.
Hello, everyone. Very good morning. Dr. Sachin Gupta this side from Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur. Thank you all for joining with us.
Good morning, all of you. Dr. Sachin, is my voice audible?
Yes, sir, your voice is audible.
Hello.
Good morning. Hello.
Yes, sir, voice is audible.
Good morning to everybody. My voice is audible?
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Fine.
Okay, so let's start. I am your program host for this morning in India and then in Turkey and all over the world. I am Professor Dr. Macario Gigayata, the country coordinator from the Philippines, as instructed by Dr. Karen Caradal, the coordinator of the CEO Congress. So to everybody around the world attending the CEO Congress 2022, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. So let's start with the opening ceremony in this program. We have our opening speeches, and then followed by the national anthem of the Republic of Turkey, and then a speech from Dr. Karim Khalidal, the coordinator from Turkey, and then have an opening speech from Associate Professor Dr. Tamara Ishisinko from Alfred Nobel University, the Congress Country Coordinator from Ukraine, and we have Professor Dr. Serhiy Kulud, the rector of Alfred Nobel University from Dokporen, Ukraine, the co-chair in the CEO Congress. We have Professor Dr. Farhud Arurub, the vice rector of Samarkand branch of Tushkini University of Economics in Uzbekistan as a co-chair of the CEO Congress. We have Professor Ir Muhammad Aman Werakarata Kosamna, Director of IPMI International Business School in Tinggi Management. And we have Professor Dr. Murat Yilik, the founding rector of the Ustim Technical University in Turkey. And then we have Assistant Professor Dr. Sachin Gupta from Manhal Sokhadia University, the country coordinator of CEO Congress in India. And we have Professor Dr. Prabhar Kumar Singh, Director of Manhal Sokhadia University, India, as a co-chair. And we have Professor Amarita Singh, the Vice Chancellor of the Manhal Sokhadia University in India. So to start with, let us have now the national anthem of the Republic of Turkey live from the CEO Congress. Dr. Karadal. Oh, thank you very much for the very inspiring national anthem of Turkey. So to start with our program in this opening ceremony, let's now hear from the coordinator of the very successful CEO Congress live from Turkey. We have Dr. Kerim Karadal. It's your pleasure, sir.
Thank you very much, dear Macario Gaeta from the Philippines. Before starting the Congress, I would like to thank some people who has shown great devotion in bringing the Congress in this stage in your presence. And special thanks goes to Mr. Ilan Aliyay, Kujdi Muhammeli, Souvik Das Gupta, also Sajin Gupta, Murteza Hasanoğlu, and also Duygu Hıdıroğlu, Tamara Ichevenko, Amalia Naim, Vivek Daryanto, and also Zuhal Ergen. There will be a closing session on last day of the Congress. I want to remind about this. We welcome all participants for the closing sessions because the best paper award for this Congress will be announced at the closing session. In this Congress, totally 145 papers will be presented by 209 researchers and educators from 32 countries and 120 institutions. In addition, there will be 25 sessions and a keynote and a guest speaker panels during 3 days. I sincerely hope you will enjoy these 3 days of debates and networkings. We will proudly open together the 4th International CEO Congress. Welcome all again.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Kerim Karadal, live from Turkey, the very industrious coordinator of the CEO Congress 2022. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear from the country coordinator from CEO Congress Ukraine. We have Associate Professor Dr. Tamara Ischenko from Alfred Nobel University, Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear Congress participants and distinguished guests, we are happy to welcome you at Alfred Nobel University to participate in the 4th CEO Congress. These 3 days, we gathered together 209 academicians from 32 countries. And the Congress will take 3 days and will consist of opening ceremony, keynote speaker session, guest speaker session, 25 sessions, and closing session. We will welcome 5 keynote speakers, 4 guest speakers, and 145 researcher presentations. We thank you all for your efforts, time, and wish to share your ideas and achievements. Special thanks to our reliable partners, Ilya Aliyay, Kerim Karadal, Kujdi Muhammeli, Duygu Hıdıroğlu, Souvik Das Gupta, Sajin Gupta, Amalia Naim, Murteza Hasanoğlu, Julian Ergen. You are the great team to work together. In the previous years, we hosted guests who spent hours and even days to reach the International Congress location. But now we all are connected with the comfort at our places, either at home or at work. With this year's online Congress, we really miss engaging in face-to-face friendly discussions, meeting new people and sharing welcome and farewell dinners with new colleagues and future partners and friends. But IT technologies give us the opportunity to hold International Congress even under heavy military aggression, which my country struggles against. Still, I should note that the agenda of the Congress covers a wide range of very interesting topics related to different social issues and difficult social issues to solve. Be ready to be challenged, excited, and inspired. So, dear distinguished guests, I would like to invite Professor Serhiy Kholod, Director of Alfred Nobel University, to deliver his speech. You're welcome, Sergey Borisovich.
Thank you, Tamara. Good morning, dear scientists, researchers, and educators, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my colleagues, co-presidents of the 4th International Social Congress, Professor Dr. Farhud Akhrorov and Professor Dr. Bhabat Kumar Singh and Congress Coordinator Karim Karadal personally. You and your teams have done a fantastic job to make the 4th International Social Science CEO Congress happen. You are reliable partners to move forward for great achievement and success. Thank you very much. My special appreciation to our Congress keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Hernan Y. Gil Farleo, University of Buenos Aires, Argentina, Professor Dr. Siham El Kafafi, the Director of Aeros Research Consultancy, New Zealand, Carlos Agustí I. Hernandez, International Governance Consult and SDG Manager, Spain, Professor Dr. Khalid Hussein, University of Portsmouth, United Kingdom, Associate Professor Dr. Mehmet Naci Efe, Head of International University of Gorac, Bosnia-Herzegovina. Your support and participation as keynote speakers will take the 4th International Social Science Congress to a new quality level. I am happy that the 4th International Social Science CEO Congress has become a multinational and multilingual platform for a fruitful exchange of ideas of extremely important issues, which are discussed by 209 researchers, educators, and community leaders from 32 countries. These figures show the highest level of the global involvement in social issues covered by the 4th International Social Science CEO Congress. And I'm extremely delighted to hold such a prominent event in Ukraine at Alfred Nobel University. It's really important to hold the 4th International Social Science CEO Congress to Ukraine right now, when my country suffers Russian military aggression. 20% of the territory is burned to ashes and the economy is totally ruined. It is a severe violation of the laws of the nation by the United Nations, which FUSE condemned all violation of international humanitarian law against the Geneva Conventions. A United Nations General Assembly resolution demands a full withdrawal of Russian forces. Of Russian forces. The International Court of Justice ordered to Russia to suspend military aggression, and the Council of Europe expelled Russia. The International Criminal Court opened an investigation into war crimes that occurred in Ukraine, crimes against humanity and genocide in the 2022 invasion. So, what happened then? Has it resulted in the war to be stopped? Has it saved human lives? You know the answers. And the answer is no. Everybody can see atrocities of Russian in Bucha, Mariupol, Kramatorsk, Irpin, Kharkiv, Severodonetsk, and many other places which they managed to reach. But my people and my nation stand and struggle. We all turn it into warriors or volunteers. We all feel on the battlefield to make our victory closer. Alfred Nobel University is the biggest hub in the region for refugees to work with hundreds of people who fled from bombing and Sheldon giving them shelter and psychological support. It is extremely important for the academic community not to tolerate atrocity and oppose aggression unanimously. Dear colleagues, our fruitful work during the 4th International Social Science CEO Congress and collection of abstracts should make a significant contribution to research the global transformation of paradigm to treat humanitarian issues responsibility, to work out and analyze scenarios and possible developments and strengthen the potential of science and research to find our optimal peacemaking challenges of 21st century. I sincerely hope you will enjoy these three days of debates and networking. Thank you for your participation. Now, I wish you only one thing. I wish you the peace, and I wish you the victory for Ukraine. Support Ukraine. Stand with Ukraine. Let's struggle together. Let's win together. Slava Ukraini. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Sergey Kulut, Director of Alfred Nobel University in Ukraine. So we feel you, sir, and the Philippines stand for Ukraine. Okay, moving on, let's hear another opening speech from Dr. Farhod Arurub, the Vice Rector of Samarkand branch of Tashkent University of Economics from Uzbekistan as the co-chair of the CEO Congress 2022. The floor is yours, sir. Is Dr. Farhod Arurub there? Okay, so moving on again, let us hear now from Professor Ir Muhammad Aman Welakarata Kusuma, Director of IPMI International Business School from Sekolah Tinggi Management in Indonesia. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Professor Macario. Could you hear my voice?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are now. Dr. Karim Karadal, Coordinator of the International CEO Social Sciences Congress, Excellencies, Rectors of Universities, Coordinators and Co-Chairs of the Congress, keynote speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me as Director of IPMI International Business School, Indonesia, for delivering this welcome remark in the opening of the 4th International CEO Social Sciences Congress. It is indeed a great honor and pleasure for IPMI International Business School to co-host this Congress. I would like to welcome all participants from 32 countries to this Congress, online and offline, and warm greetings from Indonesia. This Congress is very strategic to present scientific advancement that relevant to the current world challenges to achieve 17 Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, such as sustainability of agriculture and food. In addition, we're also facing COVID-19 pandemic, as well as now the Russia and Ukraine war. United Nations took initiative by having 2021 Sustainable Food System Summit last year, where all the member states are asked to prepare needed action in assuring the achievement of the goals by 2030, especially on no poverty, zero hunger, and health. The efforts on sustainable food system are also coincide with the world action curbing the COVID-19 pandemic. The magnitude of the impact is enormous and unprecedented. The escalation of the war between Russia and Ukraine will affect the economy, social, politics, and humanity that may spread towards hunger, distress, and potential unrest. This will relate to the SDG number 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. To face these new challenges, we have to be creative. In the context and perspective of Indonesia, creative industry is one of the emerging businesses. The country received 1,105 trillion rupiah from this creative industry, which is about 7.4% of the GDP and absorbing 17 million workforces. Indonesia is the third country in the creative industry development after South Korea and USA. Within the creative industry, it covers small and medium enterprises, halal business, food, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, music, and film. An emerging and important music industry is the platform for streaming. Music streaming contributes to 65% of the market values, while CD and cassette is only 19%. Finally, in closing my remarks, I would like to appreciate the organizer for trusting the IPMI International Business School as the co-host of this Congress, and specifically would like to thank Dr. Karim Karadal and all the coordinators and chairs, Dr. Amelia Naim and Professor Wi Daryanto. They are the champion that bringing the close collaboration between IPMI and CEO Congress. Congratulations and wishing you a successful Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's live from Indonesia. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on again and let us hear from Professor Dr. Murat Yilik, the founding rector of Ustim Technological University in Turkey. Sir, the floor is yours. Okay, Dr. Murat Yilik, are you there, sir? Okay, so since Dr. Murat Yilik is not here, so let's now hear from
Mr. Murat Yilik is here. Murat Hocam burada mısınız?
Dr. Murat, please come in. Can we move on, Dr. Karadal? Okay, so without further delay, let's move on to the opening speech of Assistant Professor Dr. Sachin Gupta from Manhal Tokadia University. He's the country coordinator of CEO Congress 2022 in India. Dr. Sachin Gupta, pleasant morning from Turkey.
Good morning, everyone. My video is not visible. So it has been stopped, I think, by the side of technical committee. So request you to kindly open it.
Dr. Sachin Gupta, can you share it again?
Sir, my video is not visible.
Yes, share it again.
My voice is audible, sir?
Yes, we hear you.
But video is not visible.
Okay, can you share it again? While you are fixing that, Professor Dr. Fahrur Ahrarov, are you here? Do you hear us?
No, video is off. No. When he's clicking, it's not opening.
Okay, sir. So can I speak without video?
Okay.
So, Excellencies, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to give my heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Amrika Singh Ji, who gave his kind blessings to us for conduction of this International CEO Congress conference. So many thanks, sir, for your kind support and blessings to us always. As we have custom in our university to start any event with Kulgeet of our university, so I request everyone to stand in honor of Kulgeet of our university, and requesting everyone don't clap after Kulgeet of this university.
We see your video now.
Thank you, everyone. I, on behalf of MLS University, extend a very hearty welcome to our respected guest, Ilhan Alay, Karim Karadal, Kudzim Hameli, Dugyu Hiridilgo, Tamara Esenko, Sovik Gupta, Amelia, Nelem Indrajia, Muteza Hassango, Vivek Made Vijaya, Drinda Juvel Erjin, our very respected Professor P.K. Singh Sahab from Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur, our member, Board of Management, Professor Praveen Pachauri, sir, for gracing this conference and sharing us with our prestigious time. Literally, we have been fortunate enough to have renowned identities with us. I sincerely thanks for accepting our invitation for this conference, and we are really humbled and honored to have you, sir. So it is both an honor and a privilege to speak before you today in this 3 days CEO International Congress Conference. And on behalf of entire MLS University Udaipur, I give my heartfelt thanks to all of you for attending this International CEO Congress Conference. Thank you everyone for participating and to be a part of this conference. We appreciate you all making time in your busy schedule to speak to students, scholars, and academicians. It's my pleasure to walk you through the International Conference, introduce you to the speakers and delegates that have come from all the different parts over the country today to share their knowledge and enhance their mental horizon. And it is with great pleasure I welcome you all to participate in this international conference on behalf of Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur. It is first time for Mohanlal Sukhadia University that that it is being hosted by Mohanlal Sukhadia University, which is a very prestigious for us. Today we have about more than 13,000 participants, academicians, professors, teachers, scholars, industrial experts, and professionals from more than 30 countries are joining this conference. Well, dear sir and ma'am, an event this cannot be happen overnight. The wheel started rolling weeks ago, and it requires a lot of planning and a word eye for details. And we have been fortunate enough to be backed up by very motivated and dedicated, respected senior members who are very result oriented. So in this context, I give my sincere regards to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Amrika Singh sir, our very respected rector, Professor P.K. Singh sir, our very respected member, Board of Management, Praveen Pachauri sir, who are the persons behind the show. I would like to extend a special welcome to all the international guests who are presenting their paper in this conference. And we are very much confident that your participation in this conference will result in tremendous learning and will demonstrate real value of participations. Please feel free at any time to give us feedback. Thanks for attending and being part of the MLSC community. We look forward to support you in your journey to performance excellence. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Sachin Gupta, our host university from Manhal Sokaja University, the country coordinator from CEO Congress in India. So at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome his opening speech, Professor Dr. Prabhat Kumar Singh, the rector of Manhal Sokaja University, India, as the co-chair of the CEO Congress 2022.
Thank
Sir,
you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Amrika Singh, who has always been a constant source of motivation for all of us to organize, to participate in such type of international academic endeavors. So I am grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor that he has always motivated us to organize such events. Dr. Praveen Pachauri, our respected board member, other esteemed colleagues and members of this opening ceremony, Karim Kardal, coordinator of the CEO Congress, Professor Tamara Isyanko, Professor Sarjil Khalod, Professor Fadil Hocha, Dr. Fahad Aroro, Professor M. Aman, Dr. Murad, Dr. Sachin Gupta, who has always been putting his efforts for the successful organization of this CEO International Congress. And at the outset, I am really thankful to organizers of CEO Congress that they have given me an opportunity to put opening welcome remarks. So on behalf of University College of Commerce and Management Studies and Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur, and my own behalf, I welcome all organizers, all coordinators, all co-chairs, all academicians, all participants, and all learned people who are joining this prestigious Congress. And I am happy that almost 32 countries are participating in this international Congress. And at this juncture, there is no doubt that international community, international mankind, international people, certain type of problems which is related with peace, which is related with hunger, which is related with economic equality, which is related with the problem of environment and climatical change. And these are burning issues along with the war of Ukraine and Russia, which is badly hitting the entire international economic system, and some other social problems. I do hope that these problems will be discussed at length, in depth at this International Congress Forum. And there is no doubt that India is presently the largest democracy in the world, and the entire world is looking towards the Indian economy, Indian government to have its strong stake in all social, political, and international issues. And I do hope that our country will play a very prominent role in the coming years. In that situation, the discussion of these problems in the context of Indian economy becomes very, very important one. You have given me that opportunity, this opportunity, wonderful opportunity to speak something before learned audience. I am thankful to all of you, and I do hope that this conference will be a successful academic endeavor for all of us. And I do hope in future such type of other conferences will be organized, and these conferences will put a big opportunity for all of us, for academicians, for participants and scholars. Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you very much, Dr. Prabhat Kumar Singh, Director of Manhal Sokadia University, as the co-chair of the CEO Congress in India. So moving on, let us now hear the welcome address of Professor Amarika Singh, the Vice Chancellor of Manhal Sokadia University, India. The floor is yours, ma'am.
So good morning, all my friends. Dr. Sachin is my...
Yes, sir. Your voice is visible, audible.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Professor Amarika Singh. I think there is a technical problem coming over to Professor Amarika. Okay.
Good morning, all of you. My dear friends, on behalf of the today, so I would like to read out the message on behalf of the Honorable Vice Chancellor. My dear friends, good morning to all my esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to welcome to the 4th International CEO and Science Congress to all. Let me express on behalf of the delegates our profound thanks and congratulations to our colleagues from all around the world. Thank you, each and every one of you, for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome those of you that have been with us for a long time now, as well as those who are new to this Congress. Today marks our 4th International CEO and Social Science Congress. And we are proud to be able to host it today here, this wonderful place with all of you. It gives me great pleasure to indeed I welcome the academicians from 32 countries, which includes Afghanistan,
Hello, sir. So what we have heard a while ago is a voice from Dr. Pravin Pachauri.
Tunisia, UK, New Zealand, Vietnam, Zambia, and Belarus. My dear friends, before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who generously helped us to make this event and come together to become it a success. We couldn't have done it without your kind help. My heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Karim, the coordinator for the event, Professor Dr. Tamara, the Congress coordinator, Professor Sergei Kholod, Professor Fadil Hoka, Professor Farhod, Professor M. Aman, Professor Dr. Murad Yulik, Professor Dr. Sachin, the coordinator from India, Dr. Prabhat Kumar Singh, co-chair. In today's gathering, I would like to focus on all
Go ahead, sir.
We need you as much as you need us. That's why we are grateful to you to join us here at Mohanlal Sukhadia University. I especially acknowledge the efforts of Professor Degu Hiridorogulu, Dr. Shyam Al-Kafati, Dr. Herram E. Gill, Dr. Muhammad Shabazz,
Sorry, sir, please go ahead. I think there's a problem, technical problem in Zoom with Dr. Pravin Pachauri. Dr. Pravin, are you there?
Professor Macario, I think there is an internet connection problem. We can go on, proceed.
Okay. Oh, and moving on, let us now call for the welcome speech. We have Professor Dr. Farhod Arub, the Vice Rector of Samarkand branch of Tashkent University of Economics from Uzbekistan as a co-chair of the CEO Congress 2022. Dr. Arub, are you there?
Yes, good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Tashkent State University of Economics, I would like to greet all participants of CEO International Congress, and I would like to express our thanks to organizers of this event and moderator, today's moderator, Professor Mashal Gayet Fields and Dr. Karadal from Turkey. So the topic of this Congress is very important, giving background of facing big social and economic turbulences which world is facing due to war in Europe going on, and consequences of this problem, war to neighboring countries, and Uzbekistan is located in Central Asia, and which this social tragedy is affecting too much the economy of our country and neighboring countries. So the discussion of this and other social economic events is very important, and share of experience and knowledge between different universities, different scientists is very important for us and for research community. And I would like to wish good luck to this work or job of Congress within 3 days, and hope the Congress will come up with very important suggestions and recommendations, as well as publication of contributions of respected colleagues. Thank you very much again, and good luck to work of Congress next days.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Arudu, for the inspiring welcome address. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, let's end up our welcome address ceremony this morning. So on behalf of the 4th International CEO Congress Program, Representative Dr. Karim Karadal, the coordinator of the this event, the CEO Congress.
Professor Gayete.
Yes.
Yes,
sir.
Actually, Mr. Yulek is here now. Can you announce him again?
Okay, so wait for a moment. Oh, we have now here the Dr. Yilek, sir.
Yes, dear organizers, I would like to first thank you on inviting me to this opening ceremony, and congratulate the organizers on organizing the 4th CEO Congress. Nowadays, we are going through very difficult times. As you know, the world has just gone through the COVID pandemic, and now we have a situation in the northern regions of Turkey, where Russia has made an aggression into Ukraine, and we are constantly in touch with our friends in both countries, Ukraine and Russia, to try to reduce the impact of, unfortunately, the very bloody impact of this aggression in Ukraine. In particular, obviously, we are in touch with academic friends from universities in Ukraine, especially. And so this is one difficulty. The other is, of course, the world markets have seen very different and difficult times. We are seeing the oil prices and the overall inflation going up. This is very negative for developing countries, where there is a significant amount of imports of energy. Plus, there is a negative impact on the poverty, because in most developing countries, as well as in developed countries, the poverty incidence is quite negative. And at the same time, we are seeing a very quick technological change and impact on also the environment. So these are multifaceted issues that are shaping our times today. So I think that the organization of this 4th event by CEO Congress is quite timely in discussing these and other relevant issues to us. I would not keep my speech very long. I would like to thank the organizers in general and the participants, those academics who have submitted their papers for presentation. But I would like to thank especially İlham Aliyay and Kerim Karadal and Kojitim Hameli, Duygu Hıdıroğlu, Tamara Ishenko, Suvik Dasgupta, Sachin Gupta, Amelia Naim Indraya, and Murtaza Hasanoğlu, and finally Vivek Mardaviya Dayanto and Zuhal Ergen. Again, thank you very much for inviting us as Austin Technical University into this ceremony, and I am happy that our university has at least one paper submitted and to be presented in the coming times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Murat Yulik, the founding rector of Austin Technical University in the Republic of Turkey. So, ladies and gentlemen, and those who are participating in this very momentous event of the CEO Congress 2022, in cooperation with Manhal Sokadia University in India. So this is the end of our opening ceremony this morning, and we'll be moving on to the next session for the keynote speakers. The moderator of the session is Associate Professor Dr. Duygu Idiguglu from the Republic of Turkey. So thank you so much. Once again, I'm your host this morning. I'm Professor Dr. Macario Gigayeta from the Philippine Christian University Center for International Education in Manila, the Philippines. Thank you, Dr. Karim Karadal.
Thank you for your introduction. I'm Associate Professor Dr. Duygu Idiguglu. Dear professors and participants, welcome. I hope everyone who is going to present in this keynote speaker sessions is well. And we have 5 keynote speakers in this session. I will give a say to speakers in the order planned in Congress program. We have 1.5 hours for all speeches, and therefore presentations must be planned in a way that doesn't exceed 10 minutes. I hope the session will be effective and enjoyable for you, for our audience. I should say at the beginning, if I do any mistakes like pronunciation, your names, excuse my English, my pronunciation. Let me introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Siham El-Kapafi. He is Director of Eros Research Consultancy in New Zealand. Welcome, Professor. What would you like to say about our Congress?
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everybody from the different parts of the world. Thanks for the conference coordinators, for the conference hosts, for the conference participants. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight from Aotearoa, New Zealand, the land of the long white cloud. Today, my presentation is going to be about value education. So this is the specific title, Implementation of Value Education in Adult Education Curriculum and Indigenous Case Study. I would like to start by what we call here in New Zealand a whakatauki. A whakatauki is actually a proverb. It is a Maori proverb. Maoris are the indigenous people of New Zealand. And the translation of the proverb, it says, the bird who feasts on the miro berry, there is the forest. The bird who feasts on knowledge, there is the world. So today I will be discussing, starting by briefly mentioning what is value, what are values, what's value education, the concept, the importance of value education, and then present to you what we call the Wainanga case, which is the indigenous tertiary education case study, and its background, the vision, mission, and philosophy, and what are the values there, how it is incorporated through the Kopapa Wainanga and its principles, the observations, and finally conclusion. So if we're going to look at generally what our values, they are our beliefs. They are extremely important. They are what shapes our characters, our attitudes, our behavior. And if we are going to look back at what the opening session speakers and how they were talking about the whole turmoil that the world is passing through nowadays. We just finished COVID, and the world right now is suffering from the war that is happening in the Ukraine, and it's affecting all its neighboring people. Values has got something also to do with that. What are people's values? What is, and that affects their behavior and their attitudes. And it's very important for us as educators to actually incorporate those values within our curriculum and our courses, because it impacts youth, it impacts the society, the community, it's impacting the whole world. And some of those values are to do with friendship, empathy, compassion, love, openness, to welcome people, and all those fairness, honesty, those humanity, those feelings are the ones that can make or break all the things that we are passing through nowadays. So if we're going to look at those values, they are actually a combination of the truth and what does it stand for, courageousness, honesty, for example, and then love, our feelings of kindness, the feelings of empathy towards each other, friendship, and also the right conduct, what we consider ethical and what we consider that is non-ethical, and how this affects us as world global citizens also, and also non-violence in order to be able to combat what's happening nowadays, and peace, advocating for peace in this world. So what shapes our values is a lot of factors, actually, our upbringing, our families, our culture, our society, the surrounding environment, our religious beliefs and ethnicities. All those are some of those contributing factors. If we are going to transfer this and start looking at the concept of values education, it is actually to be able to teach these universal values, the moral values, how to be trustworthy, how to be honest, and how to actually be patient also, to teach those values to our students. So the purpose of value education is the development of the personality of the students, and from different angles: physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual aspects too. So the students should develop all those dimensions in order to be democratic, cohesive, socially responsible global citizens. So we're trying to instill in them good manners, to be a responsible citizen, and to develop all those honesty and moral values within them. So if we look at it, we can group it as fostering universal core values, developing the values of the individuals, promoting values across the community and the whole society, and creating a holistic educational system. So as I mentioned to you here, the indigenous people in New Zealand are called the Maoris, and they believe that in order to have direction in today's world, we need to look at the wisdom of our ancestors. So in order to succeed in our educational journey among us as educators and students, we need to give attention. How are we going to teach them? How are we going to provide the right and adequate environment between the educators and the students? So today, I am going to present to you a case study from an indigenous tertiary provider and how we applied the Maori Kaupapa, which is the principles and the ideas as a foundation for those actions in order to instill values and their impact on our students.
Dear Professor Dr. Siham Kafafi, we have just 3 minutes left. I should have to.
Okay. So the methodology for this case study was a qualitative case study, and it was conducted during the last semester, which was finished in December 2021. The Wananga is a term used for training institutes equivalent to the universities. It was founded 38 years ago. It has got 37 branches, and the case study is in one of its branches here in Auckland, New Zealand, in the North Island. And their mission is student success and transformation of the whole family. If we're going to look at the values that is incorporated there, it's built on Te Aroha, which is love, Te Whakapuno, to believe and to trust, Naturi, which is to make legal justice, and Kotahitanga, unity and solidarity. So all this has been incorporated in what we call the Kopapa Wananga, which is the customary practice through the following principles: Ahuritanga, Kachakitanga, Koha, and Moriora. And that course that I'm talking about actually constitutes of 4 modules, and the 4 modules instills all those principles. So you would find talking Ahuritanga means providing a safe space. Kachakitanga, which is guardianship. Koha is gifting. Moriora is the well-being. And that slide demonstrates to you the definition of those principles from the Institute's perspective. But that slide explains it from the educational perspective, which is how it is actually practiced in the classroom in order to instill all those principles for those future educators who are going to impact on our youth, our students, our next generation. So the observations actually demonstrated that the learners developed at the end their self-worth, empathy, responsibility for their own behavior. And also, they became more responsive and practical in their interconnections and relationships among each other. They also demonstrated better recognition of positive perception towards life by becoming more responsible, both in their personal and professional lives. They also developed a strong relationship with their what we call whānau. Whānau is the extended family and friends. And the learners, especially the ones who were at risk, the marginalized, the disadvantaged ones, demonstrated very positive change in their personality and character by the end of the course. These results were done through reflections, observations, and document analysis. So in conclusion, demonstrates the human values that were developed are very important, and that this Wananga case incorporated the principles and of these and practices of the Wananga, Kopapa Maori Wananga. And we can see that there is a correlation between those universal values and the values being practiced in this Wananga case. A final note, the aim of education is the knowledge, not to the facts, but of values. Education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather to make a more clever devil. Thank you very much for listening.
Dear Professor Dr. Siham Kafafi, thank you for your valuable comments and opinions. Now I will give the word to our second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Hernan Gil Fordeo from University of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Hi, could you hear me, Professor? Is Professor Dr. Hakam here?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What would you like to say about CEO Congress, and how would you evaluate the contributions of CEO Congress? Please share your comments.
Give me 1 second, please.
Of course. Will you share your screen, Professor?
Yeah. Second.
Is everything okay?
Yes,
Professor?
I'm trying to share.
You may share on the message box. Okay.
Okay.
Because see.
Do you see correctly?
Yeah, right. Because
Well, thank you very much for the invitation again. We will talk about economic growth in Latin American countries, gains and losses in the recent year. It's a preliminary version of our work that we developed here in Buenos Aires. Our literature review.
Have only 8 minutes, sir.
Hmm?
You have
Apologies?
only 8 minutes, sir.
8 minutes?
8 minutes, yeah, right.
Thank you. I will try to be quickly. Thank you. Our cyclical analysis, the literature review is the economic literature is abundant in this field of research. We can cite the pioneer works of Marshall Mitchell, Pearson, Moores, and Norwich, and others. For Latin America, we use the pioneer works of Juan Mario Jorrat in the business cycle programs taught in the city of Tucumán in the north of Argentina. These programs took place between 1995 and 2005. They studied economic fluctuation in Argentina following the guidelines of the National Bureau of Economic Research. In our work, we use growth rate cycles. The growth rate followed the geometric calculation of 12 months to then determine the turning points, the duration and amplitude of the variation phases. Using 3 fears, the period between global crisis, the lockdown, and the subsequent recovery to the present, we analyze the most 4 important economies in Latin America: Brazil, Mexico, Chile, and Argentina. As we see in the following table, we determine the number of phases, amplitude, and duration according to the selected periods, and then we calculate the gains and losses in terms of growth for each country. For Argentina, we have 5 cyclical phases in the upswing between the global crisis: Brazil 5, Chile 10, and Mexico 5. For the downswing, we have in Argentina 5 cycles. We found 4 in Brazil, 10 in Chile, and 6 in Mexico. If we go to the corona economics, we show that Argentina have the worst performance in terms of the economic growth. And after the recovery, we have 2 phases for Argentina, 1 from Brazil, 2 for Chile, 2 for Mexico. In the upswing, in the downswing, we have 2 for Argentina, 1 from Brazil again, 2 for Chile, and 1 for Mexico. Again, we can see that Chile, in all the period with the exception of the corona economics, have always positive economic growth rates, even in the downswing, because the downswing is not a negative interest, it's not a negative growth rate, it's a diminishing into the growth rate cycle of the previous upswing phases. If we see the total gains and losses in terms of economic growth in Latin America, we see that between the global crisis, Chile and Mexico gains are the more important, have the more important growth rates, followed by Brazil and last Argentina. In the corona economics, Argentina has the poor performance, following by Mexico, Chile, and Brazil. And after the corona economics, Chile have a positive growth, following by Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina. This is a preliminary version, and we have that there still is a fact that we have short cyclical phases in the most developed country, the three economies of Latin America, Brazil, Argentina, and Mexico, and the following economics like Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Paraguay have more fluctuation phases almost in the last 20 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is everything for right now? Okay. Your speech is over, right, Professor?
Yeah, apologies, I can't hear you correctly. Is it possible that you write me?
Okay, thank you for your valuable comments, insights, and opinions. Now I will give the word to our third keynote speaker, Carles Agustín Hernandez, from International Governance Consultant. He is the International Governance Consultant and SDG Manager in Spain.
Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to share my presentation.
Okay.
Do you see it?
Yeah, you can see it.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you to organizers very much for inviting me to your Congress. I'm going to talk you about new leadership and management tendencies. This would be in brief the new leadership trends. Sure, there may be more or less, or grouping them, but in brief, these are, from my point of view, these new leadership tendencies for all kind of organizations, companies, public organizations, associations, open governance, knowledge management, sustainability, smart cities and big data, and a global cultural change of society. Let's see a little bit of each of these concepts, what it is, what we need to do to achieve them. About open government, you have here a definition about open government. In this definition that you can read, I want to note three topics. First of all, transversality. Open government have success also if it's transversal to all organizations as a real paradigm of change, not only a partial experience. The second topic is that it's not a web page. You are not doing really open government if you only build a new website that put open government and there you publish 2 or 3 data. Open government is an inside real cultural and global change in the paradigm between public governments and citizens especially. And the third topic is a cultural change. We can see afterwards better this special topic. Open government is a formula basically applied to the public sector with some private derivatives. But if we talk about open governance, this concept applies now to any kind of organization, institution, or company. Second tendency, knowledge management. The concept I work is that any human group has a knowledge, an expertise. For example, the neighbors of our street, sorry, our neighborhood or city, the workers of our company, our group of friends, our family, the people who now is here connected to this Congress. They have knowledge. Always best decide between more people than you alone. There are experts in a lot of topics, for example, here in these human groups. We can take profit more than now of this knowledge. Obviously ordered, filtered, and well captured. The question is, have we taken advantage of this knowledge, this collective intelligence? I believe that not enough in general. It's another oil of the 21st century, as data is, of which we have only seen and exploited the top of the iceberg. It's a great opportunity for the innovation of our companies. And behind this knowledge appears talent. Behind any collaborative or participatory process, we detect those who highlight, those who provide the most innovative solutions, the talent. And this project is a commitment with the knowledge of the people, with talent, with culture of effort at service of innovation and opportunities of our companies. Third tendency, SDGs, Sustainable Development, Sustainable Development Goals. SDGs are the guide, the formula approved in 2015 by the United Nations in the fight against climate change. We have 17 SDGs and 169 goals inside these 17 SDGs. Climate change is not an option. It's an empirical reality. The increase in excessive gas emissions is altering the greenhouse effect of the Earth, baking excessively and altering the temperature of the planet, with consequences in all the planet. So it's an obligation of everyone to fight. SDGs are not only for governments or organizations or companies, but for everyone. Each of us can analyze how many SDG goals we are accomplishing. The success of the SDGs is that they are governance. They are sustainability, but they are governance. If we had to make a government now, we could put the 17 ministers, the 17 SDGs, and we would not be wrong. This translation in governance is the success of their landing. Normally, international organizations have a real difficulty to land their projects, but it's not the case of SDGs. Which benefits can they have for our organizations? Brand improvement, improvement of reputation, because new generations want that companies and organizations applies these SDGs, this sustainability strategy. Young generations buy products if these products are treated with sustainability. They affect their market comportment. Is good for our competitiveness and a derivative obligation. I'm talking about derivative obligation in the sense that even if we don't believe in SDGs, we will have to implement them yes or yes. Not just because of a legal obligation, because customers, as I say, will ask for it, or they will not consume our products. Because public administration demands us, and if we want to do anything with the administration, we have to comply with SDGs. And because finally, other associations, entities, or companies with whom we deal also ask about it. So we have an obligation to apply, a moral obligation, but also a legal obligation. Finally, the revolution of CSR. CSR policies, which had a boom about 10 years ago, have stagnated. SDGs are an opportunity to revolutionize and reactivate CSR policies. Alignment. Everybody talk about SDG alignment. Everybody says that they are aligned with SDGs.
Mr.
But,
you have
yes.
3 minutes left.
Okay, but not everybody is aligned. Do some things with SDG is not aligned. Identify mandatory goals according to the organization's mission, vision, values, functions, and objectives. This is SDGs, SDGs alignment. Smart city. Smart city is a topic that appears 10 years ago. What means exactly? Is technological tools to improve the day-to-day of citizens. Very important that appear citizens in the definitions. Smart cities is not exactly a not concrete definition. It's for people, it's for citizens, for improve the day-to-day of citizens. We have to use technology in our companies, in our governments, to a better management, but for improved day-to-day of people. Finally, big data, the opportunity and the power of data. If we use, we can manage better with a lot of information that will give us tendencies and even prediction of what will happen. And cultural change, very, very fast, to listen, to capture, to observe, and to include people in governance model. This is the cultural change that people demands. Finally, if you lead an organization, company, government, you have to take account to these tendencies because organizations management and social demands goes there. Open governance, knowledge management, SDGs, smart city, data governance, and cultural change. Thank you.
Thank you for your valuable insights and opinions. Now I'm gonna give the speech to our fourth keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Khalid Husseini from University of Portsmouth from United Kingdom. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you for organizing this conference. In 10 minutes, I will share my experience in terms of the international publication. I'm Khalid Husseini, Professor of Accounting at Portsmouth. I'm editor for Journal of Financial Reporting and Accounting, and Associate Editor for Journal of Applied Accounting Research. So briefly, I will talk about the publication criteria. What should we do in order to get our paper published? First of all, in order to get a published paper, you need to submit a paper to the journal that is interested in your topic. So you need to find a match between your research interest as well as your the journal you're targeting. The second criteria for the publication is that you should have a contribution. You should clearly specify the contribution of your work in the paper, because without a contribution, you will find it difficult to publish your work. So in the contribution, you need to be more specific. Tell the reader what is the contribution is, whether you contribute to knowledge or to theory or the methodology or the practice. Also, you should have a clear research motivation, why you do specific research on a specific area, also why you focus on a specific country or a specific sample period or a specific industry. Here, the research motivation should be clearly stated. Also, you need to be sure that you have chosen the right research methodology which help you to achieve your research objective, because without a clear research methodology, it will be difficult to justify your contribution. Also, when you find some results, you need to link this result with practice. So to answer the so what questions. And finally, you need to be sure that your writing is clear so the editor and the reviewer understand your message. Once you submit your paper to the academic journal, normally the editors and the associate editors try to find out whether you have a new idea, do you have something new in the paper, whether you have a new contribution or a novel contribution to the literature, whether you support your arguments by a contemporary theory or not, whether your literature review is comprehensive and up to date, to what extent your method is appropriate, contemporary, and state of art. What about your result? Whether your result is interesting and add value to the literature. To what extent your result has some insights for the practice. And finally, the writing, if your writing is acceptable at the international level or not. So in this case, the author should think carefully about the structure of the paper. We know that the paper starts by title, abstract, keywords, but you need also to look at the component of the introduction. In the introduction, you should have a clear research objective, clear research questions, a clear motivation. You need to discuss also the importance of your research contributions, and the key findings. In the literature review, you need to be sure that you criticize the literature, you critically review the literature, you identify the research gap in the literature, so you can tell the reader which of these gaps will be filled in your research. You need to develop your research hypothesis if you are quantitative researcher. In the research method, you need to clearly justify every single decision in your paper. So if you focus on a specific country, you need to explain why specific country. If you have international study and you look at cross-country, you need to explain why you are interested in cross-country study. Your sample period should be justified. Your sample selection criteria should be clearly stated. You need to justify the research method, model. You need to tell the reader how did you collect the data, what's your variable definitions, how did you measure these variables, and what is the source of the information. In the empirical analysis, you need to find answers for your research question. You need to tell the reader whether you accept or reject the research hypothesis. More importantly, you need to link your finding with the theory and the practice. So you need to discuss your findings. And in the conclusion, you need to tell us what is the implications of the finding, what are the main research limitations, and what you suggest for the future. In your paper, you should have references, and you need to be sure that you cite references from top quality journals in your field. So once you have a paper ready for submission, I strongly advise that you need to present first in a workshops or a seminars or a conference to get some feedback, and at the same time to know what else has been done in your area, so you can share experience and get feedback from colleagues who are interested in the same area. So normally we found that when you submit a paper, you need to acknowledge what feedback you have received from conference participants or colleagues at your field. Then when your paper is ready, you need to think about what is the right journal for your field. The right journal is the journal that you cited most in your paper. So you need to look at the list of the references at the end of the paper to see which journal you cited most. Also, you can look at the aim and scope of the journal, your target journal. This is an example. If you are interested in journal of corporate finance, you can look at Journal of Corporate Finance website, look at the aim and objective, see what they are interested in at the current time. Also, by looking at different journals, you will find that some journals are interested in developing countries, others are interested in just developing countries. Some journals are open. So my advice here, look at the specific orientation of each journal, the specific interest, the preference of the journal, and also the interest of the journal. So what you need to do, you need to identify the journal. You need to look at the papers published in this journal to know the style. You need to follow the instructions to the authors. You need also to check the publication of the editors and associate editors and cite their paper if it is relevant to yours. And finally, before submission, you have to cite papers from the journal you aim to submit to. Final point, what kind of decision you might receive from the editor. The first decision might be desk rejection, and desk rejection means that the paper is rejected without review. So the editor don't like the idea, or your paper doesn't fit well with the aim and scope of the journal. So you need to understand what the reason for the desk rejection in order to be able to avoid this desk rejection. Of course, you can get acceptance without any corrections, and this could be after different round of revision. So here, the reviewers accept your paper as well as the editor. Sometimes you receive some minor corrections. So here, they like the idea, they acknowledge that you have a contribution in your paper, but they have some minor issues you need to consider before the paper get accepted. And in this case, you need simply to consider the comments, to highlight how did you consider each of these comments to increase your chance for the acceptance. Fourth decision is the revise and resubmit, and this is the most common decision. And here it is a 50-50 game. So it is not accepted, it is not rejected, but the reviewers raised major comments. You have to address these comments to get a chance to get the paper published. So when you reply to the editor and the reviewer comments in case of revise and resubmit, you should reply completely. So you need to give them a complete answer. You need to support your complete answer by reference, and also you need to reply to them politely. So you need to acknowledge that they have done some work on your paper, they read the paper, they give you feedback, so you got some benefit from their knowledge. So you need to thank you for your comment, and I address this comment by this way, and you need to highlight where did you address the comment in the paper as well as in a cover letter. The fifth decision is rejection. If both reviewer decide to reject the paper, the editor here will reject the paper, especially if he agree with them. So here the author should understand what the reason for the rejection. They need to correct the paper and revise the paper, and then they can submit to another journal. Last decision, rejection and invitation to resubmit as a new manuscript. Here, the reviewers reject the paper, but the editor still believes that you have a contribution and likes the idea. So what the editor do, he rejects the paper based on the reviewer comments and give the author a chance to revise the paper and to resubmit it again to the same journal, and the editor might send the paper to the same reviewers or different reviewers. So my advice here is that if you understand each of these decisions, if you do search on Google Scholar for what are the reasons for rejection, what are the reasons for acceptance, you will understand more tips about how can you avoid rejection and how can you increase your chance to get the paper accepted. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I hope you find the session useful for you. Many thanks.
Many thanks to you, Professor Dr. Khalid. You have one request from our listeners in message box. I will read it. Dr. I.R. Amidi wrote it. Please share your PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, I'm happy to share my PowerPoint presentation. Yes.
Okay. Thank you again for your useful insights. And the session is completed right now. I hope it was a useful session for everyone. Before closing the keynote speaker session, I would like to thank our valuable speakers and participants, and the information and research results you shared were very valuable. And I'm sure that our listeners gained very useful information in this session. I would also thank the Congress presidents and organizing committee and coordinator, Dr. Kerim Karadal, and the valuable board members of CEO Congress, and who made us come together in the session today. And I end the session by thanking Mr. Karadal for his kind invitation to be the moderator of the session to me. And we close the session about 10 minutes early. And the next session will start at 11:30. And the moderator is Dr. Quintin and Hamedi. The doctor will moderate the next session. And now I want to give a say to Mr. Kerim Karadal.
Professor Dr. Duygu Diroğlu, thank you very much for your great moderation. I know you personally too. You are a great academic. Thank you very much for your support.
It's my pleasure, sir. Now we have time, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Kujdim, are you there right now?
I'm here.
Yes. Dr. Kujdim.
Yes, I am here, Professor.
Yes, if you want, we can start, or we can wait for a while. How you want, you can decide.
Yeah, if there's no problem, we can continue immediately.
Okay, then.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, welcome to guest speaker session. It's my honor to be running this session. I am Quintin Hamedi. I am a research assistant in Ukşehir University in Prizren, in Kosovo. First of all, I want to greet all of you, and I want again to welcome all the participants, all the contributors to this Congress. I'm sure it's a great Congress that with great academic contributions. So without wasting time, I would like to invite our first guest speaker, that is Assistant Professor Dr. Amelia Naim Indrajaya, MBA, and it's head of CSMSR IPM International Business School from Jakarta in Indonesia. Dr. Amelia, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be here. Thank you very much for Brother Karim and all the committee who has set up this wonderful CEO Congress. So I would like to share my story from IPMI International Business School. This is a research, a qualitative research, and this is based on an experience when I was joining Academy of Management in the US. And I saw Professor Henry Mintzberg himself. He is the management guru. And then he said, we have done some big problem with the students of business school and management, because once they graduated, they become greedy person. So they are not thinking of, like supporting SDG, just thinking about getting more money and money. So my research is about how we try to alleviate this problem by having this community program with a triple helix approach, where the educational institution, it means MBA students and faculty and the subject matter experts, together they perform a creating shared values project and giving a proposal to the companies, so that the goal is for the company to be able to be getting more competitive advantage. And then we are doing it in the spirit of concept of business as an agent for world benefit. So we do believe that as an educational institution, we have the responsibility to transform the mindset of our future business leaders. Our students are going to be the future business leaders, should be the answer for our world's problem. And then this is going to be a flourishing business, because the more they do business, the more they do good, the more they are supporting the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and the more they solve the problem of the world. But it is going to be supported by the stakeholders. So based on the research, these companies are going to be profitable in the long future. So the research question is, how does the creating shared value approach conducted by business school and subject matter expert might potentially impacting the company's future performance? So how we are going to do this? We do a little bit of ice breaking. What do we see? In the business school, we need to make sure that the students have this new mindset. The mindset of including the people and the planet. And this is how they will make profit. So the business model needs to accommodate all these aspects. And how to do it is by us using the strategic creating shared values approach. And by doing this, the students were able to propose to the companies new business models, which is going for the common goals. So it is both beneficial for the communities, and it's also, of course, profitable for the company. So this is the research based on strategic CSV in the business school implementation. And so what are the gaps and the novelty proposed? There has been a lot of research done on creating shared values, but we need more research on how students, faculty, and subject matter experts can make a difference through creating shared value conducted for the corporations. So this is like a triple helix working together for the greater good. And the literature review, of course, is going for how the CSV it's getting full support from the stakeholders, because it is incorporating the interest of each stakeholder into the goals of the organization. So in this case, we are using it as a real life experiential learning in the business school. We are, me in charge of the school, with the help of the subject matter experts, we have this CSV approach, and then we have actually published the result of the proposals by the students. So the creating shared values basically is developed by Michael Porter, and then the whole idea is mapping the business opportunities, the social needs, and the corporate assets, and then try to find the shared values. And this becomes a very promising business model because it's going for the common goal, and then they can support at least one of the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. So what is the difference between CSV and philanthropy? Yeah, so basically Porter is saying that CSV is about creating the link between competitive advantage and corporate social responsibility. So in ordinary CSR, it will be just giving. There's no impact to the one who is giving. But in the CSV, the impact is mutually beneficial. So it is also a competitive advantage for the company. So the CSR initiatives is actually maximizing the comparative value of resolving social problems. And so the idea is the company do not have to choose whether to do social goods or to get profit. They can do it at the same time. They can do it both. They can solve a social problem, and by doing that, they gain comparative advantage and they become more profitable in the future. So what is done, the students were doing the proposals, and then we are doing the qualitative research based on this single exploratory embedded case study. So the triangulation comes from documents. So in this case, we are publishing the book of creating shared values. And then the books, of course, is dedicated to the 4 companies, our partners. So the students were actually helping these 4 companies to develop those CSV ideas. And it's also based on interview to the subject matter experts and observation from the Zoom session, because the result of the proposal is being presented to the corporations in a Zoom open for the public. And the findings, these are the 4 companies, our partners, and the informants were the subject matter experts from the 4 respective companies involved in the project. And so all these proposals becomes such a very good community involvement report that it becomes publishable. So now it is published. This is the book. So you can see that all the names of the students are written down there because it is a collaborative work, a triple helix between the business school and the corporations and the subject matter experts. So all the students are participating into making the proposal using the creating shared values approach. So this is a really very, surprising for me, because they are creating such a valuable impact toward the partners companies. So the team were divided into 4 teams. So each team is helping one company. So for example, team 1 is helping Panasonic Manufacturing Indonesia. Team 2 is helping the Indonesian Stock Exchange. Team 3 is helping CHAP Insurance, and Team 4 is Panasonic Gobel Indonesia. And our subject matter expert is Mas Ahmad Daniri, and he was the director of Indonesian Stock Exchange. So he is actually the one who is a very, renowned person on this creating shared values approach, because he is also the writer of Lead by CSV, Leading by CSV. So through this webinars, Zoom session, the students had presented this new proposal on proposed CSV approach for each of this company. And the corporations, they are all giving a positive impact, positive feedback. And this is we are convinced because they are looking forward to also, try to implement those ideas. So it's a triangulation. So the other source is from the interview. So we are using the semi-structured question, and it's basically asking how would they think about the proposal of CSV? Is it going to give benefit for the company? Is it providing opportunities to develop competing value by involving social problems as one of the driving factors in business strategy? And how would the proposal is using innovation and increasing efficiency in the business process? And how would the proposal can have a potential to become the business strategy of the company? And based on the semi-structured questions, we are getting a very, very good response from our interviewee. Yeah. So what are the ideas basically proposed by the students and the faculty and the SME? The first one is proposed for Indonesian Stock Exchange. So they are proposing to have a program where Indonesia Stock Exchange would educate the students from their early age to learn about becoming one of the investor, but by joining the parents as well. So this is going to educate the society about stocks exchange and how to be a responsible investors from such an early age. At the same time, it's also going to have a good awareness to market expansion for Indonesia Stock Exchange. The second proposal for Chubb's Insurance is they are proposing to have a program to reduce the risk from the very early age. So for example, how do kids try to understand risk management, and how do they, if there's a fire or there's a natural disaster, what would they do? And then this is also to educate them on the importance of being insured. And so the third program is about a platform of e-waste. So this is for Panasonic. So they are going to use the platform to get all this waste, electronic waste, and then they will be able to use it for their decreasing the operational costs. And then it can, of course, improve their branding. And the fourth project is apps, which is on-demand technician supply platform. This is for Panasonic. So anytime you have a problem with your appliance, you can just click, and this apps is going to make Panasonic becomes top of mind. So the findings from the interview and the triangulation, we're seeing that this program is getting a positive review. So it's both beneficial to the company and it has social impact. So the students got a rewarding experience from working with corporations, and they also changed their mindset. Before they thought they have to do social things, spend money, but now they earn money by doing social things. So these proposals are now published, and it has enriched the research on CSV. So the conclusion and recommendation, I think business school needs to do more of a real project together with the corporations and the subject matter experts. This makes the textbooks becomes really practical because it is implementable, and then the discovery learning is changing the mindset of the students. So once they graduate, they are no longer thinking about just, going for the profit, but they are thinking that I can do both. I can innovate my business model as such that I solve the problem of the world, but at the same time, I'm making a profitable business. So I'm looking forward if there is other faculty in other university who would want to do a COIL with my school, IPMI International Business School. COIL is Collaborative Online International Learning. So we have been doing this with Professor Siham. Hi, Professor Siham. And then we have been doing this with other professors from the CEO Congress that I have met previously in the previous CEO Congress. So this collaborative online international learning is very, very highly beneficial. So if you are interested, you can contact me to my IPMI email, and then we can do a collaborative discovery learning for the students while they have also this cross-cultural learning. So it's going to be very, very highly impactful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your presentation. It was an interesting topic. If we do not have any comment or any questions, we can continue with other presentation. I invite Dr. Bahrullah Safi, educationist and business consultant from Pakistan. I give the floor to him. So do we have here Dr. Bahrullah Safi? Okay, in meantime, maybe we can continue with the other professor. Okay, we can continue with Associate Professor Murtaza Hasanoğlu from Azerbaijan State Administration Academy. We have Professor Hasanoğlu here, so I give the floor to him.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sayın Başkan, söz verdiğiniz için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Ben sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, hürmetle, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. Ben Türkçe konuşacağım. Dünyanın en eski dillerinden, fonetik bakımdan da en ahenkli dil olan muhteşem Türkçe ile sizleri selamlamaktan büyük gurur duyuyorum. Ve 4. Uluslararası Sosyal Bilimler Kongresi'nin bu 4. buluşmasından sizlerle bir araya gelmekten büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. Bölgemizin ve dünyanın meselelerini konuşmak, tartışmak ve bunlara çözüm yolları üretmek için buradayız. Geçtiğimiz yüzyılın ikinci yarısından itibaren tüm dünyada küreselleşme, uluslararası rekabet, bilişim ve iletişim teknolojilerindeki baş döndüren gelişmelerin şiddetli baskısıyla gelişmiş olsun veya gelişmekte olsun pek çok ülke ekonomik, siyasal, toplumsal, kültürel, teknik ve idari sistemlerinde köklü değişim ve dönüşümler gerçekleştirme yolunda önemli adımlar atmıştırlar. Bu küresel değişim ve dönüşüm ve buna bağlı olarak atılan adımlar 100 yılın sonunda hızlanmış, ülkelerin çeşitli kurumlarını, kurumların kendi arasındaki da ve kurumların toplumla olan ilişkiler sistemi ve anlayışlarını da değiştirmiştir. Önceki dönemde oluşmuş olan devlet örgütlenmesinin kurumları, kavramları ve işleyişi farklı neden, düzey ve perspektiflerle sorgulanıp eleştirilmiş ve birçok açıdan aşındırılmıştır. Küresel düzeyde karşılıklı bağımlılık ve ilişkilerin egemen olmaya başladığı bir dünyada devletin roluna, varlık nedenine ya da kurumsal yapısına yeni anlamlar ve görevler yüklenmiştir. Devlet örgütlenmesi ve bu örgütlenmenin işleyişi, etkinlik ve işlevsellik kavramları çerçevesinde yeniden tanımlanıp formüle edilmiş ve hemen hemen hiçbir kurum, toplum ve ülke bu değişim karşısında direnç gösterememiş, sistemlerini de bu gelişmeler doğrultusunda yeniden düzenlemeye çalışmışlardır. Tüm dünyanı etkileyen pandemi krizi, iklim değişikliği ve dünya kaynaklarının hızla tükenmesi, gezegenimizin ekolojik sınırları konusunda insanlığı bir yol ayrımına doğru götürmekle olup mevcut ekonomik sistemin modern toplumun ihtiyaçlarını da daha fazla karşılayamayacağı açıktır. Küresel global pandemi sürecinde doğrusal ekonomiden döngüsel ekonomiye geçmenin seçenek değil, zorunluluk olduğunun daha iyi anlaşılmasıyla yeşil ekonomi ve dijital devrim gibi kavramların öncülüğünde iş ve sürdürülebilir kalkınma modeli de hızla değişmektedir. Aynı zamanda küresel yeni standartlar demek olarak bu dönüşüm rekabet endekslerini de kökten değiştirme potansiyeline sahiptir. Güç ve mülkiyet kavramının anlam ve değerinin yeniden belirleyen dijital devrim odaklı bilgi ekonomileri bugün ve geleceğimizin de belirleyicisi olacaktır. Dünya nüfusunun giderek artması çevreyi doğrudan etkiliyor. Buna bağlı olarak büyük ölçekli sanayi tesislerinin inşa edilmesi, ürünlerini üretirken az maliyetli üretim planlaması ve zaman içerisinde insanın çevresini pervasızca tüketmesi ve tahrip etmesi yaşamı tehdit eder hale getirmiştir. Günümüzde yaşam formu doğrusal ekonomik üzerinden ilerlemektedir. Halihazırda doğrusal ekonominin artık sürdürülebilir bir model olmadığı düşünülmektedir. Dünyada her bir dönem bir dalga, bir hikaye hakim olur. Mesela 20. yüzyılın asıl hikayesi küreselleşmeydi. Burada devletlerin, milletlerin kazananları ve kaybedenleri oldu. dalganın altında kalanlar da sistem dışına itildi. 21. yüzyılın əsl hikayesi yeşil ve dijital dönüşümdür. Bu dönüşüme ayak uydurmaksa artık bir tercih değil, zorunluluktur. Hayatta kalmanın, sistem içinde kalmanın tek yolu bu. 21. yüzyıl aslında baktığımızda 3 kritik mega trend vardır. Dolayısıyla hipersonik, dijitallaşma, mobilite ve sürdürülebilir bu 3 kritik mega trend 21. yüzyıla damgasını vuran kritik kavramlar olarak karşımızdadır. Değişimi artık bekleyen değil, başlatan olmamız lazım. Çağlar eskiden beri yüzlerce hatta binlerce bir değişim, dönüşüm, transformasyon geçiriyordu. Şimdi neredeyse her 10 yılda bir yeni bir çağa adım atıyoruz. Bilgi, endüstri, bilim, bilişim, iklim, salgın çağı derken şu an yapay zeka çağını yaşıyoruz. Bir sonraki çağda muhtemelen çip çağı olacaktır. İki siyah kuğu, küresel pandemi ve Rusya-Ukrayna savaşı dünyayı tarihi bir kırılmanın eşiğine getirmiş durumdadır. Bunun için bugün bu dünyada yaşanan hızlı ve çok yönlü değişim yönetim anlayışında ve klasik bürokratik yapılarda köklü bir yeniden yapılanmayı gündeme getirmiştir. Artık devlet idaresinde, ekonomi teorisinde, yönetim teorisinde, özel sektörün rekabetçi yapısı ve toplumsal eleştiri ve değişim karşısında devletlerin rolü da hızla değişilmektedir. Çok hızlı değişen toplumsal, siyasal, ekonomik değişimler çağından geçiyoruz. Buna artık bilgi toplumundan, information society'den 21. yüzyılın süper akıllı toplumuna, süper smart society doğru evrilirken materyalist kültür despotizmi de öne çıkmaktadır. Dünyada yeni küresel değerler ağı oluşur. İnsana, dünyaya değer veren, yani çevre, iklim kimi gelir dağılımı, cinsiyet eşitsizliği, sağlık, eğitim konumunu önemsemeyen ülkeler artık zamanını bitirmiştir. Rusya-Ukrayna savaşı üzerinden derin bir stratejilerin büyük gıda krizi endüstrisini gündeme getirmiştir. Enerji güvenliği gibi gıda güvenliğinin de arz talep boyutu bulunmaktadır. Gıda arzı güvenliği de ürünün pazarda yeterli miktarda makul fiyata bulunabilmesidir. Dediğim gibi artık dünya şimdi yeni bir sistemik değişimin arifesindedir. Uluslararası ekonomi büyük politik değişim geçiriyor. Artık biz koronavirüs salgınıyla beraber tüm dünyada köklü değişikliklerin yaşanacağı bir döneme girmiş bulunmaktayız. 21. yüzyılın 3 temel paradigması ise entegrasyon, mikromilliyetçilik ve öngörülmezliktir. Her şeyden önce dediğim gibi dünya çok hızlı değişim ve dönüşümden geçiyor. Başarının artık sırrı inovasyondur, teknolojidir. Sürekli gelişen ve değişen teknoloji ülkelerin bir adım daha öne geçmesi için stratejik önem taşıyordur. Geleceğe ilişkin olan tek öngörü ise geleceğimizin de artık çok belirsiz olmasıdır. Önümüzdeki 10 yıl dünyanı bekleyen çok önemli problemler var. Güvenlik, enerji güvenliği, bulaşıcı hastalıklar, iklim krizi, su krizi vesaire. Yeni dünya düzeni artık jeoteknoloji evlenirken artık 21. yüzyıl jeoteknolojik yılı kimi ortaya çıkmaktadır. Bunun için devletin rolü da sadece ülkelerimizle ilgili değil, bütün dünyada tartışılıyor. Bu tartışma konusu kamu otoritesinin en azından 5 sorumluluk alanında etkin görev yapması gereğini ortaya koyuyor. Nedir bunlar? Hukukun üstünlüğünün geçerli kılınması, piyasa ekonomisinin herhangi bir oyuncuya çıkar sağlayıcı şekilde bozulmasına neden olabilecek müdahalelerden kaçınılması ve makroekonomik istikrarın korunması. Temel altyapı, eğitim, sağlık ve sosyal güvenlik programlarının yatırım yapılmasının sağlanması ve toplumun çocuklar, yaşlılar, özürlüler gibi zayıf kesimlerinin de yaşamsal haklarının korunması ve çevre gibi konularda gelecek nesillerin de haklarının korunması. Dünyanın çeşitli ülkelerine, devletlerine baktığımızda her ne kadar küçülmesi gündemdeyse kamu sektörünün de ekonominin en az %30'unu oluşturmakta olduğunu görüyoruz. Geri kalanının üzerinde de düzenleyici rolü nedeniyle önemli etkisi vardır. Böylesine belirleyici bir rolü olan bir yapının verimli işleyişi toplum yaşamı açısından büyük önem taşıyor. Dolayısıyla hedef minimal devlet değil, etkin bir devlet olmalı. Kamunun etkinliği artırmak için devletin düzenleme ve denetleme faaliyetlerinde katılımcı bir anlayışı benimsemesi, hizmet sunduğu alanlarda rekabetçi bir piyasa yapısından faydalanması ve önceliklerin de tespitinden vatandaşın sesini dinleyici mekanizmalar oluşturması gerekir. Öncelikle sistemlerimiz sonuç üretmek üzere değil, kontrol etmek üzere kurulmuş. Oysa toplam kalite anlayışına göre kalitenin kontrol edilmesini gerektiren sistemin kendisi de hatalıdır. Çünkü esas olan kaliteyi kontrol etmek değil, kaliteyi de üretmektir. Kamu yönetimi reformları da bana göre şu ülkeler bazında gerçekleştirilmelidir. Yönetim kendi içinde ve topluma karşı saydam olmalı, kendine emanet edilen yetki ve kaynakları nasıl kullandığının hesabını verebilmeli, politikaların da kamu yararını gözetecek şekilde oluşturulması sağlanmalı ve kamu kaynakları mali disiplini bozmayacak şekilde verimli kullanılmalı. Atamalarda, terfilerde siyasi sadakat yerine yetenek ve bilgi esas kıstas haline gelmelidir. Ben diğer oturumlarda konuşmacı olarak katılacağım. Sizin değerli vaktinizi almak istemiyorum. Ben bu duygu düşüncelerle sözlerime son verirken hepinizi bir kez daha hürmetle selamlıyor. Verimli bir, başarılı bir hafta geçirmenizi temenni ediyorum. Özellikle de bu konferansımızı düzenleyenlere, destekleyenlere, katkılara, siz değerli katılımcılara çok teşekkür ediyorum. Başta da çok değerli arkadaşım, saygıdeğer Kerim Karadağlı'nın çok büyük emeği, zahmeti var bu işte. Ona özellikle çok teşekkür ediyorum. Herkese çok teşekkür ediyorum. Verimli, başarılı bir kongre geçirmesi dileğiyle. Thank you very much. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Sunumunuz için teşekkür ederiz hocam. For those who cannot understand Turkish, I just want to make a recap of what Professor Hasanoğlu said. He talked about the global changes that have occurred in the world as a consequence of COVID-19 pandemic. He actually talked about that the economy must be restructured from the beginning, and we have to be prepared because the world is changing every day, and such topics or things that are important to life, such as security, energy, and diseases, are coming every day as new problems. So we have to find new ways how to handle with these kinds of problems, and that the green economy and digitalization are new concepts that we have to take into considerations. So it was a topic related to economic global changes that have affected the world. Thank you very much, Professor Murtaza Hasanoğlu.
Thank you very much. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Rica ederim. So now we can continue with Professor Bahrullah Safi, since we have him here. I would like to invite him to start the session, his presentation.
Thank you so much. Am I audible, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank the organizer and all the stakeholders who organized this Congress. And it's a pleasure being here among the academicians and people around the globe. Because I have been given 5 minutes, I think I will be trying to speak on non-verbal communication, because we know that non-verbal communication is so important these days, especially at workplace. When you are around, people start noticing you even if you don't speak, and people start judging you even if you don't talk to them. They will start judging, and they will start having a concept and perceptions about you, that who you are, how you are, because they will start understanding by knowing your nonverbal communication when you are around them. So if we say that nonverbal communication, so we can say that nonverbal communication is this unspoken communication that goes on every face-to-face encounter with another human being. For example, right now I'm speaking, what I speak, behind that, you see my facial expressions, you see my hands movement, my postures, my gestures. It speaks a lot. It might be speaking more than what I'm speaking right now. So nonverbal communication is basically the expressions which we do not express in the form of written or verbal. It's more of your body language, it's more of your facial expressions, it is more of your human behaviors, the way you carry yourself. If we say the types of nonverbal communications, we can say that communication by body language, or communication by gestures, by postures, by facial expressions, by human behavior, even by touch, by dressing and grooming, by basically communication by colors, by silence. These are very important these days. For example, if you are going for an interview, the interviewer will start understanding about you by communication. When you are sitting in an interview, the interviewer may see how you behave, how you sit, how is your eye contact, how is your facial expressions, where there is a trust and confidence in your face or not. So that is why that nonverbal communications can be through different means. And this nonverbal communications can give you lots of benefits at workplace. For example, if it is your first day in office and you are going to your office and workplace, most of the people who are not confident to talk to you, they will start understanding about you by noticing the way you are behaving in the office. So that is why it is very, very important to know about your nonverbal communication, to know about your behaviors, to know about your how you carry yourself. Even when you are sitting in a chair, that matters a lot. That speaks your mind when you are sitting in the chair in front of somebody. So if someone knows about nonverbal communications, he can understand about your status. He can understand how do you feel at that moment. For example, in most of the business deals, when you are doing a business deal with a partner, so they will start understanding and noticing your nonverbal communication. On the basis of that, they will try to make their decisions. They will try to have a conclusions of the meeting which is having with the partner. So that is why it is so important for the people to understand their business, their nonverbal communication, to understand that nonverbal communication is so important these days. Even like we have lots of webinars, we have lots of international conferences, online events. Even there also, we should try to have a control over our nonverbal communication. We should try to reflect our nonverbal communication in a very nice and in a very formal and in a very fruitful way, because most of the time people will notice you that even if you are speaking, people will notice you that you might not be happy talking to them. So that is why it is so important to have a control over our nonverbal communication. We have lots of benefits of nonverbal communications, like nonverbal communications gives you lots of benefits in terms of, for example, it gives you confidence. If you are nonverbal communication, you have a control of your nonverbal communications, it gives you confidence, it gives you the energy, and it gives you basically the power to speak your mind. It gives you the power to control your, for example, your counterpart, and it gives you the energy to speak what exactly you are talking. And nonverbal communications helps you to basically talk to people who are not able to speak. Like, for example, we have people who are physically challenged. Even with those people, if you have a very good nonverbal communication, you can talk to them, you can understand them, and basically you can with them. We talk through nonverbal communications in order to save time. It helps to communicate, basically helps you to make conversation short and brief. Sometimes nonverbal communication helps you to speak very short and brief because time is so important. You need to save time. So with that, you can also have saving your time. With nonverbal communication, basically you can communicate secrets. For example, these days, sometimes if you are at workplace, you want to save, you want to speak some confidential stuff and you want to communicate confidentials. So you can speak through nonverbal communications. And also it helps to communicate in silent zones. For example, if you are in a hospital where you are not allowed to speak, or if you are in some place in church or in religious places where you are not allowed to speak, so you can communicate through your nonverbal communication. So nonverbal communication helps people in many ways. And it is always important. For example, we have seen that politicians, for example, leaders of the world, you can easily notice their nonverbal communication when they start meeting each other. Like your shoulder movement speaks a lot, whether you are powerful or not. Your hands movements matters a lot when you meet people. For example, you might have seen that leaders of the world, when they are meeting and when they are doing handshaking, their handshaking is basically reflecting a very huge message to the audience. The way they are standing in front of the media, that basically reflect and that represent a message of the relationship of the countries. And even the way they are dressing, that shows them who they are from where they came. So nonverbal communications, not only at workplace, it's important everywhere. It's important even in your professional life, in your personal life, and when you are anywhere, and when you are basically, because it's a part of ourselves, and it is the very big part of the communication. If you have seen in the world, almost 50-60% of the communications is through nonverbal communications. So that is why it's important to know about your nonverbal communication, to understand them, to understand the benefits that you are getting out of your nonverbal communications, which, for example, for a student, verbal communication is important as nonverbal communications. So I think we have less time. So this is what I just wanted to say, that always consider your nonverbal communication very important, and do not ignore it, and always try to control them and try to reflect them in a way that should be very decent and that should be very professional. And I'm very sure it will have lots of benefits and you will be rocking at your workplace. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Safi. It was an interesting topic. Nonverbal communication, without a doubt, is more important than the verbal communication. In many cases, it can convey more feelings than verbal communication, than words. So I congratulate you for the great presentation.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So next, we will continue with our last speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Sachin Gupta. I'm sorry if I don't spell the correct word. So I invite the Professor Dr. Sachin Gupta from Monhalal Sukhadia University to take the floor. Yeah, do you hear us?
Hello, everyone. My voice is clear to all of you.
Yes, I think we can hear you.
Yes, just a minute. There is some technical problem. Just a minute. My screen is visible? Yeah. Which
we can see your screen, Dr. Gupta.
Okay. So, honorable guests, speakers, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be with you this afternoon at the 4th International CEO Social Science Congress. And on behalf of the Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur, Rajasthan, India, I may extend a warm welcome to all the participants in this conference. And I would like to extend my gratitude to our colleagues who sent words of sympathy and encouragement to us. Thank you once again to all of you. We'll never forget your friendship at this very critical time, which brings me to the main theme of this conference, that is communication, economics, and organization. As I have also been invited as a chief guest in this Congress, so I'll not take so much time, but would like to provide certain crux of the importance of the theme of the conference. As we know, that effective communication may contribute to organizational success in many ways. It builds employee morale, it builds employee satisfaction, it builds employee engagement, and it helps employees in understanding various terms and conditions of their employment and drives their commitment and loyalty with each and everyone. So there is a question which arises, which is very, very important. What is the importance of this theme, that is communication, economics in organization? So communication, as we know, that plays a vital role in advancing economic growth and reducing poverty. A survey of firms has been done in India, where 56 developing countries found that firms that use communication grow faster, investing more, and are more productive and profitable than those that do not. So it is very, very much essential over here that good communication also improves relationship among various employees and subordinates. So, and it is a prior requirement for any type of organization, both with employees and in your personal life with friends and family members. Listening carefully, offering quality feedback helps people to feel heard and understood. And this in turn, no doubt, nurtures mutual respect. So effective business communication ensures that information being sent and received is mission critical and aligned with the goals of the organization. So effective communicators have the skills to land new accounts, close a deal, provide feedback to employees, negotiate a labor contract, and resolve workplace conflicts. In light of the situations I have outlined, the topics we'll be discussing are quite pertinent, and it is my hope that this conference will provide plenty of opportunity for us to exchange useful views, ideas, and experiences which will definitely influence our future activity as well as our present work. The targets of this program can be defined as including not only protection of people from maladministration or violation of their rights in present time now, but also as contributing to good governance for the future as well. So this conference has come together thanks to all the special, very special help of Karim Karadal sir and his team. So on everyone's behalf gathered here today, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to them for hosting us so comfortably and efficiently. And I trust that the sessions will enrich and equip us with useful information and experience that we can apply in our life when we go back to our places. I wish everyone a productive conference ahead of us. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gopal. Thank you for your kindness. Here we will close our session. I want to thank all of you for your patience, and especially our four guest speakers that they contributed with their presentations. So we will continue next with the first section. In this case, I want to invite Dr. Amelia Naim as a moderator to open the first section. So you're welcome, Dr. Amelia.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will invite my Bu Firda as our moderator. Bu Firda.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. So good to be here. Good to see you all.
Yes.
All right, so let's get started. I think we have a list of presenters. Number one will be Ibu Dana. Is it correct, Amelia?
Yes.
Ibu Dana Ekasri Dana Afriza with her paper titled Strategies and Innovation in Strengthening Islamic Financial Product Branding in Indonesia. So we will have 6 presenters, and every presenter we will be given 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. Okay, so time and screen for you now, Ibu Dana Afriza.
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Firdaus and Ibu Amelia Naim. Hello, everyone. Hope you are all in good health because health is very important right now. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Dana. I'm the faculty of IPMI International Business School, Jakarta, Indonesia. It is such an honor to be coming as a participation in this prestigious events, CEO Congress. I would like to share to you about my study in the name of Strategies and Innovation in Strengthening Islamic Financial Product Branding in Indonesia. The reason and why I'm interested to study here is because there is a purpose of this study is to report on exploratory research that aims to determine the pattern of strategy and branding innovation of Islamic financial products. The focus of this study is Sharia commercial banks in Indonesia. The content and semiotic analysis as well as theoretical clustering were carried out on the websites of 12 banks Sharia. And the analysis is carried out on the product, value proposition, and product visualization. We find that Sharia commercial banks in Indonesia have various strategies when viewed from the gender of the customer. For example, the feminine, masculine, and neutral. The use of technology, for example, Web 1.0, Web 2.0, and mobile phone, including language, Islamic, natural, and customer representation empowered atlas. The innovations are related to the brand naming, Islamic, natural, product uniqueness, innovative or not, value proposition, available or no, and product visualization in terms of the text, icons, cartoons, animate, portrait, live portraits. And here we also identified visual, textual, and segmental mimicry or imitating in conventional parent banks. This study makes an important contribution to understanding the branding field through research on the strategy and innovation of Sharia products for Islamic commercial banks in Indonesia. Here, the introduction of my study. Next slide. I'm attending with my team here to help me to operate the slide. Okay, as we know here, the development of Islamic banking in the world today has experienced a rapid increase. The research attention still focus on social performance of Islamic banks, reviewing the role of Islamic teaching in the bank of success and aspects such as service quality and customer satisfaction. In terms of the branding of Islamic banking product is largely ignored as it usual banks, despite the sharp differences between Islamic bank and conventional banks. Next slide, please. Okay, we hear the literature review. Islamic banks share profits and losses with their partners. Do not take income from late payments. Yeah, or these funds are used for charity, and assets exchange or trading is mandatory for every type of financing. Islamic bank product must avoid riba or interest or uncertainty and gambling that in Islam called maisir. It is very interesting. For the name we're using the foreign product, foreign name in the product, that the challenge how to promote the product in Sharia bank. However, the academic literature on Islamic financial product branding has received limited attention. And there are two possibilities for the lack of theoretical investigation regarding the branding of Islamic financial products. First, the branding of Islamic banking product is seen as a general phenomenon, so it no longer needs to be explained in an exploratory manner. The second, there has been an attempt to build a typology of branding strategies and innovation that can make it easier to clarify the behavior of Islamic banks. And we know and we understand typology is important to understand which strategy is more effective and formulates a theory about branding strategy and innovation based on dimensions that make up typology. And in line with the considerations, the research that was inspired and formulated from a review included a research question 1. I didn't put here on the presentation, but I put on my paper. Research question number 1 is, how is the branding strategy for Islamic financial products carried out by Islamic commercial banks in Indonesia? Question number 2, how are Islamic financial product branding innovation carried out by the Islamic commercial banks in Indonesia? And research question number 3, is there a specific typology that can be used to classify strategies and branding innovation for Islamic financial product in Indonesia? And this study is described by drawing on a literature review related to Islamic financial products and branding strategies and innovation. Next slide, please. Islamic bank have a different characteristic from bank. In general, we call it conventional banks. Sorry, Islamic bank has a different characteristic from conventional bank in terms of money, status, source of income, loss sharing, and penalties for late payments. Islamic banks share profit and losses with their partners, do not take income from late payment. These funds are used for charity, and assets exchange or trading is mandatory for every type of financing. Interesting. Consequences of the characteristic Islamic bank offer different financial products from conventional bank in the process of product innovation and development. Okay, next slide, please. This is about strategies and innovation. How to increase knowledge through value proposition. Next slide, please. How to increase persuasion by visuals. However, visual in Islam have their own rule because we're using two opinions from ulamas about visual must relate to the norms or values of Islam. Next slide, please. Okay. I use the methodology by research in expertise to contribute to knowledge about strategies innovation in strengthening the branding of Islamic financial products, and the focus is on Indonesian Sharia commercial bank product as shown and their website. So I study their website, 12 banks of Sharia banks in Indonesia. Next slide, please. This is banks that I study about their products, their service, their branding, their website, their visual, how do they promote their product. Next slide, please. We are using content analysis, semiotic analysis, hierarchical cluster analysis. If we're talking about semiotic, this is interesting because semiotic talking about study how to understand the sign visual. Next slide. And this is the result of the study. When I look at their website, all those banks, BCA, Bank Syariah, Bank Jabar, BTPN, and so on, there's a brand, of course, the funding, financing, and the total. If you click their website, random and check, for example, BCA Syariah, the most biggest private bank in Indonesia. It's very interesting because even they have own Sharia bank, it's under supervised by the conventional bank. Of course, there is a rules from regulators that they have to follow to comply. Even they do the green economy right now to support the regulations of green economy. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the example of visual that I study from their website. If we're talking about BCA Syariah, one of the national bank, the biggest national bank in Indonesia, see the picture of their website. The woman with hijab carry out the shopping bag with the cart. Yeah, the target market for this product is a woman. Yeah, the next slide, please. We comparing with others website from Bank Syariah Indonesia. This is the website of their bank. It's so, sorry to say, it's so bored The explaining too wordy. Yeah, this is the challenging of that bank, how to they promote their product. Even they're trying to explain their products, but in this era, if you put the target millennials or of housewife, they do tend to see the interesting coloring or full coloring of their website rather than too wordy. Next slide, please. And this is another examples for Bank BJB Syariah. They're trying to give a details to customer, but how long the customer can click their website, how far they want to know more about their product. Next slide. Then another examples of their website, My Bank. See again the woman, yeah, housewife or the professional woman. Next slide. This is Bank Muamalat, the first Syariah bank in Indonesia. The target market millennials, professional, housewife. Next slide, please. And look at the different colors of their product. Blue, red, and then just now Muamalat, purple. This is Penin Dubai Syariah Bank. This is good, nothing wrong with their website. But if they want to get more market or clients, they have to think about in the website, how they create an interesting website. Next slide, please. It's another bank, KB Bukpropin Syariah. Interesting, because they're offering a gift. Yeah, a gift in the bracket, not as a gift, open account right away they get a gift. No, they put their money to invest and they get the return. Next slide. See the color, the position. Okay, thank you. This is the bank area. Another slide, please. So many different colors, so many different images that we can learn from their website. Next slide. Even they put using an image cartoon like BTPN. Now Bank Aceh, even they offering a loans per house. Bank NTB Syariah. Next slide, please. Very interesting. This is Aladdin, like the movie. They have a name of Aladdin Bank Syariah. They have so many products. And this is strategies. The strategies of the Syariah is the gendered banks. As I said before, masculine versus feminine. By using technological, Web 1.0, Penin Dubai versus Web 2.0, BCA Syariah versus social media in Mega Syariah or mobile phones Aladdin. Now they're saying that the world in our hand, so everyone can access our products, Syariah product, that in your hand. Empowerment, empowering, for example, BTP and Syariah versus empowered all other banks. Next slide. This is innovation. Innovation is very good for competitive advantage in terms of the name of the product, in the name of the bank itself, what the uniqueness of your product, the value proposition to exist versus absence, textual, if we see there, so worthy, there is so worthy explanation about the product, nothing wrong with that, because maybe they have the corporate identity of their product. Versus cartoon, BTPN Syariah, and living photograph, BCA Syariah. They're using everything Syariah. Okay, last but not least, this is the discussion. This is the gender, based on the gender S1, S2, S3. We put all this explanation in our paper. Again, if you would like to discuss more, we have we have more time to discuss. Next slide, please. And this is the dendrogram for hierarchical cluster analysis. If we is related to our result previous slide. Next slide. This is the typology. I put here iconic, heritage, modern, and progressive. Dimension, even gender, technology, language, empowerment, brand name, innovation, value proposition, visualization. Yeah, next slide, please. And this is suggestions, of course, in-depth research on how Islamic Bank makes strategic decision on brand innovation, more complete analysis for the research in comparing strategic innovation with Sharia business units and comparative analysis. That's the suggestion for future research. And this is my references when I'm doing my study. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my references. That's my sharing of my study, everyone. So we can discuss further if you'd like or any question. Thank you, Ibu Firda, Ibu Amelia.
Thank you, Ibu Dana. So we will have a question and answer. I will give 2 chances for the audience to give a question to Ibu Dana. Any question? Anyone want to ask question to Ibu Dana or comments? If not, maybe from you, Dr. Amelia, any comment for Ibu Dana or question?
Yes. I think we can save the Q&A after everyone done presenting the paper.
Okay.
Sometimes we can do that.
All right. So after all the presentation has been done, and then we'll give a question and answer session. Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Ibu Dana. Now, what next, Ibu Amelia? I think we will have Ibu Wiwi
and Shafa
with their paper, profitability, liquidity, activity and solvency analysis of halal fast food restaurant with the fast food Indonesia in 7 years respective period. So time for you, Safa and Ibu Wiwi.
Thank you very much. Please, Safa, you present.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Dr. Firdaus. And thank you, committees, for arranging this prestigious conference. It's an honor for me to be able to speak for the sessions. And for today's sessions, I'm going to share a study about profitability, liquidity, activity, and solvency analysis of halal fast food restaurant, KFC, under PT Fast Food Indonesia in 7 years respective periods. So I'm trying to share my screen now. So has everybody seen my screen?
Yes.
Clearly, yeah.
Thanks. So here's the stages that we're trying to cover, and here's for the background. So yeah, for the last decades, the trends of eating fast food are skyrocketing. So even though from the health and wellness point of view, mass consumptions of fast food for a long time could harm our health. So the 3 main reasons that support the growth of eating fast food are their availability, convenience, cost, and flavor. It is according to the Riedel et al. In 2009. And all of this sudden, a severe disease called COVID-19 that we know now, it has brought changes in our life. Lockdown restrictions and any other regulations have a negative impact both of our mental health and lifestyle behavior, not to mention also our eating preferences and dietary habits. So this crisis has triggered increase in people's awareness for their health and their consumptions, and it has led to downward trends of consuming fast food during the lockdown restrictions. So in Indonesia, with a population of roughly 267 million, which makes our countries is the biggest market share for the food service industries in Asia. So the food services industry in Indonesia is forecasted to show an intensified yearly CAGR, or compound annual growth rate. And also fast food industry in Indonesia has estimated to experience growth until 2019. And among all fast food companies, KFC, or under PT Fast Food Indonesia, it had a highest number of share through the years. So here's for the literature review. So In this study, we used two literature review. The first theory is the financial ratio analysis, which according to the Hampel et al. In 1994, it is a technique to observe the company's performance by providing an exploratory to the interpretations of each ratios. And second, we use WACC, or weighted average cost of capital, which represents the minimum rate of return at which a company produces value for their investors. So the novelty point of our study is there are still limited resources which evaluate the financial performance of fast food companies, especially here in our country, Indonesia. So for our methodology, we conducted a study to investigate the performance of fast food Indonesia, or KFC, during 2014 to 2020. So our research will adapt the secondary analysis in the quantitative method, and we use the annual report as a data and other data and various sources, for example, websites, previous studies, and other articles. So here's for the financial ratio analysis. We look for various of the dimensions of the company's performance. The first one is the profitability performance. Second is the liquidity performance. Third is the solvency performance. And the last one is the activity performance. So here's, we can see the variable measurements of our research. Here's the financial ratio analysis, and the right one, you can see the weighted average cost of capital formula. For the finding analysis, this is the profitability measures of FAST. So as shown in the figure, FAST experienced the highest return on equity in the year of 2018, and the lowest is in 2020. So we knew that in 2020 we have pandemic, so which impacted the revenue of the FAST, and it has declined over 25 to 50% because of the large-scale social restrictions or lockdowns. And also the company had also reduced their operations, and it had temporarily shut 100 more outlets across Indonesia. So for the return on investment, the highest is in 2004, and in 2020, due to the pandemic again, it was so difficult for the FAST to collect their seizable income for the investment, and it has resulted in negative ROI in 2020. And as for the liquidity measures, based on the figure, FAST current ratio proportions indicate the level over 100%, which implies that the companies can pay their liabilities with their resources. However, it has been continuously declining since 2018. And in 2020, current ratio is 106. So this specifies that FAST has relatively smaller capital on hand to settle their short-term liabilities if we compare from the previous years. And for the cash ratio, the highest cash ratio can be found in 2018, and the lowest is 2019 due to the increase in their current liabilities. So for the activity measures, so based on the figures, we can see that FAST trend of collection period is considered to be fluctuative, and it has skyrocketed from 2018 to 2020. The reason is because of the expansion in FAST record receivable due to COVID-19, because we knew that in a pandemic, we have a lower purchasing power, and also the account receivable for most part speak for the receivable for the food court management for the deals of the food sources and beverages. And also the highest inventory turnover was in 2016, and the lowest is in the next 4 years. And with the range of 8 to 14, FAST has demonstrated stable inventory turnover in the last 7 years. And for the solvency measurements, based on the figure, we know that the pattern of solvency performance has shown an uptrend graph. uptrend graph, and it has experienced increases year to year. It was brought by the increasing liabilities, and also they also added up their liabilities in 2020, which made them even more higher. So this is we can view as indications of greater financial risk.
1 more minute, Safa.
Thank you, Bu. So for the weighted average cost of capital, so here we knew that the trend of the weighted average cost of capital is decreasing over years. These inputs to WSEC leads to a relatively low discount rate and however, this is not necessarily would lead to higher valuations. On the contrary, it might be a reflective of a higher risk level for many businesses during the COVID-19 crisis, especially when the company's return on investment is negative or minus. So in this way, the economic policy stimulus, for example, there is free risk that is gradually become lower each year, and the increase also for the access of debt in Indonesia is a reflective of high risk economy. So for the conclusion and recommendations, so for the conclusion, FAST has experienced a positive trend, but it's only over 2014 to 2019 period. And in 2020, our ratio witnessed a decline for FAST because of the pandemic and the slowing down of the economic conditions and risks that are arising. So lockdowns, consumer preference for food consumptions, and other negative outcomes have reduced the consumer confidence. So we propose recommendations for FAST, which includes the providing online meal ordering service, implementation of sanitation management measure, taking some measure as a way to reduce the operating costs. For example, rearrange the personnel and reduce the personnel costs, and also provide the details of the nutrients that contained in the fast food. So here's the end of my presentations. Thank you for listening and have a good day, everyone.
Okay, so thank you very much, Safa and Ibu Wiwi. Such a good presentation, and on time. Yeah, and then we want to move to presenter number 3 is Mr. Lucas and Dr. Engineer Firdaus Basbet, presenting the paper, The Moderating Role of Members' Rank, Does It Affect Customer Retention? Since Mr. Lucas is not able to be here, then I will represent Lucas for the presentation. Okay, the title is The Moderating Role of Members' Rank. Does it affect customer retention? So the agenda will be number 1, introduction. I will be explaining the literature review, then methodology and finding and discussion and conclusion and recommendation. So direct selling or multi-level marketing, MLM. So the recognized ranking system based on their sales volume and members of people they recruit. So direct sales consultants are not employees of the company that earn their reward from the recruitment of more members or downlines. So the more downlines, the more they earn. And PT4Life Indonesia is a foreign-owned company that imports and distributes food supplement products through the direct selling distribution network. As a company who introduced multi-level marketing, 4Life also introduced ranking system that marks achievement of its member in personal product purchase, achieving sales volume, number of downlines, and number of recruitment. So during the first and second quarter of 2020, 4Life Indonesia member enrollment received a big boost due to demand of the food supplement from the public, and the number of the significant jump from 2019. So, however, the increase of the enrollment of the member was not followed by the increase of purchase retention. the number of enrollment increased, but the retention are not increased. They are going downhill. Okay, so while numerous research have been done on how perceived value and customer satisfaction affect the retention of customers, as well as how perceived value influence the satisfaction on consumer, little has been done on the moderating role of member ranking, whether or not they affect the relationship between customer satisfaction and customer retention within the MLM business in 3 big cities in Indonesia, so Jakarta, Surabaya, and Pekanbaru. So the research question is like this: whether or not does the perceived value influence the retention of for life members? Does the consumer satisfaction influence the retention of for life members? And does perceived value influence their satisfaction? And our novelty is, does the member ranking have a moderating effect between the customer satisfaction and the retention of for life members? Okay, so literature review. We went through the few aspects that will be discussed in this paper. One of them is consumer assessment of benefit of comparing what they paid for to what they get in return. It's about perceived value. And then we also went to the customer perceived value definition is significant effect on customer satisfaction, has also been discovered to influence repurchase intention and behavior. And several numbers of previous researchers we've been through, and then we come up with a table that's showing that there has been a relationship between perceived value and customer retention. And also there are the relationship between customer satisfaction and customer retention, and perceived value and customer satisfaction. So based on that previous study, we developed a model of perceived value, customer satisfaction, and customer retention with the members rank. So there are 2 levels of members rank in the marketing level MLM. It's called the builders and the associate, which is the builder is more higher than associate. And then our hypothesis is like this, that there is a positive effect between perceived value and customer retention. And there is a positive effect between customer satisfaction and retention. And also there is a positive effect between perceived value and customer satisfaction. And the effect between customer satisfaction and retention will be stronger for a ranked member builder compared to the associate rank. And then we try to test the hypothesis by collecting the data. This is our research design. We use a quantitative method with population, the new member rankings builder and associate who joined in the company since 2020. And then we use cluster and proportional sampling. There will be a minimum 50% sample from new member in Jakarta, 26 from Surabaya, and 24% from Pekanbaru. So we define the sample size using the G-Power software. Data collection tool, we using survey questionnaire, and we use data analysis tool, SPSS and Smart PLS3. We also test the reliability of the questionnaire using the pilot study, and validity and reliability using Cronbach alpha and Pearson correlation. So this is how we do the operationalization of variable. We use dimension, and within this dimension, we also use the item in the questionnaire using Likert scale 1 until 5. And what we find is this is our demographic profile of the respondent. Male is 61% higher than female, and also the builder is higher than associate builder, associate level, and the educational level of the direct seller is, most of them are bachelor degree. and they live in Jakarta, Greater Jakarta, Surabaya, and Pekanbaru. Okay, and this is the mean of the variable. This customer satisfaction is high, so the highest is perceived value, and customer retention is high. So all the number is above 4. And this is our model tested by PLSM, and we can see by quantitatively number is showing the PAT coefficient, the t-value and p-value, and the result, all that our hypothesis is supported. Mean that there is a relationship, positive relationship between all those variables, and also that ranks member moderate the relationship between customer satisfaction and customer retention. So our finding and discussion is that the respondent of this were 4Life member and builder. This member had experience dealing with 4Life customer service. So all the hypothesis is supported. Also, the objective number 2, they determine the effect of customer satisfaction on customer retention is supported, and our novelty is to determine the moderating effect for life has on customer satisfaction and retention is also supported. If we put this into customer satisfaction on the x-axis, and then y-axis is customer retention, we can see that the builder, which is a higher level of the seller, the higher the level of the MLM consultant, the customer satisfaction also will be higher, and also the retention will be higher. So what we had from here is that the research found that there is a positive correlation between all that variable that research, and also determined that there is a moderating effect from member ranks to the relationship between customer satisfaction to customer retention. Means that the practicality of the research should be the company also provide a different training for a different member ranks to gain some more customer retention. So thank you for your kind attention. I think that's all from my presentation. Okay, Bu Amelia, you there? All right, since Bu Amelia also maybe on her way, okay, to some places, and then I think I will go for the next presenter is Rio Kurniawan with his paper is Perceived Faculty Readiness and Student Satisfaction during Online Learning in COVID Pandemic. Okay. Okay, let me share my screen. Rio is also not able to come into this presentation and conference, so I will represent Rio as a second author to give a presentation okay, for this conference. Yeah. Share screen. Okay, so the title of the paper is Perceived Faculty Readiness and Student Satisfaction during Online Learning in COVID-19 Pandemic. This is the case study in STM or Sekolah Tinggi Management or IPMI International Business School. Okay, we scope this. So this is the introduction due to the COVID-19 pandemics and Surat Edaran, which is a regulation from the minister concerning the implementation of education policy, which requires all teaching learning process are carried out online learning. And it is found from the Minister of Education previous research that 89% of the students are not satisfied with online learning. So institution in Indonesia, 98% do the commence the online classes and 2% do offline. So students prefer they do offline, 89%, and 11% prefer they do the online classes. Okay, so according to the marks, Sibley and Arbo, student satisfaction is influenced by the quality between student and teacher interaction in the classroom. Also, another researcher said that student satisfaction influenced by student adaptability in the class. So, however, there are limited study on the role of faculty readiness, whether or not the faculty readiness will influence the relationship between student satisfaction and student adaptability. So the research will examine student adaptability as moderator between student satisfaction, and it will be novelty of the research. This is our research objective. So to investigate the level of student satisfaction among the students in IPMI International Business School, to evaluate the relationship between student interaction, ability, and student satisfaction, and to evaluate the relationship between student adaptability and student satisfaction, and also to evaluate the moderating effect of faculty readiness in relationship between student adaptability and student satisfaction. Okay, based on our literature review, we found that quality interaction is quality that has a close relationship with how the student interacts with the class and the teacher. And also that the result of interaction is the creation and maintenance of trust between community members institutionally. Interaction can be born when the vision and goals of one organization are similar to the common vision and goal. So based on our literature review, we come up with this model. So the faculty readiness as a moderating role between the student adaptability and student satisfaction. We also have hypothesized that student interaction ability has a positive effect to student satisfaction. Student adaptability has a positive effect to student satisfaction, and the positive relationship between student adaptability and student satisfaction will be stronger when the faculty readiness is high. So we want to prove whether or not the faculty readiness has a moderating effect on the student adaptability and student satisfaction. And this is the methodology that we use. Our research design based on the quantitative, and our population is only student in IPMI International Business School. We are using proportional stratified sampling between BBA and MBA degree, and sample size determined by using the table of Cohen. The data collection tool is using survey questionnaire, using the analysis tool of SPSS and Smart PLS3. We also test the reliability and validity of the questionnaire using convergent construct, Cronbach alpha, and Pearson correlation. Also, this is the operationalization of variable. We use dimension to operate the variables, and also we use Likert scale 1 until 5. And then this is how we find from out of the research. We have male students, more than female in business school. And then the group of age is 20 years to 25 years and above is majority. And then educational level is MBA. On the research is more than the BBA student. And then the mean value of the variable, the highest score is for the student adaptability. And this is what we have on the model, the result. It says that student interaction ability to student satisfaction is supported. The hypothesis means that they have relationship and a strong relationship between them. And then student adaptability to student satisfaction also supported our hypothesis. And however, there is no moderating effect of faculty readiness in between that effective between the student adaptability to student satisfaction. Means that the higher the readiness or the lower the readiness, it doesn't impact the relationship between student adaptability and student satisfaction. Okay, this is our finding and discussion. So why is that? Because this could be interpreted that 60% of students who participate in the survey is around 25 and 50% are in magister or master program who are already mature. They used to have responsible to their duty. So it doesn't matter the faculty member are ready or not for the course or for the technology. It doesn't change the relationship between adaptability and satisfaction. Okay, so this is the conclusion and recommendation of our study. So the current study found that high student satisfaction level among the students in IPMI, International Business School. So there is no moderating effect of faculty readiness between student adaptability and student satisfaction. However, faculty were asked to increase their empathy and reliability because we also give an open-ended question in the survey. And then 3, the subsequent studies should be carried out. This is our recommendation for the next research, that it should be separately between BBA and MBA. And we also recommend the longitudinal study before and after COVID-19 pandemic. So thank you for the kind attention. That's a presentation from Rio Kurniawan and myself. Okay, Amelia, are you there? Okay, maybe she's still busy.
Yes, I'm still on the way, so please, cover up for me.
Okay, all right, we'll do so. So we will move to the 4th presenter, which is from Bobby Herman Parluhutan Tambunan with Dr. Firdaus Basbet with the paper called Behavioral Intention to Use LMS, Learning Management System, using Technology Acceptance Model, an empirical study, also in IPMI International Business School. I think this is my last presentation using, they were my student and now they are already graduate. I think I will represent their present. Okay, let me share Bobby presentation. Okay. Sebentar. All right, the The title is Behavioral Intention to Use Learning Management System Using Technology Acceptance Model and Empirical Study in Business School. Okay, so this is the introduction. It's from the EDUCAUSE Center for Analysis and Research. There was a previous research that said that lecturer access to LMS only 32.5%, while the program has been launched since September 2019. So we want to know how acceptance level of LMS among faculty members and how it should be improved. So people tend to use or not use an application to the extent they believe it will help them perform their job better. The acceptance level is affected by perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness, and behavioral intention to use. This is adopted from the theory of technology acceptance model by Davis in 1981. Okay, so our research objective is to evaluate the effect of perceived ease of use on the perceived usefulness among our faculty members on the acceptance of learning management system, and then to evaluate the effect of perceived usefulness on behavioral intention, and to evaluate the effect of perceived ease of use on the behavioral intention, and also the mediating role between the perceived ease of use and behavioral intention. Okay, so we've been through the literature review. We went to perceived usefulness. So according to Davis, the definition of perceived usefulness is the degree to which an individual believes that using a system will contribute to achieving a certain goal. So perceived usefulness is strongly related to user satisfaction. And then perceived usefulness can be measured by 6 indicators. So we will use this in dimension to collect our data. So perceived ease of use can be defined as the degree to which a person believes that using a particular system will be free of problem. So which reflect that business is a limited resource for someone who will allocate it to various activity. Perceived ease of use has been considered a component of website system. It's by Liu and Arnett, and also we cite Wang, Tang, and Tang works about the perceived ease of use. So behavioral intention to use is the tendency of behavior to keep using a technology. So the level of use of a computer technology is someone can be predicted from the attitude of the attention to the technology. Okay, so someone will do something behavior if they have the desire or interest to do it. In a study made by Sigdam and Topku 2015 to understand the predictor of interaction behavioral intention, they found positive influence of perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness on the behavioral intention. So we also study the relationship between all the variables, and then we found that this is our framework, that behavioral intention to use the system is mediated by perceived usefulness and also influenced by perceived ease of use. This is our hypothesis that perceived usefulness has a mediating effect on behavioral intention to use the system among the lecturer in ITME. So this is our methodology. We're using quantitative, and our population is MBA and BBA faculty members in ITME International Business School. Using purposive sampling. Sample size we determine using the table Cohen. And data collection tools, we are using survey questionnaire and data analysis tool. We use SPSN and Smart PLS3 software. Also, the questionnaire will be have been tested using pilot study and measure the Cronbach alpha and Pearson correlation. This is our findings and also the discussion. Demographic profile of the respondent is male faculty members, 65%. And then the range of the age is 50 to 60 is the majority of the our respondent. Okay, this is our result. It says that PET coefficient of PEU to behavior is strong. That's why and also the TP value is saying that our hypothesis is supported. Also, the PEU to PU means the perceived ease of use to PU also positive, has a positive relationship, and PU to behavioral intention also supported. So we also prove that perceived usefulness mediate the relationship between perceived ease of use and behavioral intention. Okay, so this is the discussion that based on the result, the data processing that has been done using PLSM, it is found that perceived usefulness has positive effect and the moderating role is 39%, mediating the relationship between perceived ease of use and behavioral intention. Means that if we want to increase the behavioral intention, then we have to increase the perceived usefulness of the system, and then we try to sell. So they have to have an ownership of the management system. Our conclusion and recommendation that the current study found that LMS or AdLink that we use is easy to use, perceived by the faculty members, and female faculty members has a higher behavioral intention to use AdLink than the male faculty members. And two, that there was a mediating effect of perceived usefulness. And also number three, our recommendation for future research, we recommend that longitudinal study, a better way to seek relationship at a different period, and comparing the acceptance level among lecturers from another with other university. Okay, so thank you for the kind attention. This is my last presentation, and I will move to others. Presenter is we are going to the last presenting is Reynaldo Karismananda, Lisa Agustina Maurinello, and Ibu Deti Nur Fadila with their paper titled Repurchase Intention of Youth Generation on Local Fashion Goods in Indonesia, Perspective of Perceived Value, Trust, and Brand Image. So for the group, screen and time are yours now.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Firdaus. Allow me to share my presentations. So the topic of our research is about repurchase intention of youth generation on local fashion goods in Indonesia, perspective of perceived value, trust, and brand image. So the authors are Reynaldo, Liza, and also Deti, is me, that I will be a representative of our team. So when we talk about fashion goods in Indonesia, the current trend is that majority of young people, they are more, they prefer to have global brands compared to local brands, because they have perceived that the international brands are more popular, are more trendy, are more cool than the local products in Indonesia. But then we found that based on the market share, the global brands have been dominating the market of fashion industry, and majority of them are from European countries. So while the local fashion products in Asia, they have growing trends with the emergence different brands, from the streetwear to sustainable fashion goods like eco-friendly fashion products. And but then they found that the issues is that to compete with the global brands. And based on the trends that a majority of young people prefer to buy or import or international or global brands. So this study is actually to help the entrepreneur, especially for small and medium enterprises that are focusing on selling of fashion products, especially for the local fashion products, to analyze further about the repurchase intention of young people to buy a local product based on the variable that we use. The first one is the trust, perceived value, and also brand image. That's why the objective of our study is to understand whether trust affect the youth repurchase intention towards local fashion goods in Greater Jakarta. And then the second objective is to understand whether perceived value affects the youth repurchase intentions towards local fashion goods in Greater Jakarta. And the last one is to understand whether brand image affects the youth repurchase intention towards local fashion goods in Greater Jakarta. So when we talk about literature review, there has been many numerous studies that discuss about the repurchase intentions, and they majority of them discuss about the customer decision making that influence them to buy again the product. So it could consist of several factors like cultural, social, personal, psychological factors, which is based on the previous study by Unal and Aidin in 2013, in the Hing Awati et al. In 2019, and Nguyen et al. In 2019. And another study also support that opinions that personal, psychological, social, and cultural aspect play important role in purchasing in customer purchasing process. And Dufat in 2015 also mentioned another factors that could influence the repurchase intention, such as age, life stage, work, education, and financial conditions. And the repurchase intention itself is more about their motivation, their perception, they believe about a product, so that they could have motivation to buy that product again. And our independent variable, one of our independent variable is trust. There also have been many studies that discuss about trust as an independent variable or either dependent variables. And when we talk about the definition of trust, it's more about the ideas, it's about the belief of someone towards the object, which is in this case is the local fashion products. So when they have a belief, they have a trust that the quality, it could be about quality, it could be about the comfortness, it's about the shopping experience that they get from that local fashion products. It could influence their repurchase intentions. So trust is about some perception or something that they build based on the employee reputation. Also, it could acquire customer to trust before it may purchase the goods or services. And our second independent variable is the perceived value. So in perceived value, we actually want to know whether the perceived value could influence the repurchase intention regarding the local fashion products, because perceived value is more about their essential basis in relational transactions when they purchase their local fashion products. So it's more about the gains and losses, or the gains or benefit that they will get from the product. So we believe that this variable also could give, I could say that relationship with our dependent variable, which is the repurchase intentions. And the last independent variable is the brand image. We choose to use the brand image because we believe that brand image could play an important role in analyzing further about the repurchase intention among youth, because based on the data, based on the facts that the market share of fashion products from among the young people, they prefer to have international or global brands compared to the local brands. So we want to know whether the brand image of the local product could influence their repurchase intentions. And the brand image in this study has been discussed actually by previous researchers. It could be about the value of the brand of the company that the product they bought, and then the packaging, the name, the logo, and other materials that reflect the companies or the brands. And here the theoretical framework. So based on this previous studies, we could conclude that trust have a positive relationship with the youth repurchase intention of local fashion goods, and perceived value have a positive relationship with the youth repurchase intention of local fashion goods, and brand image have a positive relationship with youth repurchase intention of local fashion goods. And for the methodology, we use a quantitative approach, and for the sampling method, we use the purposive sampling because our study is focusing on young people. So we try to filter the age based on the age range from 15 to 24. And then the study also focusing on Greater Jakarta because majority of the local fashion products are located in this area. And then we also think that the trends or the preference of the fashion product comes from the big city. So we try to make it limitations, in this case, just focus on Greater Jakarta. And then the consumers of the consumers of local fashion goods only. And for the data analysis technique, we use SAM-PLS. So we try to analyze the descriptive and the inner model by running the validity and reliability, and also outer model PLS for goodness of fit and hypothesis testing. And for the sample size, we actually use the 10 times rule by Hare et al. 2014 because we have 12 indicators for all the variables. So we expect that we could get 120 respondents. And then for the primary data, and then for the we use a 5-point Likert scale, and then we distribute the questionnaire by Google form. So based on the finding, we could see that a majority of our respondents are male, and then their age are about 19 years old and domicile in Jakarta. And then for the education is high school, and then most of them are students, and with the income about 3 million to 5 million rupiah, and then for the monthly purchase of local fashion product is 1. And based on the validity and reliability, we could conclude that we pass for the test, as you can see on the table. And based on the bootstrapping, we found that the hypothesis one, which is trust, have a positive effect towards youth. Repurchase intention of local fashion goods is not supported, which means that it's not significant, because we reject the hypothesis because the p-value is 0.814, which is higher than 0.05, while the other two variables, perceived value and brand image, has a positive effect towards yield. Repurchase intention of local fashion goods is supported because the p-value is lower than 0.05. So from the finding, we could say that majority of young people in Greater Jakarta, they are willing to buy local fashion product because of the perceived value that they could get from the product, such as the quality of the product, the benefit they could get from the product. Because for the local fashion product, it's not only majority of the seller, they actually try to develop, especially for startup, they try to develop their own brand. So they are more creative. They put their creativity and they put their best effort in providing a good quality of the materials, and then the customer service using the social media. So they believe that perceived value is something that they seek from the local fashion products. And for the brand image, we found that there are many local fashion brands that are going abroad as well. And the brand image is something that they seek for the young people, because they don't want, especially during this e-commerce trends where we can buy the product from online. So they prefer to buy something from the brand that they already know, compared to explore for a new brands, because they don't want to put their money on something they believe would not give any values for their money. And for the conclusion and recommendations, so the objective of the research is to find out whether trust, perceived value, and brand image affect the repurchase intention of youth towards local fashion products in Greater Jakarta area. So we conclude that trust have no significant effect towards the repurchase intention, while the perceived value and also brand image have a positive impact towards repurchase intention. And perceived value is more about the brands, the perceived value of the product and the brand, which include their value for money, value for time and effort, and other added values. While for the brand image, is more about their positive image, quality, customer perception towards the company, attract trade customer intention to repurchase items. So the benefit or contribution of this study is to actually help startup or small and medium enterprises during COVID-19. Who are trying to explore more in fashion products, to really put their effort to provide a perceived value and also good brand image for the customers, so that their business will go succeed. And then for the customers, it's more for the benefit of academic. We believe that the study will fill the gap between the theory and actual practice, and also to expand the theory in the marketing area or marketing field. So I think that's it, the presentation from our research. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Budeti, for the presentation. It's actually excellent presentation. And now we have a question and answer session. So we allow three of the attendants to raise the question. So any question from the session 1? Any question? Anybody? So any presenter? No? Okay, we check on the chat box. It's also there is no question. So if now there is no question, then I will ask the presenter number 1, Ibu Dana, about the recommendation of your. Ibu Dana is still here, or?
Actually, I want to add something about
okay.
The first
All right,
presentation.
so
As you know, there are lots of Muslim in the world, and because of these reasons, strategies and innovations in strengthening Islamic financial products branding in Indonesia. Actually, it can be prepare papers from different countries like this topic, and I think there is a huge need about this topic. These kind of studies from different countries of the world too. What do you think about this, Sri Dana Afriza?
Dana, you still here? I think she has left already. Okay, I was about asking the same question with you to Ibu Dana. All right, but she's not available to answer the question. I will take a note and then come back to you after this session, if that's all right to you, yeah? Okay. All right, we'll come back to you with the answer from Ibu Dana. Okay. Anyone want to comment or to add questions since we have 5 more minutes? Maybe my question goes to Ibu Deti, yeah. With your models, so what is the recommendation again for all the youth on this? What is your independent variables?
Report intention.
Yeah, repurchasing intention. So how to improve the repurchasing intention? So was that the research during pandemic or after the pandemic?
The study is actually conducting during pandemic, so we could say that it is also one of the effort from us as a researcher to explore more about what will be the factors that could boost the economic through in our fashion industry.
Okay, so do you think that it's also a longitudinal study will be beneficial to
Yes, Bu. Yes,
okay.
Doctor.
All right, so thank you very much for the answer. I think, yeah. Hi, Charitas. You want to add something? No.
Actually, dear moderator, she from the message part of this Zoom meeting.
Okay, so this is a question of Charitas to Deti, to the presenter of repurchasing among the youth. Can you please explain that was the purchase power affect these two? So it means that the purchasing power affect the purchasing repurchasing. Is that the question?
Yes.
Okay. So Budeti.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Frida, and thank you very much to Charuta. In answering your questions, we believe that purchasing power also affect the repurchase intentions, because when we have more power, when we have positive purchasing power, especially during the economic recessions or so.
Charuta, we cannot hear you clearly.
Okay, maybe I can add more. Yes.
Yeah, please, Bulisa.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Firdaus. And thank you for the question. I think specifically for this research, purchasing power would be like in the descriptive study, but not specifically we tested it into the inferential statistics like the hypothesis testing. So we're not specifically analyze the variable on the research model. So hopefully maybe on the further research, it will be analyzed further about the purchasing power.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Charita. So thank you all the attendants and the presenters. Let's give applause to ourselves. So you are the best. So, okay. So with that, I will end this session 1. Thank you for Sridana, Bu Wiwi, and Shafa. Also for Bobby, Mahonri, Lucas, and Rio. And thanks go to Reynaldo, Ibu Lisa, and Deti Nurfadila. So thank you very much for the time allotted for this matter. So I will see you soon in the next session too. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Dear Firdaus, Firda Baset, I hope I am pronouncing better.
Yeah.
Your
my name is Firdaus.
Yes, Firdaus. Thank you very much. It was a great moderation, and all the presentations were very good. I appreciate for this session. Thank you very much for all.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Luan Hocam, dear Luan, dear Dr. Luan. Luan Hocam. Dear Luan.
Dear Kerim.
Yeah, we can proceed with your session, session 2.
Okay. Just a second. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me, Kerim?
Yes, I hear you. I am connecting to Asoç Prof. Dr. Duygu Hıdıroğlu. We have actually 10 minutes to start your session, but if you want, we can start with you.
Okay.
You can moderate the session too. I will call right now Asoç Prof. Dr. Duygu Hıdıroğlu.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Luan Bardare, Professor Assistant in Princeton University. If you want, we can just start to make a presentations of professors. Dear Prof. Kerim, do we need to start with the second presentation or with Samra?
Yes, you can go on with the second presentation.
Okay. The second presentation is the Science of Society, Saga of Science Organization in Eastern India with Sukalyan Gain. Dear Sukalyan.
Yes, sir. I'm audible, sir. Am I audible, sir?
You can start with your presentation. Just
okay.
Share your presentation screen.
Okay. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, I just share my screen also. Sir, can you see my presentation, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Respected chairperson and all the committee members of the International Social Science Congress, all the dignitaries, resource persons, research scholars, professors, and ladies and gentlemen. The title of my paper is Science for Society, Saga of Science Organizations in Eastern India. First of all, you all know the basic meaning of science, and the basic meaning of science is special knowledge. But the speciality of that particular knowledge is to understand everything by reasoning and through the accurate observations. In the year of 1947, after independence, a number of organizations were established in India, which had taken several steps to expand the concept of science for society. Undoubtedly, science and the technology growth can bring a major shift in the human attitude towards life and society. In a welfare state like India, the state has responsibility to cater the needs of the people for the excellence of science. For that purpose, science and technology is required to be utilized the state. Along with the state, some science organizations also try to do works for betterment of the life through using the science and technology methods. These complementary efforts have been referred to as the science movement. At the beginning stage of my research work, I was looking for some books, and I was finding, and especially I was looking for some books related to history and sciences. And first of all, I told some two books. I mentioned the two books which was written by John Desmond Burnell, and the two books is The Social Function of Science, and another book is Science and History. In the book of Social Function of Science, the book emphasized on the social responsibility of a scientist. In the another book, Science and History, the book was published into two parts. The first volume begins with the discussions of the particular nature and the methodology of science. In the second volume, focusing on the period of developing and establishment of the modern science. It begins with work of Renaissance and continues with the discussions of the stimulus given scientific development by emerging 7th century capitalism. Our final section takes up to industrial revolutions and the manner in which science and technology transform to the whole nature of human society. Along with that, Burnell analyzed the correction of the between history of science is very remarkable. In the next part, I've mentioned three books: Science and the Raj, Science, Technology and Colonizations, and the Indian Experience. And Indian Experience, Western Science in Modern India. The scientific research and the environment research on that colonial period, especially effect to the colonial science, to the contemporary science and economy, along with the information and institutional education of science of various types of limitations were highlighted in those books. But there are few questions I have been founded that no books have been written about science clubs at all. What was the role in the spread of the science after independence? What were the major objectives of the science movement enforced by those organizations under review? How far they succeeded in achieving their goals? And did they complement with the government act as a pressure groups? In the early stage, I have mentioning some science organization, Eastern Science Club. In the year of 1947, after independence, in the eastern part of India, there are few science organizations was established, like Bongyo Bigyan Parishad, which was established in West Bengal, Calcutta. Assam Science Society was established in Assam. Rohini Science Club also established in Bihar, and the many more science organization was established in the eastern part of India. And the methodology, the proposed that article, which I've been mentioned on my written articles, that proposed article is a qualitative research and will follow the inductive method. This will be the undertaken through field survey, interviews, and the exploring organization documents, journals, annual reports, audit reports, leaflet, etc. Let's begin. In the year of 1948, the famous scientist Satyendra Bose was established Bongyo Bigyan Parishad in West Bengal, Calcutta.
Do you hear me?
Sorry?
Can you tilt the computer screen forward? We can't really see you totally.
Sorry, please.
Can you tilt the computer screen forward, we can't really see you totally, your face.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Yes, that's better.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Sorry
so
for-
much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Is it visible, my presentation, sir?
It's great. We see your presentation and
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. At the initial stage of the work of Bigyan Porishad, they also focusing on their magazine, published in the magazine. The name of the magazine was Gyano Bigyan, in the magazine published in Bengali language. And the editor of that magazine is Gopal Chandra Bhattacharya, a famous scientific science journalist, science writers and science writers also. And the few summer books related are are published from the Bangla Bigyan Porishad in that stage. But the work of Bangla Bigyan Porishad was not only confined in the publishing of Gyano Bigyan magazine and the science textbooks. It also took initiatives to publish popular science books and organize some events like National Science Day in the year of National Science Day 1963, Hiroshima Day 1970, and they, in addition to this work, they organized some science fairs in Calcutta in the early stage of 1970s. After that, they take initiative to spread science awareness among the students' school level. That's why they organize multiple exhibitions in schools. In the another phase, I'm going to the Assam states. A few years after the independence, a science organization was formed in the Guwahati and Assam. The name of that organization was Guwahati Science Society, which was established in 1953. After the establishment of Guwahati Science Society, after 5 years, in the year of 1958, the Guwahati Science Society has renamed the Assam Science Society. The organization was formed with the aim of spreading science consciousness, promoting the environment, and building rational society for several districts of Assams. And you can show that there are some activities, and these are the journals up there, which was, and the right side journal name is the Bigyan Jyoti, which was first published in 1962, and the left side journal name of the journal is Journal of Assam Science Society, which is published in 1953 and 1953 also. In the other stage, in the Jharkhand state of India, there are first science club was established in Jharkhand state, and the name of the science club is Rohini Science Club. And they are kindly concerned with the improvement of science educations and trying to supplement the formal educations in the effort to make it more comprehensive and interesting. They encourage creative works and ventures like science exhibitions, project works, field works, excursions, lectures, seminars, discussions, study groups, film shows, and many more, and the covering with wide area. The club has made it possible for the large number of youngsters to find the expansion for the scientific interesting. And I'm showing some publications of the Rohini Science Club also. And I'm going to my conclusion part. In the first part, the main point of the science temperament is to verify everything through examination. Science organizations have significant contribution in this regard. The publication made by the organizations were of a great help for the promoting of the scientific outlook. A number of science organizations in India had taken several steps against superstitions. Organizational journals and books were one of the weapons in the fight against superstitions. And the organization focused on the science for society ideals to make people aware not only the scientific knowledge, but the scientific temper, which is more significant in the contemporary India. And the success is coming. After the few years later, the first All India Science Club conference was going to organize in West Bengal small district. The name of the district, North Chobbish Pargana, the name of the place is Gobardanga, which is situated in West Bengal. And the first All India Science Club conference will be held on 1979. And at present, there are many science organizations were established in West Bengal, India, and many other parts of India like Maharashtra, Delhi, Kerala, Karnataka, and then tried to awareness among the people for scientific awareness and said science is not for science is not for specific people. They sense the science is for all. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. That's it, my presentation. Thank you.
Again, thank you for your great presentation. The other authors or the other colleagues, if you have any comments or questions to Professor Gain. Okay, I hope they are not. Okay, we will continue with the second presentation of Duygu Hıdıroğlu. With the title of presentation is Entrepreneurship Financing through the Local Equity Markets and Access to Loans and Gender Perspective, Regression Analysis of Country Effects. Dear Duygu.
Thank you,
and please, dear Professor Duygu, after this presentation, you need to continue as moderator of the session.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear professors and participants, welcome. I hope everyone who is going to present in this session is well. And the session started a little early, so I will moderate the rest of the session. Sorry, could you please shut down the... Okay, thank you. I will share my screen. Today, as Mr. Shwardari mentioned, I will present to you entrepreneurship financing through local equity market and access to loans. And the research motivation is like this. We investigate how high impact entrepreneurship is related to both individual and institutional factors. And a little I mentioned literature part. Entrepreneurship is defined as any entrepreneurial activity such as self-employment, a new business by an individual, a team of individuals, or an established business. And by high impact entrepreneurship, we mean improvement-driven and innovative entrepreneurial activity and early-stage entrepreneurial activity that is driven by profit opportunity and growth. And entrepreneurship is one of the most widely studied phenomena, and the literature identifies many factors that are related to entrepreneurship as well. And these factors include individual factors, psychological, social, economic, and political, and so on. And many environmental factors related with the entrepreneurship as well. And most of studies focus on either the individual, micro, or macro factors, and they ignore the others. There are few studies that investigate the determinants of entrepreneurship using multi-level analytical framework and large sample of data. And most of studies don't distinguish between high impact and low impact entrepreneurship. And one of study that Aldrich proposed a framework that neatly depicts the factors that shape the supply and demand side determinants of entrepreneurship. And most of studies focus on either the individual factors and environmental factors. And there are few studies that investigate determinants of entrepreneurship using a multi-level analytical framework and large sample of data. Finally, most studies don't distinguish between, as I mentioned before, high impact and low impact entrepreneurship. I'll skip these. The supply side determinants of entrepreneurship, demographic and socio-economic characteristics of the population is mentioned. And one of the examples is that about educational attainment, self-confidence, fear of failure, entrepreneurship, education and programs are all supply side determinants of entrepreneurship. And given supply side and demand side factors, the individual evaluates the cost and benefit of disengaging or engaging in entrepreneurial activity. Entrepreneurship is observed when benefits exceed the costs. And the governments intervene through policy and formal institutions when the observed level of entrepreneurship is lower than the expected level of entrepreneurship. These are the examples of government support, regulation, and law and financing. These are all the government side of factors that affecting entrepreneurship level. And two financial factors of influences mostly on entrepreneurship. The first factor is financing through local equity markets, as we get a factor in our study, and the other is access to loans. The study argues that the likelihood of entrepreneurship increases with financing through local equity market and access to loans. Our conceptual framework is here, and the low participation in entrepreneurship and the low level of women entrepreneurship is often linked by the financial incentives. Thus, the assumptions in this study suggest that entrepreneurship facilities could easily increase on development, not in financial environment. This study argues that organizational environment of an entrepreneur highly impacts the entrepreneurship level of individuals. And the study firstly explores the effect of gender on entrepreneurship and then effects of financial environment on both the level of entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurship. We add gender factors in our study as well. The key question of the study is how does the development of financial system in a country affect both entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurship? We have three hypotheses actually, and one of it about the effects of gender on entrepreneurship. And hypothesis one states that females have less entrepreneurial motivation than males. I will skip these explanation parts. Long. I put a figure here, as you can see from figure one. While the rate of women entrepreneurship initiating entrepreneurship is 13% in North America, the other countries get 24% in Middle East, and North African countries have 25% in Europe, and Central Asian countries as well. You can see all percentage, all distribution in here in worldwide. The figure one states the entrepreneurship rates of female and male entrepreneurs worldwide in 2000, between 2019 and 2020. And the other hypothesis is about the effects of facilitation of financing through local capital on entrepreneurship. And we have two hypotheses in here. One states that there is a positive relationship between the ease of obtaining financing through local capital in a country and the rate of entrepreneurship, and the other, there's a states that there is a positive interaction between gender and the ease of obtaining financing through local capital, namely as financing becomes easier through local capital and the proportion of women among entrepreneurs increases. And the other, our third hypothesis is about the effects of the ease of access to credits on entrepreneurship loans, actually. And we have two hypotheses in here. One says that there is a positive relationship between the ease of access to credit and the rate of entrepreneurship in a country. And the other says that there is a positive interaction between gender and ease of access to loans, namely as access to loans becomes easier. I will skip here. Actually, I want to tell something, a couple of sentences about our data sets. In order to test the hypothesis of our study, data at the individual level and entrepreneurship rates at the country level were obtained from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, GEM, entrepreneurship database. And GM has been collecting data from many countries since 1999 with two different survey methods. One of these surveys is a survey of at least 2,000 people randomly selected from each country. The survey measures the behavior and attitudes of entrepreneurs. The other is the survey made at at least 36 experts from each country. With the survey, it was aimed to analyze the entrepreneurship environment. These are details about the measurement criteria. And by bringing together the entrepreneurship rates of newborn and new entrepreneurs, a scale that gives the entrepreneurship rate of any country and called total early stage entrepreneurial activity. Total early stage entrepreneurial activity, we get it in our analysis from GEM database was determined in this study. And most of the studies in the literature analyze entrepreneurship in the category of total early stage entrepreneurship activity because the initiatives in this category are the initial stage. We prefer this TEA because of this reason, the same reason actually. And in the analysis on the data of two groups of entrepreneurs in the total early stage entrepreneur activity category were considered as data sets. And the data sets of the study is related to entrepreneurship rates covering approximately 200,000 people at the level of at least 93 countries between 2015 and 2020. It contains the most reliable and comprehensive GM data worldwide. Our dependent variable of the study is entrepreneurship rate, as you see. The dependent variable of this study was taken directly from the GM dataset. The entrepreneurship rates were obtained directly from the GM as well. GM asks entrepreneurs who participated in the survey questions about their entrepreneurial motivation and attempts. The dependent variable is measured with a scale built in a binary structure, and in cases where there is an entrepreneur who offers goods and services to the market as newcomers. We have also independent variables, gender factor, one of it is gender. This variable takes the value of if the entrepreneur is male, 1, and if the entrepreneur is female, 0 number. And we have another independent variable called ease of funding through local capital. And the other one is ease of access to credits or loans, as I mentioned before. We have also control variables, confidence, age. You can see the explanations in here. Due to our time limitations, I'm skipping this part. And we have also control variables as education, fear of failure, social capital, entrepreneurship experience. And I'm gonna mention our methods. Based on this framework, a large sample of cross-sectional time series data constructed by integrating several data based methods and the multi-level logistic regression estimation techniques with country random intercepts were used in our study. After controlling the industry effects, year effects, several individual and country level variables, effects on the measure of entrepreneurial activity, the study concluded that entrepreneurial activity and the women entrepreneurship improved by the factors financing the local equity market and ease of access to loans. I just put this table that mentioned the descriptive statistics results in here. Okay, the table 1 gives summary aspects of the data, as you know, the descriptive parts, and the 26% of the business in the dataset are classified as entrepreneurs, as you see. And based on the demographic variables, it could be argued that the average of the entrepreneurs is 37 years old, and the entrepreneurs are graduated from high school at average level, and 42% of the entrepreneurs are women. And looking at the cognitive characteristics of the entrepreneurs, it is seen that 85% believe that they have the knowledge and skills needed to be successful in entrepreneurship. Apart from this, it is understood that 64% of them have at least one entrepreneur in their social network among their acquaintances, but only 10% have a previous entrepreneurial experience. And we have hypothesis testing results in here. As you see, all of them accepted. And table 2 presents the mixed effect model logistic regression estimation results using hypothesis testing in this study due to the high correlation between the infant variables that measure the development of the financial system. Testing all hypotheses simultaneously testing the regression model being a multi-connectivity problem. And you can also see other details here. I will skip. As I am moderator, I give importance to time using efficiently. And I put 2 graphs in here. The first one shows the interaction between gender and funding through local capital. Accordance with the women and men differences, gender differences. And model 1 and model 2 states the effects of facilitation of financing through local capital. And I will share my presentation after all. If you want, you can see all details in here. And I will skip the other graph. States the interaction between genders, illustrates the interaction between gender and ease of access to credit, as you see. I will, okay. As a conclusion, the results of the analysis are almost consistent with the conceptual framework of this study, in general defining to emphasize the importance of financial environment on entrepreneurship. And women's participation in entrepreneurial activities is also really close to, linked to these financial factors. And in the study, the role of entrepreneurship in the economy and the relationship between entrepreneurship with individual and institutional factors were examined, and it has been observed that the ease of financing through local and capital and the ease of access to loans have increased both entrepreneurship rates and women participation in entrepreneurship as well. And however, the improvement in women's entrepreneurship hasn't been as much as in men's entrepreneurship, in order for facilitating financing through local capital. I will skip. Further, the findings of the study constitute the hypothesis as expected, and eliminating negative impacts of inequality of opportunity between genders have positive effect on women's entrepreneurship. Supporting women by financial opportunities makes them more confident and motivated to be an entrepreneur. And small businesses and startups are important drivers of socioeconomic development on the world, and new ventures from the social structure and produce sustainable development because they are tightly connected to this sector. So the financial factors are really important. To sum up, in order to ensure that startups take the right place in the economy, the finance and other financial services that need enterprise need could be enough and accessible. I finished my presentation. I hope everything is okay. If any questions, I am pleasure to answer them. Any confusion or okay, then I will give a say to Dr. Umar Faruk Muhammad. He is going to present representation of women in media and other sectors. A study on gender perception, research scholar Nilofer Ara. Okay. Please go and share. We are seeing your we don't see your presentation actually. We just Dr. Mohammed, are you okay to present? Could you hear me? I will skip your order then. There's actually connection error or something. Okay.
No, we hear you, Asoç Prof. Dr. Duygu Öderoğlu, we hear you. Actually, Nilofer Ara was here. I will connect to her. We
Okay.
can skip her right now. I will connect her.
Okay. Then I will give essay to Samra Jusri, Assistant Professor Dr. Luan Vardari. Is it okay for you, Mr.? Okay.
Okay, dear Duygu, we'll start to our presentation now.
They are going to present management communication, cooperation, and integration.
So hello to all. I am Samra Yusufi. I'm the candidate in Master Studies in University of Prizren. So in these days, it's important for business to take employees and to employ them that are to focus on the work factor. Work factor, I mean the human resources. So communication, integration, and collaboration with each other of employees, it's very important in one organization. It's also important to communicate and with the management of that company. So the topic that I'm presenting today is the impact of communication, collaboration, and managerial integration on organizational succession behavior. Here we have the agenda. In the first chapter, we are going to talk about the introduction. Then we have the strategy review. In the third chapter, we have the methodology, data analysis, and in the end, we have the conclusion and recommendation.
Excuse me, you have double voice, so could you please? Okay.
Is now good?
It's okay right now.
Okay. Now we can start with the first chapter, which is introduction. Extending job requirements, commonly referred as OCB, or how we know that is organizational civic behavior, has received a great deal of recent research attention. Even in the 1919, it has an attention. In these times, the companies are interested to find the workers and employees that are ready to go above their requirements that the company needs from them. Higher level of collaborative communication lead to better coordinate and more successful task performance. And collaborative communication is a critical factor in integrating. Effective communication is an essential component of many relationships. So communication helps the employees to communicate with the organization, inside and out of the organization. It helps to make the relationships with the partners. I think to make them stronger, even with the customers. Everything starts with the human resources. Then we have the literature review. The first independent variable is communication. It's the flow of clear information that includes the formal and informal exchange of important and timely information. Then we have the second independent variable, which is collaboration. It's the process by which individuals and organizations join, engage, and develop physiological relationships. Then we have the third independent variable, which is integration, is the process of combining efforts. For example, to combine supply and demand information and inputs for internal planning. Then here we have the dependent variable, which is organizational citizenship behavior. Individual behavior that is discretionary, not directly recognized by the formal reward system, and promotes the proper functioning of the organization, is defined as OCB, or organizational citizenship behavior. Through active and voluntary attitudes and behaviors of employees, OCB can promote organizational productivity and improves business contact among employees. So that helps the employees to communicate, to make a better collaboration with each other. Here we have, according to Chiaburu et al., OCB, he tells that OCB includes three important behaviors. The first one, it's helping, which means the persons that are ready to help their colleagues and share important information with them. The second one is taking leaderships, which means striving for change and for innovation, like creating something new. And the last one, important behavior, is creative behavior, which means being prepared to present the creative ideas to the organizational development. Then we have the third chapter, which is methodology. In point 3.1, we have participants. We have collected the data from 250 participants. In the other hand, we have the instrument. For this research, we have used two types of instruments of questionnaires. The first one is for OCB. We have adapted it from Ursula Whiting. The second one is for communication, collaboration, and integration. We adopted this one from Andreas Wiedland. We also used the Likert scale to do this questionnaire. The first one has 10 statements, and the second one has 4 statements for each of variables. Then we have the hypothesis. Based on the research, we have made this hypothesis. The first one is a positive relationship between communication and OCB. The second one is a positive relationship between collaboration and OCB. The third one is a positive relationship between integration and OCB. The fourth one is a positive relationship between communication and collaboration. In this situation, we have 2 types of independent variables, how they have a relationship with each other. And the last one is a positive relationship between communication and integration. In the right side of the slide, we have the research model where we based to analyze the data that we collected. Then we are here in the 4th chapter. We have data analysis. In the table 1, we can see the descriptive statistics. Based on the studying level, the bachelor degree was the most repeated degree from the participants with 34.4%. Then, according to the gender, the males take 50.8% of the total, and women take 49.2% of the total. Based to the age, the most repeated age by the participants is 29 years old with 28%. And the last one of the descriptive statistics is based to the income. The most repeated income is 301 to 600 euros with 30.4% of the participants. Here we have the model. In the left side, we have the proposal model, and in the right side, we have the final model of analysis. Based to the analysis, the 3rd, 6th, and 7th of statements, we have to remove them because of the reason that their weight is low. Yes. Then we have the table 2. There we can see the result of PLSM algorithm analysis. In 2nd and in the 3rd column, we can see the Cronbach alpha and composite reliability analysis. This analysis has to be higher than 70%. So in this situation, all of the variables are good, and in this situation, they are accepted. Based to the average variance extracted, or AV, communication, collaboration, and integration are accepted because the weight of them, the value is higher than 50%. Expect to the OCB, which is lower than 50%. This one is not accepted. Now in the table 3, we have the hypothesis testing. the first hypothesis and the third one are not accepted because of the fact that p-value is higher than 5% or 0.05. The second one, fourth, and the fifth or the last one are accepted because of the p-value that is lower than 5%. In this situation, it is 0. Yes, the first of hypothesis is a positive relationship between communication and OCB. Each of hypothesis is the same text, just it's based on the a variable is dependent or independent. And in the end, we have the conclusion and recommendation. This study successfully proposed a model that unifies the relationship between communication, collaboration, employee integration in management work, and OCB. According to the results, there is a positive relationship between OCB and cooperation. However, there is no favorable relationship between OCB and communication, OCB and integration. These are the hypotheses that are rejected. Communication has also been shown to improve cooperation and employee integration in the workplace. And in the end, we have the recommendation. For future studies, we recommend researchers to use dependent and independent variables in addition to those mentioned in this report. Thank you for listening. If some of you have any question, I'm ready to answer it.
Thank you for your insightful opinions and research results for information sharing. Yes, Tamara, should speak. If any questions, we have time. I guess there's no question. Then I will give a say to Dr. Umar Faruk Mohammed again. Are you here, Mr.? If you hear me, could you please share your screen and your presentation, please? Okay. Dr. Umar Faruk Mohammed is going to present representation of women in media and other sectors. Okay, it's your turn, Mr. We couldn't hear your voice. Could you please on your microphone? Could you hear me? I guess there's a connection problem again. Dr. Umar Faruk Mohammed, please power on your microphone. Okay. No, again, you power off. Please power on your microphone. Mr. Kerim Karadal, you could open his microphone, maybe. Because you are a session coordinator.
Sorry.
Could you please power on Umar?
Yes, you can talk right now, Mr. Faruk.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. Pleasure to meet you at this material time. It is me, Dr. Umar Faruk Mohammed, an academic staff with Kebbi State University of Science and Technology here in Nigeria. As you can see, as it is visible, today I'm together with you to present a paper entitled Representation of Women in Media and Other Sectors, a study on gender perception, with first author in person of Nanofar Ara as a research scholar with Lovely Professional University. As you can see, the topic is representation of women in media and other sectors, a study on gender perception. So this is the agenda of the paper.
Sorry. Okay, you could continue right now.
Okay, this is the agenda of the paper. It has different segments. Number one, we have the introduction, followed by the formal participation and presentation and representation among women, followed by objective of the study, then research method, and the conclusion. Introduction. Gender is an important reflection in development. Obviously, whenever we talk about gender, we are simply referring to all human beings. Here, we mean to say that the role expected to be played with women and men. Therefore, the role or the participation of women and men is what brings about development in every society. The study of gender tends to look at cultural relativity regarding cultural relativity, including power, how it influences opportunities among distinct gender. Media plays a significant role in every society, and it can be an important in the endorsement of gender impartiality, both within and working environment, and in the representation of women and men. Women and girls frequently face inequity with regard to family law, inheritance, rights, and employment and poverty. In many parts of the world, men and women rely on a variety of customary and informal justice systems. Conversely, they tend to undergo from systematic gender bias with local male elites dominating the decision-making process. Women seriously suffer of poverty, inaccessibility to basic needs like healthcare delivery in most of developing countries. The gender and development argued for an enhanced understanding of power relations and the gender nature of systems and institutions, which impact on the lives of women and men rather than incorporating women into the existing patriarchal system. The focus on rights thus highlighting outcomes for different groups of women and tailoring rights construction to the needs of women who are most adversely exaggerated by lack of rights which the particular reforms targeted. Globally, women than men live in poverty, as we have just mentioned earlier. Women are also less likely than men to obtain basic education, to be appointed on opinionated position nationwide and worldwide. Before undertaking a gender examination or the representation or gender portrait within different sectors, it is of great importance to understand the concept of gender. That is, first, the World Development Report defines gender as socially constructed norms and ideologies which determine the behavior and actions of men and women. This socially constructed is something that has to do with society, is something that has to do with culture and cultural relativity, because the operations of culture differs from one society to another. The only thing here we mean to say that that's an association of creating of patriarchal system of government across the world. But the way women are treated here in Nigeria may be quite different with that of India. That's why we said that socially constructed norms and ideologies which determine the behavior and action of men and women. So understanding these gender relations and the authority dynamics behind them, it is a requirement for accepting individuals' access to an allocation of resources. This role is expected to be played.
You have 3 minutes left.
Hello?
You have 3 minutes left.
I can't hear you, Ma. You said?
You have 3 minutes left.
Okay. The World Development Report highlights the significance which directly targeted the unrelated constraints and obstacles to women's equal opportunity in order to improve output and advance longer-term development outcomes. Citizenship is seen as a relationship that encourages participation in a given society irrespective of gender, ethnicity, and religious sentiments. The focus is how individuals and groups, predominantly marginalized groups, that is to say, how male gender dominated the counterparts, that is the female. It is imperative to discover and encourage forms of conversation, involvement, and collective action that can provide the space for women's active contribution and mobilization. Formal participation and representation among women. First, regardless of increased involvement, women are still primarily minority within political system, which means that it persists to be complicated for them to have their voice heard. Yeah, with the contribution of conferences like this one, with the contribution of United Nations and other non-governmental organizations, there is a little bit achievement and development with involvement of women in so many aspects. But still, there are a huge gap between men counterparts. Secondly, women politicians have been specified or even recognized to pursuance of the needs of other women. If given chance to women, they may stand with their counterpart. They may protect the interests of their counterparts. Class, race, religion, socioeconomic position, sexual orientation, and disabilities are some of the many distinctions that can segregate women. By highlighting women's representation in media, past studies found that number of women that works in the media has been increasing globally, but the top positions, that is the publishers, executives, chief editors, and producers are still very male-dominated areas. This inequality is predominantly evident in developing countries, where cultural impediments to women fulfilling the role of journalists remain. Example, working far from home, traveling away from home, etc., are considered to fall within the masculine domain. By highlighting the Global Media Monitoring Project, which is the largest and longest running research on gender in the world's news media, reported that all over the world, female journalists are more likely to be assigned sub-subjects such as fashion, arts, family and lifestyle, modeling, entertainment, advertisement, beauty project, etc., only. The hard news, that is the politics and the economy, is much less likely to be written or covered by women. The level of participation and influence of women in the media also has implications for media content. Female media professionals are more likely to reflect other women than their male colleagues, as I have just mentioned earlier. Leadership and participation. Globally, women are underrepresented in decision-making, not only in the political sphere, but also within the private sector, at the village level, and in civil society organizations. Here, we mean to say that in every aspect of life, females tend to be marginalized.
Mr. D,
Hello?
You have no time right now. Please,
okay, let me quickly rush to the conclusion.
Your presentation. Okay.
Then the conclusions.
Okay.
We can confidently say that representation of women in different sectors is helping to reduce gender-related issues in our society, but still, there has been huge gap. The number of women working in the media has been increasing globally, but the top positions, producers, executives, chief editors, and the publishers are still very male-dominated areas. In order to promote a balanced vision of the roles of women and men in society, attention needs to be paid to identifying and addressing these various gender imbalances and gaps in the media. The involvement of key community leaders, such as teachers, cultural custodians, and government officials is also important for greater impact and sustainable change. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also wish to share this information with you. This is the book written by the first author of this paper. If you so wish, I can share the link with you so that you can go through it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Your insightful research results and your presentation. Could you please shut down the second share? And I will introduce you Assistant Professor Dr. Leon Vardari again. And their topic is about, their presentation is about analysis of published articles in the field of audits in Western Balkan countries.
Dear Duygu, we cannot make share screen.
Could you please, Dr. Umar Faruk,
yeah,
could you please shut down your screen share? Could you please shut down your presentation sharing?
Okay.
Thank you. It's your turn, Dr.
So if you are ready, we can start.
Yeah.
I am Chandra Mitucci. I am Master of Management and Informatics, as the moderator said. And now I'm going to present my presentation, which has to be with analysis of published articles in the field of audit in Western Balkan countries. Here is the agenda, which is divided in fourth section. First one, introduction. Second one, literature review. Third one, methodology, findings and discussion, and the conclusion and the recommendation. In Western Balkan countries, audit assumes significance because the performance, efficiency, cost, effectiveness, and productivity in public administration agencies and encompasses for the specific parts, but also managerial activities such as organizational and managerial. The most important and the key point on this aspect is that the audit is a very important process, which has to be with the use of standard of auditing, which has to be with the transparency of the state during the proven of financial statements. And the task of the auditors should be to make a major contribution in improving financial performance by reducing the possibility of reporting serious anomalies and ensuring the financial statements and prepared in accordance with accounting standards which have been established, norms, and the regulation. We have the model of the audit process model, which have to be with the inputs, processes, outputs, and the outcomes. All the factors are listed in the section. For example, in the inputs, we have internal audit, knowledges and skills. Processes have to be with internal audit, practices and procedures, and the outputs have to be with analysis, recommendation, counsel, and information. And the last sections have to be with outcomes, which are very important because we have to be with supporting the organization in the discharge of their responsibilities. Now we have the literature review. And now we have divided the audit for each country of Western Balkan. We will start with the Kosovo. Under Economic regulation in the period between 1999 and 2016 was established the internal audit department in the framework of the Central Fiscal Authority. Earlier, this institution was responsible for creating the basis of regulation and the audit to all state budgetary units. Under the constitution of the relevant laws, the national audit authorities of Albania are required to submit their annual report of their activity to the parliament. Financial communication through annual reports or external public audit activity is based on the principles of transparency and efficiency in the use of public resources to improve the public sector in the stringent relation with stakeholders. Republic of North Macedonia is among two countries which have begun the processes of harmonization of the standards and procedures which are accepted worldwide, as well as establishing an audit system which is compatible with the system which is developed in countries. Considering the new requirements of Bosnia and Herzegovina regulatory framework, it is evident that these extended competencies of external audit, despite the theoretical and conceptual essence of audit of financial reports, based on the requirements, we have to be with the standards of audit that the state used in order to oblige external auditors to evaluate risk management system in banks and to report the regulatory and supervisory body for the banking sector. According to the standards of the Institute of Internal Auditors, especially in EU countries, which have to adopt transitional countries such as the Republic of Serbia, Department of Internal Audit to conduct planning based on risk assessment, and that plans are reviewed and updated each year. Now we have methodology. Through this research, 64 scientific works from audit area have been analyzed. All of these scientific works have to be with countries of Western Balkan. Each country of Western Balkan used the auditing standards which help them to be more transparent and consistent with the work which is in compliance with auditing laws. Finding and discussion. The main finding of this paper identified that the most important input factors are those that are related to the values, ethics, and attitudes to the legal auditors during the audit process. Auditors have an ethical position in the audit profession, as well as the auditor's work experience has a positive impact on the quality of work. Also, audit system contribute to improvements in a way of public procurement in audited, which has enhanced the participants' professional knowledge on performance auditing. So every business entity in the economy of Western Balkan needs for a very public sector phases, which have to be with the internal and external auditing process. So in that way, using this form of auditing, the state will be more transparent in order to declare the financial statements as they are. Also, we have some conclusion and recommendation. So audit has an important role and the auditors are obliged to adhere the highest ethical and professional standards, as we said before, because that is the best way for the status. In that case of countries of Western Balkan, which have to be with financial statements using these international standards of audit. However, many stakeholders whose decisions are affected by audit reports express doubt and concern about the relevance of reliability. So using the accounting standards and legal regulation require for the companies and organizations to present their current financial condition in a most possible objective way. So we have to be with the disclosure or publication of data of the prescribed company or organization. Some recommendations are listed below. I would like to begin with when auditors are independent to work, the more productive and preventing the mismanagement they are. Also, the implementation of the audit standards have a positive impact or good management of public money. So the qualified auditor or the proper area of addition impacts positively on a good public money management. Accounting standards and legal regulation require from the companies and the organization to present their current financial condition in a most possible objective way. Supreme Audit Institution for the audit of the public sector should maintain their neutrality and independence from political influence. In that way, the audit process should be more independent in order to declare the position of the state as in the reality is. That's all for my presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will wait.
Thank you. If you have any questions, we have time about 2 and 3 minutes. I guess there's no question again. I would like to thank you for your valuable insight again. And I will skip the other presentation. Now, it is a Koro Assistant Professor Dr. Luan Vardari again will present the role and impact of management on employee performance and motivation in SMEs. And there's a note here. They are gonna present their presentation in Turkish. Is it right? No, aynen. Türkçe mi sunacaksınız hocam? Beni duyuyorsunuz değil mi? Edisa Koro sunacak galiba. Could you hear me? Edisa Koro? We are not getting your voice.
Burada devam etsem olur mu?
Olur tabii, olur.
Olur hocam
ama
ama
yine
kendi
şey
bilgisayarınızı
geliyor. Evet, çift. Aynen şu an iyi. Başlayabilirseniz çünkü kısıtlı zamanımız var. Biz sizin ekran paylaşımınızı görüyoruz.
Tamam. Tamam, şimdi sesim geliyor mu?
Geliyor, evet. Buyurun başlayın lütfen.
Sesim geliyor mu?
Geliyor.
Tamam. Benim adım Edisa. Öncelikle
ses kesildi şu an. Ben de sadece kesildi bilmiyorum ama. Kerim hocam ses sizde de mi gitti?
ben de duyamıyorum hocam.
Evet. There is a connection problem again. Could you please Semra Hanım'ın da
Luhan hocam sizin bilgisayarınızın sesini kullanabilir Edisa hocamız.
Edisa hocamız tamamen ayrılıp sizin bilgisayarınızdan bağlansa, screen share'i de oradan yapsanız ekran paylaşımını.
Hocam duyabiliyor musunuz şimdi?
Evet, duyuyoruz. Biz
Tamam.
Semra Hanım'dan direkt paylaşım yapsak daha iyi olur hocam herhalde.
Tamam.
Sizde sorun olmamış. Tamam.
Tamam.
Şimdi geldi. Başlayabiliriz. Tamam. Zaman kaybetmeden daha fazla.
Tamam, ben devam edeyim.
Evet.
İçerik olarak öncelikle girişimiz var. İkinci olarak literatür incelemesi, insan kaynakları yönetimi ve çalışan performansı ve motivasyonu ile ilgili konuşacağız. Üçüncü olarak metodoloji var. Dördüncü olarak bulgular ve tartışma. Beşinci olarak sonuç ve öneriler. Giriş, küçük ve orta ölçekli işletmeler ekonomik başarı için giderek daha önemli hale geliyor. Ve bu yüzden de bu iyi açıdan. Çünkü bütün yöneticiler artık daha da ilgili bu konuyla ilgili. Çalışan gelişimi, motivasyonu ve kaynak sağlamaya odaklanan insan kaynakları yaklaşımları çalışan davranış ve becerilerini de geliştirir. Onlara yani her zaman pozitif etkide bulunmaktadır. Bu araştırmanın amacı bir şirkette insan kaynakları yönetiminin küçük ve orta ölçekli firmalarda çalışan performansı ve motivasyonu üzerindeki etkisini değerlendirmektedir. Ayrıca çalışan performansı ve motivasyonunun birbiriyle bir ilişkisi olup olmadığı onu da öğreneceğiz sonuç olarak. Literatür incelemesi, öncelikle insan kaynakları uygulayıcılarının amacı yalnızca önceden var olan standartların veya yönetim seviyesinin uygulamak yerine şirket için en iyi uygulamaları geliştirmeye yardımcı olmaktadır. Çünkü her zaman her şirkette aynı stratejiler, aynı yöntemler bulunmamaktadır ve o yüzden de yöneticiler şirkete uygun ve onların çalışanlarına uygun yeni stratejiler ayarlamaları gerekiyor. O yüzden de kendi çalışanlarını çok iyi tanımaları gerekir. Çalışan performansı ve motivasyonu, çalışan performansı, performans değerlendirmeleri çalışanın motivasyonunu artırabilir ve yeni gelişmelere aktif olarak katılmaları için onlara her zaman ilham verebilir. Çünkü performansı bir işçinin daha yüksek olduğu anda şirketin performansı da her zaman daha da iyi olur ve rakiplerine karşı çok daha güçlü olmaya odaklanırlar. Çalışan motivasyonu, iş motivasyonu bir kişide belirli bir amaç için çabalamak ile ortaya çıkan bilinçli veya bilinçsiz bir arzudur. Ve her zaman bir işçi kendisini çalıştığı yerde mutlu hissediyorsa ve çalıştığı işten mutluluk diyorsa o işçi her zaman hem daha verimlidir hem de kendini çok daha güvenli hisseder çalıştığı yerde. Sonra hipotezlerimiz var metodoloji olarak. Öncelikle ilk hipotezimiz insan kaynakları yönetiminin çalışan performansı üzerinde olumlu bir etkisi vardır. İkinci hipotezimiz insan kaynakları yönetiminin çalışan motivasyonu üzerinde olumlu etkisi vardır. Ve üçüncü hipotezimiz çalışan performansının çalışan motivasyonu üzerinde olumlu bir etkisi vardır. Örnekleme, veri toplama ve analizler bulunmaktadır. Bütün katılımcılarımız 20 yaş ve üstü katılımcılardır. Bu sunumu hazırlamak için Google Form'u kullandık. 216 tane katılımcımız var ve en önemli analizlerimiz Chrome alfası, kompozit güvenilirlik ve çıkarılan ortalama varyans var. Kavramsal araştırma modelimiz, bir tane değişkenimiz, bağımlı değişkenimiz insan kaynakları yönetimimizdir. Çalışan performansı ve çalışan motivasyonu bağımlı olmayan değişkenlerimizdir. Ve insan kaynakları yönetiminin öncelikle çalışan performansına ve çalışan motivasyonuna etkilerini öğreneceğiz. Sonradan da çalışan performansının çalışan motivasyonunda ne çeşit bir etkisi olduğunu öğreneceğiz. Bulgular ve tartışma. Öncelikle ilk tablo demografik bilgilere sahiptir. Cinsiyet olarak %51.9 ile kadınlarımız daha fazlaydı, katılımcılarımız. Yaş olarak %56.5 ile 21 ile 30 yaş arası katılımcılarımız bulunmaktadır. Eğitim olarak da yüksek lisans ve doktora 38.4 ile bayağı yüksek bir yüzdemiz var. Bir de üniversite mezunu %44.4 ortalamayla katılımcımız var. Meslek açısından yönetici olarak %26.9 katılımcımız var ve diğer yani farklı mesleklerle alınan %41.7 ile ortalamayla katılımcımız var. Sektör açısından %63.0 ortalamayla özel sektörü daha fazla katılımcımız var. Ve iş deneyimi açısından 1 ile 5 yıl arası 47.2 ortalamayla daha fazla katılımcımız var. Bu analizlerim PLS-SEM algoritma analizi sonuçları ve önerilen model ilk öncelikle kazandığımız verilerden elde ettiğimiz tabela ve tablomuz var. İlk önce çalışan motivasyonu, çalışan performansı ve insan kaynakları yönetiminin Chrome Batch ve CR analizlerinin yüksek çıktığını, yani %0.73'ten daha yüksek çıktığını ve kabul edildiğini görüyoruz. Fakat AV analizinin daha düşük çıktığı için biz yine birkaç tane soruyu eleyerek yeni bir model elde ettik ve yine ikinci bir tabela ve şekil elde ettik. Ve bu analizlerde çalışan motivasyonu, performansı ve insan kaynakları yönetiminin hepsinin kabul edildiğini ve 3 tane hipotezimizin kabul edildiğini görüyoruz. Çünkü AV'nin de %0.5'ten yukarı çıktığını görüyoruz. O yüzden de 3 tane hipotezimiz kabul edildi. Sorularımızdan insan kaynakları yönetiminden hiçbir soru elemedik. Sadece çalışan performansı ve çalışan motivasyonundan birkaç tane soru eleyerek daha iyi bir yüzdeye sahip ve kazandık. Sonuç ve öneriler. Bu çalışma insan kaynakları yönetimi, çalışan performansı ve çalışan motivasyonu arasındaki karşılıklı ilişkileri bütünleştiren eş zamanlı bir modeli başarıyla sunmaktadır. Ve bu analizlere dayalı olarak öncelikle insan kaynaklarının çalışan performansı ve çalışan motivasyonunda pozitif bir etkisi olduğunu gördük. Ayrıca çalışan performansının çalışan motivasyonu üzerinde de doğrudan etkisi olduğunu kanıtladık. Öneri olarak da bundan sonraki çalışmalarda bu değişkenlere ek olarak farklı değişkenlerin de eklenmesini önerebiliriz. Beni dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim. Eğer sormak istediğiniz bir soru varsa sizi dinlemeye hazırım.
Dear Duygu, can you hear us? Dear Duygu.
Elisa Hocam, ağzınıza sağlık. Teşekkür ediyoruz sunumunuz için.
Buna stopuşka.
Duygu Hocam, sesiniz kısık ama.
I'm speaking, but I just hear my voice, not you. Okay, then now we have one last presentation. Dr. Namrata Singh Kamar. She is going to present these migrants and their inclusion in the urban development. It's your turn, Dr. Namrata.
Can you hear me?
I could hear you. Right.
Yeah, okay. So I would like to go forward with the presentation. Good afternoon. And I'm Dr. Namrata.
Your voice is not okay right now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but making echo, double voice. So. Could you maybe lower your voice level, maybe? Decrease your the microphone. Maybe useful.
Yeah. Now?
No, it's not okay right now.
Is it okay?
It's better. Better.
Yeah.
You could continue.
So, yeah, I'm Dr. Namrata Singh Kamar, and now in north of India, and I would like to present my topic here: cities, migrants, and in urban development. So here. Let's start the presentation, and here we are seeing the global transfer of people and technology from one place to another place has always recognized and always well appreciated. But its internal counterpart, that is urbanization, has never achieved that kind of attention from the policymakers. So I would, and because it is all seen as the burden on the host and origin point also. Like in developing countries like India, Indonesia, like all these developing countries, it has always been seen as the burden.
There's a connection problem. It's not about microphone. It's about connection.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you right now more clearly, maybe you shouldn't share your screen. It's better for connection.
So here can like
when
it's
you
always
share
seen
your
as the
screen,
burden on the
your voice getting worse.
yeah. So it's always seen as the burden on the host country. Like, can you hear me now?
We couldn't see your presentation, and when you share your screen, your voice is getting worse. So maybe you stop sharing for your connection. Okay.
Dr. Namrata, is any other instrument on?
I couldn't understand you, Chirpa. You could continue.
Is it okay now?
It's okay. You can continue.
Okay. So it's always seen as a burden on the host country. Like it's always seen as like they will be creating burden on what we call it in journal terms as on the infrastructure of the host country. So in like it's usually as taken as like that only. And in this paper we have trying to connect these points and how this is happening, why these theoretical misconceptions are always there, and all these things are like the content of the paper. You can see on the right side that here we are like how rural-urban migration has been approached in our literature, like how these deep-rooted misconceptions are there in our policymakers' mind, and then what is the public policy of different independent nations and different developing countries about the internal migration, what would be the ways to adjust rural-urban migration into the cities. So if we go towards the literature, we will find that it's kind of pendulum, like it start pendulum about rural-urban migration. Like it start with the early optimism, then in mid-70s it comes into a middle pessimism, and in the last it returned back to the optimism. But that part of mid-70s.
Dr. Namrata, you could share your presentation in message box, and I could share your presentation for you, and you can continue your presentation like this. Okay? Is it okay for you?
Yeah,
could you please share your presentation with me in chat box?
Dear Namrata, you can send from WhatsApp to me too.
Maybe, yeah.
I have sent a message to you.
Just a second.
Or you could share from here, the chat box part.
I can explain something. So like I will be sharing the presentation, and then meanwhile I can explain some concepts regarding to that. That the literature, as I was explaining, that the literature regarding the rural-urban migration was always a sort of pendulum. Like in early 30s, 40s, 50s, it was about, right, like it was the optimism about rural-urban migration in the literature. When you come in the middle part, like 70s and 80s, up to 90s, this optimism turned into pessimism. So it was like, because there was a very celebrated rural-urban migration model known as Harris-Todaro model. So that Harris-Todaro model just turned around that wave of optimism into the wave of what you call it, pessimism.
I understand that you couldn't understand us. Could you please share your presentation right now as PowerPoint file?
Actually, I'm working on it. There's a thunderstorm over here,
But
so I'm
we have
working
no
on it.
time.
So like,
We
let
have
me
no
just.
time. You already passed 6 minutes.
Namrata, you can send to WhatsApp or from Zoom message box.
Zoom message box, chat box here. the below part of your screen, Zoom screen. Could you hear me, Namrata?
Yeah. I'm doing it. I have shared on WhatsApp. It's just loading.
Okay. Kerim hocam, siz paylaşın o zaman madem şeyse.
Hocam geldiği gibi açacağım ben hocam.
Tamam. Ya yok, siz de şeyden paylaşabilirsiniz isterseniz Zoom'dan. Screen share yapabilirsiniz. Devam eden.
İnterneti düşük olduğu için buraya da gönderemedi herhalde.
Tamam. Maybe you could continue. It's about your connection problem again.
Bana geldi hocam, indiriyorum.
Tamam.
Fourth slide, please. Fourth slide. Yeah, so here you can see that it's the approaches toward migration in our literature. It starts from early optimism, then go to middle pessimism, where the celebrated Harris-Todaro model was there, and then it returned again to the optimism. But this the middle pessimism, which worked in the era of 1970s to 80s to 90s, it was so strong that it very harshly and very deeply impacted the mind setup of our policymakers, not Indian policymakers, but all over the world. So what was this early optimism? In early optimism, there was work for Arthur Lewis and Ryan Rannis model, which said that there are two sectors. One is rural sector, one is urban sector. Rural sector has zero marginal productivity and lots of disguised unemployment. Urban sector have lots of capital but no skilled labor. So what happens? From rural sector, labor get transferred to the urban sector, and hence there will be a balance in both the sector and the development of both the sector. It was the early optimism about the migration, but in 1970s, 80s and 90s, this turned into the pessimistic era with this celebrated Harris-Todaro model. What this Harris-Todaro model said, that migrants from the rural area, they migrate to the urban area with the expectation of higher wages, with higher expected wages, and they go to the urban area, they queue for employment over there, they create lots of chaos over there, they create burden over the infrastructure of the cities, they create burden for they create competition for the urban people over there. So this was and what they prescribed as the policy. They prescribed that there should be physical restrictions over the migration, and there should be urban-based subsidy. But in 90s, when some countries tried to put these policies into work, they found out that they are not working, and hence a model, MIRAB model. The full form of MIRAB is migration, remittances, aid, and public bureaucracy. These kind of models and new economics for labor migration emerged. And they said that no, migrants don't move only for the wages. They move for education. They move for other motives like diversifying their portfolios or something like. And moreover, they are not the rural unskilled people. They are the skilled people who migrate, and they can easily get some work in either in rural formal sector or informal sector. So they kind of act for the balance for both rural and urban economy. So this was return of optimism in 1990s. But that 70s era, that was so, because this era was very important. Why this era was important? Because several countries were new. They were just they just got their independence from the colonial British or somewhere French colonies or somewhere. They were forming their policies, and that migrants are bad, migrants are nuisance, that created a deep-rooted misconception in their mind, which still works. Next slide, please. Yeah. So here we can see that how the migration and public policy in various developing countries is working. Like in short, if I say they are working, there are no more physical restrictions. Like before, there used to be physical restrictions for the migration between rural urban areas. If we see that in pre-reform China, there used to be a Hagao system. In South Africa, there was apartheid, past laws. These were the physical restrictions on migrations. But overall in general, there are now after liberalization, there was no physical restrictions, but indirect restrictions. Indirect restrictions means before coming to the urban area, you should have a place to live, you should have a work. Without that, you will not be permitted, you will not be giving residential permits, or the heavy expenditure on the rural counterparts, like heavy expenditure on the rural areas, so that people don't want to migrate at the first place only. And other like closed city policies, and employment and residential controls, and business interest, making cities more business friendly, is not migrant friendly. These kind of overall restrictions are still working in our independent nations and urban cities, which restrict or make it hostile for the rural urban migrants to still be the part of the new cities or new era. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. I've already explained this. Next slide. Yeah. So here I want to focus on the somewhat in Indian economy. That in Indian economy, we started our urban initiatives from what we call it from 1950s and that. And we divided the whole in 5-year plans. So in first to third 5-year plans, there was totally ad hoc approach. There was introduction of master plans, which were just borrowed from British colonial period. So it was totally ad hoc approach. The second era, the next slide, please. Yeah, the second era, which was between 5th to 6th 5-year plan, it aimed to achieve some balance with urban growth balance or something like that, but still they were not able to bring up the things which can help migrants in settling down in the cities. And let's come to the next slide, please. The third era is from 1986 to the present. And there are a number of policies which Government of India made, and some of them that the point of those policies were strengthening the roles of urban local bodies, encouraging private sector so that state can convert from provider to facilitator, recognizing the necessity of urban infrastructure, FDI, but all these things still had some loopholes. They were not future oriented. They didn't know that what migrants want. They didn't know that whenever a migrant come into the city, they face some problems like a problem with identification, problems with rental housing, problems with adjusting into the new point, problems regarding to getting the employment. And these are on all these approaches to solve the problems of migrants. They basically emphasized on subsidies. But migrants don't want subsidies. They don't want any grant. They just want a good environment to work in. But these things were never the part of the policies, at least for India, and I can say for many other independent countries also. Next slide, please.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, yeah, last slide only. So what would be the way forward for it? How to adjust these migrants into our system, how to adjust these migrants into our urban cities. So we need to achieve rural migration equilibrium. We need to achieve rural development simultaneously with urban development. So the most important part over here is we should recognize the importance of agglomeration externalities. Now, the question is, what is agglomeration externalities? Most of the people don't know what is agglomeration externalities. My first point over here. Let me explain what is agglomeration. Okay, now imagine you are living in a city where an economist is working alongside with a physicist. Okay, a physics person and a scientist and an economist are working side by side in companies, or what you call a side by side residential areas, and they're living together. And somehow they interacted and they come up with some new projects, say for economics of a space program. So these, what happens? The number of people and number of scientists and number of learned people are staying together, working together, and they are developing an environment. Then it's a host for new ideas. It's a host for innovative world. It's a host for new things, new products. Like, who can think about, other than an economist and a physicist, if they combine together and work for economics of space program, something like that. And so this is the importance of agglomeration externalities. It always helps to develop, it always helps create an urban environment.
Complete your speech, please.
Yeah, you're right. The second part is about public infrastructure, which is very important. Like if infrastructure is developed, then people can up and down from their places. Third is we have to provide urban informal sector also the due attention, because it can absorb more and more of the migrants. And the last is this, we have to introduce urban economics in our model of plannings and working. So in last, I just want to say that migrants, they don't need any grants or arms or something like that. They just need a good environment to work, which can be provided by any country, by any policymakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Namrata. Session is completed right now. I hope it was a useful session for everyone. Before closing the session, I would like to thank our valuable speakers and our participants once again. And the information and research results you shared in your studies were very valuable. And I'm sure that our listeners gained very useful insights. And I would also thank the Congress President again, organizing committee coordinators, Dr. Kerim Karadal, and valuable board members of CEO Congress. And I end the session right now. We have 2 minutes for other session. The third session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Irene Kumiran and RK Roshni Raj Lakshmi. If Professor Dr. Irene Kumiran is here, I will give
Hi,
us.
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Let's now proceed to the session 3. Yours truly.
Before starting your session, thank you very much for your moderation, dear Associate Prof. Dr. Duygu Dıroğlu. Thank you very much. You added value.
It's my pleasure.
My pleasure too, sir. Okay, so going back, together with me is RK Roshni Raj Lakshmi. For the first presenter, we have the slow but imminent death of the film spectator that will be introduced to us by Dr. Chandrasekharan Praveen. So it's your time, sir. You can now proceed for your presentation. Thank you.
Can I record my session? Can I record my session?
It's already recording, sir.
You have to permit me to record. The host has to permit me to record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, are you about to share, sir?
Yes, I'm ready, but if you permit me to record, I'll start. Will you? No, you're not permitting, is it?
You cannot record it, sir, because it's
okay, I understood. Okay, no problem.
We
Okay,
are
I'll
already
share my
recording, sir. We are already
okay.
recording this
Okay,
session.
fine.
We will share all the participants.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes,
Can you
yes,
see
we can see now.
Yes, good evening, namaskar, respected chair, but the organizers of the conference, participants. I would like to begin by thanking you all for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. I'm a teacher educator. I've specialized in media-based language teaching, and I recently published my book, Film for ELT. So I've been working with film-related material for quite some time, and this is about that. The worry that the film spectator is going to disappear soon. So this is my topic, okay? I will tell you something about film viewing in Kerala, then viewing in theater and home, viewing in different screens, the effect of it, the effect of the arrival of the OTT platforms, implications and recommendations. Remember, I collected the data from personal observation, from field notes, from publications, magazines, and so on. Okay, it will be covering roughly 40 to 50 years of history. Okay, fine. The very title, you should be asking a question, why should the film spectator die and how he should die? That's a likely question people ask. And let me tell you, the study is based on what is happening in Kerala state, India. As you know, in the world map, we are here in the south. You can see here, okay, and it is called. It's noted for its scenic beauty. But then we also have a great film industry. The first film was produced in 1937. We are almost about to cross 100 years, and we have produced several good films, good directors, and so on. So we have a great history here. And this is the notice of a film, it's a 1937 film. And in those days, to begin the film, the first thing you get is the notice, and you read and you make guesses. That is how you get to know about the film. And then, the posters are also there. And then by the 70s and 80s, we started getting color posters also. And people make guesses, they decide whether to go or not. And by the 80s and all, we started getting write-ups in magazines and so on. So it is based on all these that a family decides whether we should go and see the film or not. Of course, maybe others exceptions also. But then these played a role in deciding where and when to see the film. Okay. Now, it's simply not easy to get a ticket. You got to stand in a queue. Sometimes you stand the whole day and you may not get a ticket. And so it's a big experience. Going to the theater and alone or with friends or family, it's a great experience. Then you finally enter the theater, you relax, maybe you may be with your family, you'll be watching the film and so on. And then, inside the theater, you see it's a communal feeling. You see everyone around. And what the others do, even the very smell of the person sitting next to you, and it is there you are seeing. It's a communal feeling, the parents, suppose you see something like this, there will be people who will be laughing. Sometimes people feel sad for the person who is suffering. And then suddenly you compare your feeling with what is happening to the other. So it's a big learning experience, you see. For some, this is something interesting, but then these are things that happen in a theater. Okay. And now sometimes, friends or couples, they go together to view a film. And recently we have seen the film, The Titanic. Originally the story is a tragedy, but then you have scenes like this. But remember, and in this thing, there's one fantastic scene in this where you have the cinematographer's art, the actors, everything. And in this, what Jack does is she tells Rose, see, you get the feel of flying. And he is giving the best you can in that journey. And remember, look at these two couples. When they see, what is the feeling that goes, what's the chemistry that is happening there? They also interact with what they see on the screen. It's not passive viewing. So in the theater, the kind of experience that you get is so different, you see. Now look, sometimes, we all know it's an engrossing, affective community feeling when you go and see that. Let's look at children, when children see this, look at the expressions on their faces and how they all react, right from childhood. If you go to the theater, you see this and you think about it, you compare your feeling and how people react and all. So some kind of opinion is being formed. But then sometimes, you might find noisy crowds, and then your dad gets angry, he gets, come on, let's leave. Even this leaves an impression of what happens in a theater. It's not just the film, the story alone, the entire experience is there. And these are things that happen. So it's an engrossing and an affective community experience, okay? But then there could be political films, and there is recently in 2007, Science Daily reported that film viewing is contagious. Suppose this, as you can see, it's a riot and the police are raising this. Imagine there was it's political theme. And if someone is in the audience who doesn't like this, he may protest while the whole show is on. You can see such things. So the film, what you see in the screen, what is happening in the theater, you're just relating yourself to all these. This is the kind of experience you have in a theater, okay? And then, this film, I hope you can make a guess. This is, as you know, from the Jungle Book. And look, when this animal leaps and looks at you, if you're viewing it on 3D, you get the feel that it is jumping right at you. This is the experience in the theater that you have, you see? And now, if you're going to watch film in an IMAX theater, why is IMAX so important? You have high resolution cameras, you have film projectors and large screen and stadium-like seating. You have to see this to believe what film viewing is inside an IMAX theater, okay? And then again, if you go to watch film in a Dolby cinema, this man jumps up and the plane flies away, and then you get the feel that the movement, you see the speakers on the side of the theater, you get the feel that something is moving away. That is the effect of Dolby cinema. Imagine you see the same thing in a smartphone. At the bottom, you see what kind of experience. You just know the content, but the entire experience of the theater of a Dolby cinema, you are never going to get. You may know what happened in the cinema, maybe the content. Okay. Now, similarly, if you're going to see a film and you're going to watch it on your tablet, okay, you're at home, you're comfortable. But you see this a large screen, this is from the Gladiator, and this such big screen, you need to see the whole thing in the right perspective. But then if you're going to see it in a tablet, you have a very limited experience of viewing a film, okay? And then, this is the famous scene in Avatar, and I really like this scene. Look at this, seeing the whole thing in the enlarged screen and then watching the same thing. Okay, this fellow is sipping a cup of tea, has put his leg on the top of the table and he's watching it on his television screen. But then, what is the experience he is getting and what the experience you are getting in the theater? It's all so different, So, but then you may say, some people might argue that it's a privacy you have at home and you can watch a film of your choice, your time and so on. Okay, but then imagine somebody comes and watches the film all alone. And maybe you may be munching something, you're not fully concentrating. And what happens there, what happened just before you came to watch the film, this all is in your mind while you're experiencing this film, Your mind is constant, and then you relate to it and you have nobody to share it. Suppose you have a bad day in the office and you come back and see, and you are not going to really enjoy it. And then imagine you're watching a horror film and then you see something like this and you turn to the window and you see this. Now the feeling is different, So, but then what happened when the OTT platforms arrived? Everything changed. What is the change? Recently during the COVID, what happened? People didn't want to go to the theater because when you go to the theater, you have to sit apart. In fact, theaters were shut for more than 6 months. Okay. And then, because of OTT, everyone could download and watch at their leisure. Even children started downloading from OTT platform there, which means nobody goes to the theater. The theater experience was slowly disappearing. Okay. Now, when you're watching all alone at home, Look at this. This is just for illustration. Suppose this character says, being young and beautiful is not a crime, you know. And this fellow is watching this film and he thinks about it. What does he do? He is making sense of it using his schema. And he thinks and relates to it. He makes judgments. Maybe wrong, you see. So this viewing alone experience can not always be beneficial. Sometimes it can have disastrous effects, you see. So what is the main casualty with the arrival of OTT?
Dear
Yes.
Proven,
Yes.
you have used 12 minutes.
Okay, then I'm about to
giving
conclude. Okay.
We are giving you 3 more minutes.
Okay, so what's the main casualty here? Appreciation of film as art. That is not happening now. Okay, so what are the implications? Depth of film viewing as a communal theater experience and lowering levels of appreciation. Film producers have to think of ways of attracting viewers back to the theater. You can also think of changing film production for the small screen. Okay, there are other parallel themes which I've explored in this paper. Please read my paper. For this presentation, I've presented only related to the main theme. So these are select references. Okay, I would like to acknowledge I've borrowed several images and GIFs from the internet. So thank you for your kind attention. Okay, I'm stopping sharing my screen.
Thank you, Dr. Praveen, for the wonderful talk. It was really interesting. May I now request June, Michael B. and Toon to give a talk on community-based examination on the status of cyberbullying among social media users in the Philippines, basis for information dissemination. Mr. June, are you there? Please do start. You can share your screen. Yes.
Have a good day, everyone. Is my voice loud and clear?
Yes, yes.
Hello. Yes. So I'd like to introduce myself first. I am Mr. June Michael B. Antoni from the Philippines. I'm a philosophy and social studies professor at Jose Rizal Memorial State University in Southern Philippines. So I'm here today to present my research paper entitled A Community-Based Examination on the Status of Cyberbullying Among Social Media Users in the Philippines, Basis for Information Dissemination. So to give us a glimpse of my presentation today, I'll be presenting to you the introduction of my paper, the concept of cyberbullying, the various types of cyberbullying, and the phenomenon of cyberbullying in the world. Then I'll be presenting to us some literature review and the methodology, and of course the exciting part, the findings and discussion, and as well as the last part, the conclusions and recommendations. So to start with, cyberbullying is the use of information and communication technologies to support deliberate, repeated, and hostile behavior by an individual or group that is intended to hurt others. So there are different types of cyberbullying, namely exclusion, flaming, harassment, masquerading, outing, and denigration. So when we speak of exclusion, this is excluding someone from the group chats or in the GCs, or this is excluding someone from the social media. Flaming is an online fight using vulgar words such as your bitch, fuck you. And harassment is about harassing someone in the internet. Then masquerading is the use of fake identity to bully others. Then outing is the sharing of someone's secret or maybe private information to others in the internet. And denigration is dissing someone online. Now, many social media users from various countries in the world, including Asia and the Philippines, experience cyberbullying. It's actually a world phenomena. Now, in the Philippines particularly, the Philippine National Police Anti-Cybercrime Group, or ACG, stated that the cases of cyberbullying have increased by 70.74% in the year 2016. And there are some cases of cyberbullying that actually happen in a community where I conducted the study, particularly in Campilisan, Zamboanga del Norte. There was a sex video being posted on Facebook, and the person in that video was actually bullied by many people in the internet. And then there was in our university, there was a private information of one student that was spread by anonymous through Facebook. And not only in the country, but in other countries, there are also some cases of cyberbullying, such as this one. Now, the Philippines, as to respond to what is happening around in the social world, in social media rather, the Philippine government provided the Republic Act 10627, known as the Anti-Bullying Act of 2013. Now, this particular law actually imposed or prohibited bullying in all forms, no? And it also mandated the institutions of the country to act something on the cyberbullying and other forms of bullying that is happening in the country. However, this is now the research gap. According to the studies of Tupas 2017 and Villamel et al. 2017, it has shown that cyberbullying is still happening in the country and was increasing, in fact, since 2010 up to the present. And there are still unreported cases of cyberbullying, I believe, no? As we oftentimes observe the continuous happenings of flaming, online fights, harassment, and masquerading in the social media. Personally, I am a blogger. I'm a social media influencer in the Philippines, and I experience these things in the social media, in the world of social media. And there is a problem. No, I see there's a problem in information dissemination and implementation of the law, as well as the information dissemination of cyberbullying to the community. That is why, because of those problems, I formulated this research question. So one, we have, what are the prevalent types of finding out the prevalent types of cyberbullying being experienced by the respondents or by the community. Second is to determine the degree of experience of cyberbullying experienced by the community. And third is to also examine the status of the level of awareness among the community. Then fourth is to determine the significant difference of the experience of the respondents when grouped according to municipality, sex, educational attainment, and age. Then number five is to determine the significant difference on the level of awareness among the respondents when grouped according to moderators. Then the sixth is to give us the proposed program. This is the output of the study on the extension this information about the cyberbullying that is happening to the community. Now, for my literature review, let us take a look at some literatures that talk about the phenomena of cyberbullying in the world, and also from the world, and it goes back also to our country, the Philippines. What is bullying, by the way? According to the American Psychological Association, bullying is as a form of violent conduct in which someone deliberately and frequently causes person grievance or distress. Thus, bullying is indeed an intentional human act that is intended to hurt others. So a bully person has dangerous motives of causing discomfort to the lives of an individual. Cyberbullying is an act that will cause psychological distress that will lead to various mental issues. So the difference between bullying per se and cyberbullying is that cyberbullying, this is an act which is there is an intervention. No? The place of cyberbullying is not the physical world, but the online world, the social media. So let's take a look at some cyberbullying records, phenomenon in America. In Florida, USA, the Stop Cyberbullying Now Foundation found out that 60% of middle school students claim that they have been bullied. Well, 16% of staff believes that students are being bullied. Cook 2019 also found out that in 2011, 15% of American parents admitted that their children were victims of cyberbullying. The survey increased into 34% in 2016. Now, with the laws and programs in the United States, the case decreased into 26% in 2018 survey. Now, in South Americas and South Africa, Petrov 2019 found out that in Europe and some South American countries, youngsters at the age of 13 to 15 have the most frequent experience on cyberbullying. United Kingdom, only 35 of the students claim that they have never been a target of cyberbullying, while 7% confess they are victims from this type of problem. So statistics reveal that cyberbullying cases has been getting worse in the last 5 years in UK schools, because overall survey indicated an increasing number of affected adolescents, even if some children are still undecided to disclose they have been sufferers or committers of cyberbullying. Now in Asia, based on this particular study, it found out that there are 1,597 students aged 13 to 17 from 2 secondary schools in Singapore. 59.4 of the respondents who used Facebook were grieving from cyberbullying, at least once in past year. And 56.9% admitted that they engaged on Facebook cyberbullying at least once. In the Philippines, particularly, from 2017 up to the month of March 2019, the Philippine National Police holds a record of 22 cases of cyberbullying. Based on the PNP's record, most of the victims were minors, which were also happening in schools. The Philippine National Police Anti-Cybercrime Group, as the task force to combat cybercrimes, stated that the cases of cyberbullying have increased by 70.74% in the year 2016. The same year, there was a total of 782 cases reported to ACG, which is ominously greater than 458 incidents chronicled in 2015. Most popular among of these cases actually online libel with 498 cases. Now, we all know that that cyberbullying has effects to people. So one of the effects is really the psychosocial effect. So the victims of cyberbullying actually they isolated themselves from the social world. And if they are students, sometimes they do not like to go to school. That's why later on it will affect their studies. Second, suicide. Suicide is also, there are some cases that a victim of cyberbullying committed suicide. So that's an effect. They experience depression, anxieties, and all of this negative thinking in their mind, and that leads them to commit suicide. Let's talk about the methodology of this particular research. So research design and the setting.
So
definitely this study is a...
Dear Jim Michael.
Yes.
You have already
Yes,
finished
yes.
your time, 20 minutes, 12 minutes. Can you summarize in 3 minutes?
Yes, let me go directly to the findings and discussion. So on the problem, number one, on the prevalent types of cyberbullying, it is found out actually that flaming appeared as the most frequent type of cyberbullying experienced by the community. So flaming is an online fight. That's very common to the community. Second, on the degree of experience, according to the respondents, they experience flaming. This is sometimes experienced. They experience this particular bullying 2 to 4 times a week. That's the significant findings. On the experience on the community folks, when group according to moderator variables, actually they differ. No, they differ in their experiences of cyberbullying. Sometimes 2 to 4 times. There were even 5 to 7 times. They experienced flaming in a week. On their awareness, this is actually very intriguing to know that they are least aware, actually, as LSA. So they are least aware about cyberbullying acts. And so when group according to moderators, they have different, they actually differ in terms of their awareness. Now, on the experience, based on the communities, so there is no significant difference on this particular problem. So both community A and B have the same level of experience. On the based on sex also, there is no significant difference based on here. Now let me go directly to the conclusions, no? Because I think I already presented this one. This is the output of my research. So based on the findings of the study, an information dissemination program should be conducted to the community. This is to respond to the problems being found out in the study. So let me proceed to the conclusion and recommendation. So flaming or online fights and online harassment is rampant among social media users in the communities, particularly here in the Philippines. So they experience cyberbullying, but their awareness is very low, particularly the younger ones. The younger ones, they really need to be aware of cyberbullying. Flaming or online fights and online harassment is rampant among social media users in the community. And truly, this study actually finds out that there is really an existing cyberbullying in the community in the Philippines. And this actually concludes that there is a need for a community information dissemination program. So as part of the anti-cyberbullying campaigns, such as symposium seminars to be given to the community. That's why, based on the findings, the study recommends that especially those respondents who experience flaming and harassment 2 to 4 times a week, they must be conducted with a case study to find out how they are feeling after being cyberbullied repeatedly. No? And likewise, counseling and psychotherapy is also recommended to the victims who had traumatic experiences in cyberbullying. Another recommendation is also more information about cyberbullying and other psychological intervention must be administered to the community, particularly the young people, so that they shall be equipped with the coping mechanisms and strategies on how to deal and overcome the victim of cyberbullying. So, like what I said, an information dissemination must be conducted, such as drives, anti-cyberbullying campaigns, symposiums must be conducted to the community. Seminars on coping mechanisms and sometimes some legal strategies on how to deal with cyberbullying. Then lastly, the Jose Rizal Memorial State University, our campus, faculty, and students must also conduct further studies relative to cyberbullying. So that would be all about my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. And this is Sir June Michael B. Antony from JRMSU Pilisan campus here in Southern Philippines. God bless.
Thank you, June, for the wonderful talk. It was a very relevant topic. I'm sure they will have questions which will be entertained at the end after everyone has spoken. So next up is my own presentation. Let me take this opportunity to introduce myself. I am Dr. R.K. Roshni Rajlakshmi. I'm working as a guest faculty in the Department of Yoga, Manipur University, and also pursuing my PhD in yoga from Jain Vishwabharati Institute, Ladno. I would like to take this opportunity again to thank the organizers and especially President of the 4th CEO Congress, Karim Karadil sir, for making it so efficient and so managing the time so well. So let me begin with my talk. I'm going to speak on the topic, Effect of Meditation on Impulsivity in Adolescence, a review article. I hope you can see the slide. Is it visible to everyone?
No.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's okay now. We can see it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, effect of meditation on impulsivity in adolescence, a review article. This is quite a little bit similar to what Mr. June has spoken about, because impulsivity is again an issue which is very much relevant today. Let's talk about the introduction part. Adolescence, it's a period as defined by the WHO and UNICEF reports, it's the age group between 10 to 19. So this age group is called the period of storm and tumult because of the puberty striking at this point of time. There are drastic changes happening in their body and mind, and because of which they are in a phase of transition and they find it so difficult to adjust to the new situation. From childhood, they are moving on to adulthood, and this is a phase where it is of a transitory nature. And neurological changes are happening during this phase, and that makes it very crucial. And there is a risk for addiction, aggressiveness, impulsivity, abnormal sexual behavior if these developments are not working out properly. And why do I connect it with meditation? Because mind-body medicine has been found to have a salubrious effect, a beneficial effect on several aspects of health, considering all the dimensions of health. And coming to mind-body medicine, we have something called meditation, which is one of the techniques of mind-body medicine. And meditation is found to be really effective and to be an accessible and easy, cost-effective tool in this perspective. And research cap, there has been no articles so far, no reviews that is done so far in relation to impulsivity and the effect of meditation on impulsivity. So adolescence, as I spoke about, we have in the literature review as found by Panchal et al. In his article in 2021. They say that it is a phase where developments have an effect on the reward center. That's a center in the brain which tells you it is a pleasurable activity or an unpleasant activity. An inhibitory center which tells you you should do it or you should not do it. Okay, so there is an effect on these pathways. Impulsiveness is mediated by mesocorticolimbic dopamine, the DA complex, which are projections from the ventral tegmental area to the nucleus accumbens and prefrontal cortex, as found by Sanchez in 2022. Impulsivity, why is it so important? Because it is a hallmark of most psychiatric conditions. Psychiatric conditions meaning it can be depression, it can be a bipolar, it can be something like abnormal sexual behavior, or it can be binge eating also. It can be substance abuse or any other kind of addiction also. This is by Spitzger in 2014, published in a Frontiers Media journal. And meditation has a positive effect on the brain areas which are negatively affected by impulsivity. So that is my speculation coming to picture now. So citing here Fredkin et al. And Butzer et al. So the objective of my review is to collect and analyze studies on meditation and impulsivity in adolescents to build an archive of such studies for future reference. So in the methodology part, we have done an exhaustive search in Google Scholar and PubMed using the keywords meditation and Boolean factors and impulsivity and adolescence. The inclusion criteria are English articles on adolescence as a population, mindfulness-based interventions, and meditation as the intervention, and impulsivity as the parameter. It can have different tools, psychometric tools, but the parameter as such should be impulsivity. Clinical trials, RCTs, and interventional studies or experimental studies are considered. We have excluded reviews, case reports, case series, qualitative method studies, studies with wrong population, meaning other groups of people, or parameters unrelated to impulsivity. Full papers are selected and articles are extracted and studied. So in the findings, we saw that 15 articles fit our criteria, and irrelevant articles, duplicate articles only with the abstract or in other languages, or which are having unrelated outcomes or wrong population, these are sorted out and a thorough search is done. And there was a concurring of all these articles showing that meditation or mindfulness-based techniques or mind-body medicine techniques, these have a positive role on impulsivity. It can be in different populations. Again, it can be in clinical conditions, or it can be in non-clinical conditions, or it can be in problematic adolescents, meaning children having conduct disorders, children having OCD, children having issues like ADHD. They are also helped with in this condition, or children who are exposed to violence or who are in a very vulnerable situation. They are also helped in this situation by meditation and other mindfulness-based techniques. So the studies included, they concur on the positive effect of meditation on impulsivity, and that is because meditation has a salubrious effect on the brain, as implied in many. That is the implied mechanism behind. So conclusion, impulsivity is closely related to self-control and emotion regulation, inhibitory control, and reward center. And this is very significant because impulsivity and risk-taking behavior in adolescence, it's something very relevant and crucial. And there is a role of nucleus accumbens, anterior cingulate cortex, prefrontal cortex, and amygdala that is implied.
Excuse me. Hi, ma'am, excuse me. I just want to clarify. We cannot see anything on the screen. It's just totally black.
Is it? I can see in mine. I am not sure why it's happening. Is it okay now? Yeah, Dr. Irene? Can anybody tell me if it's okay?
No,
No,
no.
ma'am, we are not going to see anything.
You can't see anything?
No.
Madam, it's just showing that you have started sharing. That's all. But
Okay,
it's
I'll
a
share
black
again. Just
screen.
1 second. Okay.
Sure, ma'am. Take your time.
Yeah, done. Now?
Oh, there is it. Perfect.
Yes,
Okay, sorry.
yes, we can see.
So meditation, it has a salubrious effect. It has a beautiful effect on the brain structures and also the brain functioning. And that's why it is found to be an effective adjunct for reducing impulsivity as such in healthy as well as problematic adolescents. Meditation can be included. Hence, we conclude that it can be included as a part of the school curriculum or even as an extracurricular activity to reduce impulsivity, because impulsivity as such is a trait, as we said. It can be considered a trait, or it is more of a multi-construct. And it can be rash impulsivity or impulsive choice as such, which is correlating to binge eating or substance abuse or other kinds of addictions. So this is very, very relevant for psychological well-being of these young adolescents. And for further suggestions, further studies with robust study designs have to be done to re-establish the findings of the review. So I would like to conclude with this for the, yeah, that's about it in this presentation. Now I would like to move on to the next presentation that's also mine. That's on TMT. Yes, here it is. Okay. Dr. Irene, can you see the slide? This is a new
As
one.
of the moment, ma'am, I cannot see anything yet.
Okay. It's showing that my screen sharing is paused. So.
It says here that you had already started sharing your screen, but it's not moving again, like a while ago.
Let me just wait 1 minute. I'll try again. I'll stop and I'll do it.
It's still the same, ma'am.
The previous one.
Yeah.
Okay.
While waiting the presentation of Mom Roshni, the title of her presentation is all about the effect of meditation. The second, the effect of mind sound resonance technique on trail making test in adolescents, a controlled trial. Please be ready for our next presenter. We have Assistant Professor Dr. Shams Ur Rahman, together with Mr. Luigi Pio Leonardo Cavaliere, and also Mr. Jawad Kabir. Need help, ma'am?
It's paused. It's showing the same thing. Could I send it to you or to President, sir?
You can send, yeah, you can send to the president, or better send it to our group chat in WhatsApp.
Sure, I'll try that. I'm sorry for taking this much time. I don't know why it's not working, but I'm sending it soon. I'm trying my best.
No worries, Mom. Or maybe you can send it to here so I can share my screen once I downloaded your paper.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as it's loading now, I'll just introduce the topic as such. Both the topic is related actually. I have been working with adolescents, and my studies are basically for improving their psychological health using different aspects of yoga. So more or less it's about meditation, and there are 2 meditation techniques that I have considered. And so MSRT is another meditation technique that I have used. So right now I'm trying to attach, and I hope it gets sent to you.
Madam Lakshmi, if it's hard for you to send it, it's okay. You can proceed, and maybe I can or we can read it afterwards.
Okay, that can also be done.
Shemsur Rahman, are you here? Shemsur Rahman, are you here? Can you open your voice if you are here?
I'm sending it to CEOSSC.
I cannot see the name of Dr. Shams or Rahman in our participants, sir.
I've sent my PPT to CEOSSC.
Okay, I received. I will open it. And meantime, Samsur Rahman, you are here, but we don't hear your voice. After this presentation, you will present.
Yes, sir. Yes. Hello, sir.
Rai's presentation right now. Okay. Do you see the presentation?
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
You're welcome.
Second slide, please. So effect of mind sound resonance technique on trail making test in adolescents, a controlled trial done by myself and my guide, Professor Mali Pragna. Next one, please. So the background again, so we already know about the adolescent problem, that it is a transition phase and we have several issues here. So why do we need to consider TMT here? Because it is the cognitive assessment tool. So TMT, as we know, is a standard tool and a reliable tool that has been used, trail making tasks. And so to understand, cognition is a function of the brain that is essential for proper development of the individual. And trail making tasks basically relates to executive function, which includes prioritizing, sequencing behavior, inhibiting familiar or stereotyped behavior, creating and maintaining an idea of what task or information which is most relevant and which is most task relevant right now. So that is what executive function is all about. Next one, please. So impairment of executive function, it's basically related to serious issues like addiction, schizophrenia, Alzheimer's, depression, ADHD, as shown by Banik in his studies. Improper development of the executive function in adolescence is of concern because impulsivity and other decision making, this can be affected. and which can lead to further problems like aggression, violence, abnormal sexual behavior, and things like that. Mind sound resonance technique, as I told, is a meditation technique which is beneficial for several aspects as found by other studies. Next, please. So objective was to assess the impact of MSRT technique on executive function in adolescents, to assess if there was any significant changes compared to the control group. Next, please. So methods, we have taken 45, considering attrition is something which happens frequently, and 40% is usually contributed to attrition. So 12 to 19 years, literate school students who have familiarity with English, because the test involves letters and numbers which they have to know and which they have to search. Inclusion criteria, they have to be adolescents. They should not have any cognitive impairment or any problems with that, and they should be knowing the English letters and alphabets. And intervention is MSRT, parameter trail making task, and duration was for 15 days since it was a pilot study. Pre-post study design. Next, please. Results, we have found that 7 people, as expected, have dropped out from the study, and 18 in the experimental group, 20 in the waitlist control group, meaning they can avail the learning of the technique after the study period. So the baseline assessment showed that they were comparable group, no difference was there. But after the intervention, MSRT group did show improvement in the TMT scores, and with a p-value of 0.006, which was found to be relevant, and waitlist control group did not show any significant change. Next, please. Discussion. So the current finding, it is again reiterating the same similar findings, though different study and different tools were used. So MSRT has been found to improve cognition, different aspects of cognition, using digit letter substitution test, 6-letter cancellation test. And they've also found that it is improving cognition in female teachers and in the elderly or in university students. So my study was relating to adolescents. Continue, please. Next one. So the strength of the study is a novelty of the topic, because no study so far has been done in the same population and relating to the same tool and same technique. Next one, please. Now coming to the limitation. Limitation would include the small sample size because it was a pilot study and we are planning a bigger one. And the performance bias may be there because the control group were just passive, not doing anything, but the case group, they were involved in something, and psychologically they had this thing that they were doing something which is going to improve. And that we are trying to counter in the main study. Next one, please. So coming to the conclusion. Data shows that MSRT is an effective tool for improving executive function, especially in adolescents, and it proves to be useful, a very useful add-on to school curriculum and therapeutic regimen as well. Next one. Suggestions. Since the study is a pilot study, small sample size and study design, there might be issues with that. So this we are going to overcome in the main study, where we are trying to incorporate an active control group, as I said, different meditation technique, and we're trying to compare the two. So that 2 groups and waitlist control group will be there. So that will help us to ascertain the benefits of the study. That's all. Thank you. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your very informative presentations. It's okay about the technical issues a while ago. Let's now proceed for our next presenter. We have the title of their paper is The Key Benefits and Challenges from the Adoption of International Financial Reporting Standards, or otherwise known as IFRS, in the textile sector of Pakistan. So we have the proponents are, once again, Assistant Professor Dr. Shams Ur Rahman, Mr. Luigi Pio Leonardo Cavaliere, together with Mr. Jawad Kabir. Your time, sir. We cannot, sir, I think you are muted. You are still in mute, sir.
I sent an invitation to open your voice. Yes, that's great. Dear, your voice is actually opened. Can you please talk? Your voice is closed again. We don't hear your voice. Mr. Samsur Rahman, can you please open your voice? Your voice is opened actually.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
You're
Hello.
right.
Hello. I'm Dr. Shamsur Rahman from the Institution of Business and Management Sciences, the University of Agriculture, Peshawar, Pakistan. And my two articles has been included in the conference. The first one I'm going to present, that is the key. That is, you can see the effect of bank-specific and macroeconomic factors on credit risk. So the first article that I am going to present, that is, you can say the first I am just defining the macroeconomic.
Mr. Jawad, do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sure, you have two papers. One of them is in this session. The other one is tomorrow. You should present right now the key benefits and challenges from the adoption of international financial reporting standards. Can you present this to us right now?
Okay, sir. After the one person after that, I will present. Today, I'm just the one send me that today you have the effect of bank specific. So I will present after 30 minutes or 40 minutes. I'm just come to the presentations.
After this presentation, Professor Dr. İren Gümüren will present her presentation. Yes. If we have time, we can listen your other presentation too. But we will look the time period of this session.
This is the final articles for the presentations. You just give me 2 or 3 minutes for that.
Okay, take your time. If you are not able to open your presentation, if you send me, I can open and share for you.
Sir, we have replaced, I think, this paper because we have not fulfilled that paper finally to this presentations. So we have then the effect of bank specific. So it will be, I think, tomorrow. The key factors
okay, you can present one of your paper. You have two papers. You can one of them.
Yes, sir. But we have submitted the abstract and the final paper is not completed still. That's why I think it will be presented tomorrow as the another paper. It is not finalized, I think, for the presentation today. Excuse me, sir. We have sent 2 papers, but the one which we have sent the abstract, so it is not a full text paper. That's why we
Sure.
then replaced it with another paper, that is the effect of macroeconomic factor on the credit risk. That's why, that is the main reason.
You can present tomorrow's paper right now.
Inshallah, inshallah. I will tomorrow. I
You
will
can present today's paper.
Yes, yes.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Tomorrow.
Will you present any paper right now?
Yes, sir. I can present.
Okay. Why are we waiting?
Okay. Okay.
If you couldn't share the presentation from Zoom, I can help you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
If you send me from WhatsApp, I will share for you.
Okay, sir. I'm just sharing card. Sorry for the wait, sir. Actually,
Dr. Shams,
yes, sir.
while waiting for your paper, maybe I could start my presentation so our time won't be wasted. Is it okay, sir?
Yes, sir. It is ready, but I think some technical issues. That's why I'm just missing the, you can say.
Oh, okay, okay.
And I'm very, very sorry for your wait, especially.
No, no, it's fine. It's fine.
No. If I present it now and then send it, it's okay. Now the paper has been as a Kiran card. I'll send into the WhatsApp, please. I have some. Okay, I am extremely sorry, all of you, that you have just read from my side that was some technical issues. That's why. So the topic is the effect of bank-specific and macroeconomic factor on credit risk of the Islamic Bank in Pakistan. As we have know that there is a micro factor that is also known as exogenous, and macroeconomic factor that is internal factor which can affect the credit risk of the Islamic Bank. As the previous studies has been implemented in the conventional banking, that's why this study has included the Islamic banking, which is you can say just a gap for the current study. And we can say that the banking sector is just you can say an engine of the economy that is actually contribute in the economic development of the country. And we see as we see that the slides can be shared. You can see the next slide, the next page. Next page, please.
You have sent one-page Word document.
Okay. Can the next page, please?
That is just one page, sir.
Yes. It's not.
Let me find your paper from my documents.
One page, sorry.
Yes, you can go on.
Okay, okay. So we know that the banking industry is just like working as an engine, and financial services can be smoothly run through the banking sector if the country have a very strong network of the banking, so they can contribute to in the GDP, and also you can say provide specific services to facilitate the general public. As we have mentioned that the credit risk specifically is the borrowing of their partners while fail to meet their obligations under this agreed term. The bank rule indicate that the inefficiency of bank across the country has a direct relationship with economic growth and poor performance. As we know that the performance of the institutions, and you can say the net income and the value creations, or we can also say the wealth maximizations of the banks can be created. So credit risk management has play a vital role as has become an increasingly important of these situations as the Captain 2013 they have mentioned. Debt risk is the banking sector is the major source of financial instability that is also identified by the Bank of International Institutions. So in the problem statement, we can identified that few studies has been conducted in the micro and the macro level, but actually we see that a few studies that is converted. Please, the next slide. Go ahead. Cardell, please. As we see that the problem statements actually the Afun Jara et al. 2019 and 2000 Nkera and Sutana is the 2019. The farming studies investigated the effect of firm level and microeconomic variables on credit risk by leaving such a big you can say a gap, that is foreign exchange rate, management efficiency, and loan deposits. The aforementioned variable provided a gap to conduct a delayed studies of firm life and macroeconomic variable. Thus, the focus of this research is to take parallel with the previous work by including additional variable by putting some variable like credit risk in Pakistani context. So the purpose, you can say the main objectives of the study to investigate the effect of banking specific. It is a, you can say that Carl LD management size and the credit risk in Islamic banking, Pakistan, to examine the effect of macroeconomic factor like GDP and FER and the credit risk in Islamic banking in Pakistan. So we have developed such an hypothesis on the basis of their literatures. Now come to the methodology section. That is, so we have used some theories, that is resource-based theory, life cycle theory, and we have developed a framework in the light of these theories. And the research methodology is the nature of the study. We have used, you can say, a panel data, that is, you can say the combination of cross sections and time series data, and we have used the data set from the BSA, from the State Bank of Pakistan. We have collected data on the basis of annual reports, and also we have collected data from the macroeconomic parameters from the World Bank, the site of the World Banks, and we have selected 20, our population was 20, but we have selected 19 banks out of on the basis of Sikram, that is identified by the sampling procedures. As we know that we have used some formulas, that is the proxies, and which is identified by the previous researches. There is capital adequacy ratio, which is independent variables, and management efficiency, size, loan to deposits, and some macroeconomic variable, that is GDP, which we can use the gross domestic product quarterly growth rate, and you can say FER, foreign exchange rate, which is also collected quarterly. We have collected data quarterly because we are just increasing the panels, the group that can not created in startup problems, and we are selecting a number of panels increasing, so there is also it is good for the huge study. So the framework is also developed in the light of the theories, that is a bank internal factor, which is also known as bank firm specific variables, are also known as non-controllable factor or micro factors, and we have also included macro factor on the basis of the credit risk. So we analyze the summary statistic on the light of the whole data, and after that we used Lee-1 unit root test for the stationarity. We used variance inflation factor, which also identified that there is no serious issues of collinearity, and the issues are resolved. And we used some you can say diagnostic tests for the identification of few existing models, that is fixed effect model, random effect model, and we can say full OLS. But when we are just using the Hassman tests to identify that the random effect model is more effective, or you can say more accepted than the fixed effect model, as we have run the Chow test, so it identified that we should have to use the OLS test is the more reliable as compared to the fixed effect model and random effect model, and Bruchspigen test, which identified that the OLS test is good as compared to the random effect model. On the basis of that, we have identified this is the tables we just analyze that CAR ratio, which is significance, and this is management efficiency, and you can say the size, the GDP, the macroeconomic factors, and the foreign exchange ratios. All of these 5 variables are significant in fact, and the credit risk, if these are things increasing. So it has a big contribution or significantly related to all of these things. But the GDP is negatively related to the, you can say, the credit risk. As we have discussed all of these things, so we conclude in the light of the whole scenario that the banking sector credit risk is a main factor of the bank. So the banking system must identify it when making a policy. So they must include the credit risk for the whole scenario. This study was conducted by another bank specific factors, but we have collected as 5 full-fledged Islamic banks. So the result actually, the result shows in the conclusion we have just, you can say, combined the whole key findings in the conclusion sections. That is the macroeconomic variable foreign exchange rates have a positive significant effect on credit risk. It means a foreign exchange rate risk, the credit risk will also increase. However, the gross domestic product has negative and significant effect of the credit risk when the gross income or gross domestic product, or you can say the prosperity of the people is being increasing. So the credit risk is also increasing, and hence we have identified that a macroeconomic factor on a credit risk on Islamic bank in Pakistan and banks specific factor, capital adequacy like management efficiency ratio, are positively and significantly correlated with the bank.
Dr. Shams, please conclude. Your time is over.
Okay, Miss. So in the light of the whole discussions, we have identified that the firm size, you can say the capital adequacy or the management efficiency. So all of these is positive and significantly related to the credit risk. So when the volume, or you can say the size of the firms or the Islamic banks, which is included the full-fledged Islamic bank, it is increasing. So we can say the credit risk is also increasing, and the GDP is vice versa. So this is all about the study. And again, I'm extremely sorry for the wait and for the inconvenience of, you can say, for the delay of the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Shams, for a wonderful talk. May I now request Dr. Irene Gumiran to please give a talk on a bird's eye view on the students' performance-based assessment. Over to you, Professor Irene.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I am about to share my screen. Just give me a moment. Thank you.
Sure.
Oh my God. I cannot share my screen. I'm sorry. I'm having also some difficulties. I can't share the entire screen of mine. Sir Kareem, can you help me share the one I sent you a while ago?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you once again. The title of my presentation is all about a bird's eye view on the students' performance-based assessment. Yours truly, I'm Professor Irene Gumiran from Rizal Technological University. Next slide, sir. For the introduction, we have the performance-based assessment is a method of observing students' real performance based on a predetermined performance criterion in a direct and systematic manner. That is according to Zimaro 2003, as cited by Gabuyo 2012. And as mentioned a while ago, this is all about the work habits through the completion of activities that are meaningful and engaging to them. That is also according to Hibbard 1996. Next slide, sir. And the continuation of the introduction, in this context, the objective is to identify whether the performance-based assessment is an alternative or not when we are talking about the traditional together with the modern performance-based assessment of the students in institution. And it's also possible to develop recommendations for organizing performance activities more efficiently in the education for or of teachers. Next slide, sir. For our literature, I only have one theoretical framework, and that is all about the student-centered learner, which is, it refers to the situation in that the students play an active role in their learning and are responsible for organizing, analyzing, and synthesizing content by means 1994, and also as cited by Krang-Fan 2021. In this theory, the students have an opportunity to investigate any kind of complex problems or any situations by leveraging different available resources, come up with different solutions for addressing problems, and together with the collaboratively decide and present final solutions to these problems. For our conceptual framework, I only have the main problem or the main variable. Next slide, sir. The main variable is the performance-based assessment of the students. So we have sub-variables, which are the students' performance together with the student output and also the learning experience. This is the paradigm or the whole simulacrum of the paper. Next slide, sir. In the description of the conceptual framework, in this figure, the PBA, or otherwise known as the performance-based assessment, is the main variable. It is a process with a lot of factors such as student performance, as mentioned a while ago, together with the output and learning experiences. As the learners strive toward their objectives, new knowledge, behaviors, and abilities are added to their report of learning experiences, and these variables are always interact to each other. For our methodology, next slide, sir. For our methodology, the research design is a pure qualitative. This is a pure qualitative research which use the present research in a case study format. So in a case study, it is defined as a researching a fact where boundaries of context and fact are not precisely definite according to the real life or the phenomenological experience of a student or of a participant. That is according to Yin 2003, and is described also as a research method that requires careful design of each stage being based on firm justification and technical research problems. That is according to Yildirim and Sinset 2006. For our data collection method, data were collected in a structured form that was developed by the researcher, yours truly, and revised in line with the view of experts. This is called also as in the validity section. The only survey questionnaire includes one open-ended question, and that conceptualized the whole manuscript. Next slide, sir. For the research sampling, the researcher used the basic purpose of sampling, which is obtained a representative sample or a small group of units or instances from a much larger group or population, so that the researcher can investigate the smaller group while making correct generations about the larger groups. That is according to Newman 2007. For our next slide, sir. For our data analysis, the method, the researcher used computer-assisted qualitative data, which is known as the MaxQD Analytics Pro 2020. So it helped a lot for analyzing the data gathered or even the raw data from the participants or from the students themselves. This has taken the place of decades of meticulous coding and labeling, together with the thematic also as part of the qualitative approach. So these tools help analysts be more efficient when it comes to data storage and retrieval, as well as the applying codes of data. Next slide, sir. For the findings and discussion, it says that the whole paper, the answer is yes, which includes the ability to express their thoughts, experiences, and the opportunity to demonstrate their different skills and talents. So it says that the concept of yes composed the HATS, or otherwise known as the higher order thinking skills of the students. Next slide, sir. Okay, so in the interpretation, it says here in this type of assessment, students are allowed to do their thing. It boosts their creativity and is free of expressing their thoughts regarding the subject matter, no matter what will happen. According to Palm 2008 and ECHE 2005, performance evaluation is recognized as having improved opportunities for measuring complex skills and communication, which is very vivid to everyone. Majority of them answered yes because they do believe that performance-based assessment is better than the traditional form of assessment in giving such activities to our students. Next slide, sir. Another answer from the student, most of the teachers nowadays are using the performance-based assessment, which allows the students to demonstrate their knowledge and skills through the performance tasks that are engaging and meaningful to them. And to support this claim, according to Miller, Lin, and Gronlund 2009, comparing traditional assessment with performance assessment, is stated that teachers can use performance assessment to examine everything. Next slide, sir. Lastly, the performance-based assessment assess higher order thinking skills. It focuses the students' growth and performance. It also allows the students to reflect on their own and apply her or his knowledge and skills in a real-life situation. For instance, number one is the role playing. Indeed, performance-based assessment encourages the students to apply what they have learned in the classroom to real-life situations. So really, the performance-based assessment is a great help to the students to engage themselves to a very particular situation wherein they can evolve, wherein they can improve themselves. For the conclusions and recommendations, we have traditional techniques of assessing student accomplishments are being replaced by performance evaluation. While traditional testing requires the students to accurately answer questions that are mostly knowledge-based, performance assessment also asks students to exhibit their knowledge and skills as well as their problem solving. It should be highlighted that regardless of the benefits and drawbacks of each type of assessment technique, the objective of the assessment should always come first when deciding whether to utilize one or the other. While the traditional evaluation processes are sufficient for such knowledge and abilities, additional assessment can also proceed with the example of portfolio and task performance are required for others. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening and for staying with the session 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Irene, for the wonderful talk. It was really interesting. So we have come to the end of the session. If there are questions, we are ready to clarify those doubts.
It's now open for our open forum. Let's start with the first presenter.
Yes, we have 6 minutes to go. So if you have any questions, anyone can start with that.
Anyone from the session? Can I have 2 minutes lang? 2 minutes for Dr. Praveen. This is all about the film spectator. Doc Praveen, is this a qualitative side or the analysis? How did you come up with the different films a while ago with regards to your presentation?
Well, thank you for that question. What is happening is not something just happening in my state. It is happening all over the world. The film industry is now facing a big crisis because of OTT platforms. People are not coming to the theater. See, so the industry is suffering. It is not just here alone. So I've just made some references, collected data from a number of other sources, but a focused study of what is happening in my state where I'm staying in Kerala state, India. For the last 60 years, I've tried to look at the film theater going experience, the home viewing experience, the arrival of video parlors, and then finally, now you get everything on OTT platforms. And when the COVID struck, everything. So it's basically a qualitative study, but the complete change. I've been trying, it's a descriptive study, analytical and tracing what is happening to the industry and the film viewing experience, because that's a big thing, you know, in the theater. Being in the theater is entirely different than being alone.
Oh, yeah. Actually, the theater now, the film industry is really affected by the pandemic. Not only during the pandemic, but every time they prefer to watch it online. Everything can watch it online, but the real problem is the filmmakers. It really affects their work, of course, the entire industry of the theater. And it's fine with me. I got the clarification for the film spectator. So it's open to the whole world, not only in a particular country. Thank you. Thank you, Doc. Any other question from the other presenters? Before we proceed to the session 4, I think there's none. Or how about you, Ma'am Roshni? Do you have any question or any recommendations to our presenters?
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for taking such an effort. It's like an amalgamation of knowledge from all over the world. I can see people from different parts of the world. And my question would be to Dr. June, actually. I just have one clarification to ask. Dr. June, are you there? Yes, Dr. June, you told that there should be a spread of awareness regarding cyberbullying. So in your university also you have taken up some steps. So can you just tell me 1 or 2 points? How can we get started with that? How can we make people aware about cyberbullying?
I myself proposed a program in which we actually visited some of the communities and conducted awareness on cyberbullying. So one of that is that we conducted seminars. So we invited speakers from the PNP. We invited speakers from who are psychologists and who are giving a lot of inputs to our young people, especially young people, young students who I found out in the study that they lack the awareness. So that we actually did, and it's part of the extension program of our university. It's funded by our university as part of our core functions in the university.
Okay, thank you, Dr. June, for your point.
Thank you.
I think we have come to the end of the session. The time is also over. Dr. Irene, I think we can conclude and we can hand over the session to the next session.
Before we proceed to the next session, we would like to congratulate everyone. Let us clap for the session 3 and congratulations. And we hope to see you again for our future Congress or future international conferences. So that's all. That ends for the session 3. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for all presenters, and also especially Professor Dr. Iren Gümiran and Roshni Raj Lashmi. They moderate the session great. Thank you very much for all. You added value to the Congress. Thank you very much. Professor Dr. Azer Dilanchiev from Georgia is here.
Yes, yes. Can you hear my voice?
Floor is yours. Yes, we are hearing you,
Yes,
dear Azer Dilanchiev.
first of all, thank you very much for this wonderful event. As always, everything is in a high level. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Kerim. And dear friends, in session 4, we have 6 presenters. I will not take much time. So our requirement is like maximum 15 minutes for one presenter. So we have to finish is in 1 hour and 30 minutes. And the first presenter is Mohammed Yassin. I guess he's missing. Yeah, Mr. Kerim. Yeah, so that's why we would like to give a floor to the second presenter. The topic is enhancing digital education toward teaching and learning in COVID-19 situation. The presenters are Dr. Velankani Alex, Dr. Ferdin John Joseph, and Mr. Lucipiono Leonardo Cavaliero. If these presenters are here, I would like to ask them to share the screen and start making the presentation. Yeah, floor is yours, please.
Okay, can you hear my voice, please?
Yeah, please, let's take into account the requirement, maximum 15 minutes. And at the end of the session, we're gonna have a question and answer part. Okay, please, yes, floor is yours, welcome.
Okay, good evening to all. Thank you very much for a good opportunity to enhance my knowledge towards writing a paper or research. Actually, this is one kind of thesis. I have taken only 2 objectives for writing a paper. That's a title. It says, Enhancing a Digital Education Towards Teaching and Learning in COVID-19 Situation. How the learning and teaching has to be practiced in a COVID situation. So that is my most Okay, my agenda, as long as you have given as an introduction, the second one as a literature review, methodology, finding and discussion. The last part is conclusion and recommendations. The first one, introductions. We have the education should need to give us a quality of education, not for a quantity. So call it, in order to get a quality of education, the teaching learning should be a proper communication, it's a proper things. So we have using like a different kind of digital platform for teaching and learning. But some of the teaching learnings are good. Some of the subject it's very difficult, especially when you look at as a business, statistics and mathematics and engineering mathematics. Those things are very difficult to transform, to make some platform for the digital, to teach them, to explain them. Some professors, they are accepting, some of them they don't accept. That it is a little bit of a problem. So that they have to enhance the teaching and learning in the COVID situation. We know all the COVID situation, we cannot get into the school or college or some of the platform. So we need to look at in the school or we need to look at the home, and we have to utilize. So how the process, how it is going, how it is work for the student as well as the teachers. That's the main thing. My problem statement is like this. Nowadays, for the information technology has penetrated almost every field of education. This fact, on the one hand, has to do with the permanent expansion of the capacity of the World Wide Web and makes it possible to place all important education-related information on the majority it serves. On the other hand, the students use the modern telecommunications means in the learning process, leads to the creation of a few forms of teaching, without which it is not possible to solve the series of increasingly higher educational tasks, especially for the higher education. They find it difficult. Already I have mentioned in the introduction itself, for mathematics as a business statistics, the people find very difficult. In order to solve the problem, the teacher or the professor, they explain it's a little bit. Then after that, you can review or something. But we can say it's lots of YouTube, some of the technology or some of the platform, it helps for the student, but it is not at all worth unless you are facing for, especially I'm telling that business statistics and the mathematics and the engineering field. So they find very difficult. The next one, what are the objectives they can develop, they can create? To create an appropriate atmosphere for children, it is important to consider that digital technology plays an important role in the process. Furthermore, this environment, students have the opportunity to think critically and independently, figuring out how to learn subject on their own through research and experimentations. So the parents has to be focused on more about the teaching and learning, because nowadays we find other than learning and teaching, their kids are using some more advanced technology in a different manner and different things. You have to find out, then you have to help them. You have to guide them in a proper way of teaching and learning. The next one, to manage the learning materials, we help with our new digital education program. It is worth mentoring that many types of software stimulate and imitate real events. It allows users to check the impact of the real situation without monitoring. It means the children have to promote, the parents have to promote their children to use the proper technology for teaching and learning. But previous years, the teacher, they told the student not to use the mobile. Now it is not the scenario to tell the words or tell the fact you should not use the mobile or something. But we can advise them, we can ask them to use as a tool to reference or to make some doubt clarity or something. If you make, it's more clear, more benefit for them. So we need to understand as a teacher, as a professor, as a student, you have to make as a good. Okay, the literature review, I have reviewed for digital education, teaching and learning, and COVID-19 situation. Digital education, it means everything is given in online. So how many sources it is useful for? You know, if you touch the Google and Bing and other Yahoo, other platform, everything you will get it. But what do you think if you type one word, it is bringing all the things, but something is a necessary, something it is not a necessary. It means it is not fit into your topic, fit into your subject. So it will be reviewed on a different thing. So I have reviewed what are the digital education, how it helps for the students, how many things are so good. So I have reviewed like that. The second one, and the teaching and learning. When you're teaching, how you teach, what are the platform is digitalized is there. Okay, for example, the Zoom or something, these are the tools it have come up. When the COVID situation, it is used the more. Before we don't know, we did not use. Some other different platform we use. For example, we can say like a Facebook, YouTube and other things are. That also it's help for the student, for their understanding, for their exploring their knowledge, as well as the learning, how the student utilized for the level of their digital for the learning. They will use lots of the games and other things other than for they're looking for reference or they are solving some problem, how the method is changes. So there are things we can review. I have reviewed like that. The last one is a COVID-19 situation. COVID-19 situation, it is all over the country, not only one country, it's all over the world. Say they recommended not to go out. So if you're not going out, how you can explore? We cannot make it, am I right? So we have to depend on something as a digital platform. So you can utilize, it means when you utilize, you have, look at your health, the eye power, then how your mind on your knowledge, it's exploring. So other things you have to look at, everything you have to use in a proper time management and get a proper knowledge. So that I have reviewed for the 3 title only. The next one, I can use the methodology. I'm sorry, I have mentioned only here as a qualitative research, as well as I have used as a quantitative research, both. So both the things are, I have used like a mean median. In the introduction itself, I have mentioned it is a full thesis, but I have took only 2 objectives, so I have written the paper. So the 2 papers, the quality research, only the 2 objectives said. So I have did as a systematic literature review. So how many literature review? It's at current present. They're talking about the COVID situation, how we have to enhance the digital, the platform. So that I used as a qualitative research. Okay, the next one, findings and discussion. So okay, I found that it is the information and communication technology in the course promotes the ability to collect the real data necessary to solve the problem and involve the people who have direct connection to ongoing educational activities. For example, colleagues from the other school, representatives of the circle science, and people working on similar problems as a student learning motivations. Here we can look at that, like Indian system, the education is a common. So one school they are using a different system, another school they are using as a different system, which means public and it's a private institute. The private institute education and the curriculum and everything is high. Their platform of digital is so high, but the government school, they did not provide. What they do, they have shared with each one. So I have got this material, you can use it, how it is going to help. That is the things I have found. It means that not only the teachers, the parents, but the student itself, they are helping with each other. The material is different, they will ask us a question. It means they have explored their thought and idea. So it helps them more to get the source of the knowledge for studying. The second one, it allows the educational process in a time and the space to go beyond the confines in the classroom and its fullest extent. Students and teachers use communication technology. So previous we have the parents and the student, they have a handbook. Now there is no handbook, nothing. Why? They have its WhatsApp group or some other things, but there are lots of communication tools are there, especially for communication and email. If they all the institute use as a email, it's a proper, like a giving and taking as a evidence. If you use as a WhatsApp group, they can delete or something. So if they use as a more full communication tool as a like a Gmail or something, email, it is better. So if they use, it's a more convenient, more evidence for them. The last one, the student surveys showed that the following research, 99% response agreed that learning 21st century skills are very important for a students. So already we know what are the 21st century skills to develop for the student knowledge. It doesn't mean the student, they don't explore their knowledge. There is no use of learning in such a digital platform. They have to develop as a new one, as a new thing, how to adapt, how to use. That is very important things. Okay, finally, I can conclude for my conclusion and recommendations. It is about my paper. In this era, great importance is given to operation and knowledge of information and communication technologies, creating further development facilities of development. It's all about source that once you develop or you cultivate your knowledge towards a digital platform, surely you can get it a lot. You can sign up very well. The second one, this would be the mission of online learning to continue education during the current pandemic. This phrase is often used to ensure our students are safe and their basic needs are met before starting online learning. So online learning is very important nowadays. So everything is made of those things. So that also you have to concentrate. As a parent, as a teacher, we have to guide them in a proper manner to enhance the technology. The third point is the pedagogy of available and used for face-to-face learning is not feasible for online learning. Especially, I said it is the business strategies and statistics, mathematics and engineering mathematics. It's more over to look on the board and talk. That it is ultimate aim to make it. Somehow we can make it for arts and other disciplines, and it's more well because lots of education sources are available. We can use, we can make it those things. It is that another recommendation. The last one, domestic violence and the child abuse are in the rise of the preparatives are often at home or in the immediate vicinity, causing mental distraction and the threat to learners. It means the parents and the teachers has to behind them, because if you allow them free, they use this in different things. Because when you touch one point, for example, I want to search as a mathematics how to solve the problem. If you get it is right. If it goes some other like other tab and other things, it goes. The student cannot leave because they want to explore everything, not only one, their subject only. So in order to say like that, you have to be calm and safe. You have to avoid those things. Better if you keep as well and good. So it makes it, the studies give us a recommendation for that one. So it helps the student can engage the digital wall. Finally, thank you for my kind attention. And this is my data and everything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex, for really very interesting topic. And at the same time, I would like to mention that's really very actual. And thank you very much for being in time because we have very strict time limits. Now, I would like to move to our next presenter. The topic name is the shadow pandemic, impact of the COVID-19 on women. The presenter is Akhil Naveed Raja Anshu Sharma. If the presenters are ready, would like to ask to share the slides.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. So kindly allow me to share.
Yeah, please, can you share now?
First class very good.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you for giving me the chance to present. Well, the topic, the search topic is this. Hello.
1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
Okay,
sir. Dr. Alex, can you turn off your mic? Yeah, you can continue. Yes, sorry. Yeah, please continue.
Thank you very much. The topic is the shadow pandemic, the impact of COVID-19 on women. Well, with the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the world witnessed more than the health crisis. The pandemic with health distress emerged with psychological, economic, and social issues. The economic activities were halted, the social mobility was restricted, and among the isolated people, the situation of fear and frustration emerged. With this, almost every section of the society faced the crisis, but mostly the women were impacted negatively. Women who are already marginalized in our society, the consequences of pandemic impacted negatively in every aspects of the life of the woman. So women faced more discrimination, dominance, violence, and economic crisis during the pandemic. When analyzing the women issues, they are being categorized as per the social environment they face. For urban women, the opportunities of jobs and business establishments are more than the rural women. The working women faced more violence at workplaces, and the dependent women were dominated more in the families. The economically independent women faced, as I said, the loss of jobs and the business closures, and the dependent women, as they are dependent on the males in the family, mostly in the rural areas, they faced domestic violence and discrimination more than before. This pandemic has been termed as shadow pandemic for the consequences the women face. So this pandemic emerged as one of the biggest crises for women. let's talk about the women in paid and unpaid labor. The women in both formal and informal sector faced the crisis of the workload, the job losses, or the business failures. As per the report of ILO, the 70% of workers in essential healthcare and social services globally are women. The demand for women workers increased their work burden, and with the responsibility of family and the situation demanded in the times of uncertainty, women faced double shift of work. COVID-19 pandemic pushed the demand for the women workers in the health sector at the times of the world health crisis, in which more nurses and more care workers were needed. The anger outburst, the frustration and aggression caused due to the consequences of the pandemic was faced by the women workers working in the health establishments and in managing the patients. So the women had to face the anger outburst and the frustration of the people during the healthcare and the management of the patients. Mostly the women are engaged in the informal sector with minimum social security. They can be easily removed from their jobs, mostly during the times of the crisis, and it has happened. So the women mostly faced job losses during the pandemic. The women faced more job losses than men, and the sectors which constitute women representation were hit hard during the pandemic, as per the ILO report. Women mostly work in hotels, food services, arts, retails, entertainment, and other recreational services. And these sectors in which the women are mostly engaged, or the sectors which are mostly managed by the women, they mostly remained closed during the pandemic. So the women either had to face job losses or the business shutdown during the pandemic. It's now difficult for the women who hardly started their businesses, as it's difficult in a patriarchal society for the women to restart again. So more than this, the unpaid work for the women has increased more than before. The unpaid work is a non-remunerated work carried out to sustain the well-being and maintenance of others in a household or community. The domestic work, which remains unpaid, has been labeled as women's work, and it has been considered as important for the development and sustainability and economic progress for the family. And this domestic work has been increased. The people unwillingly or willingly had to stay at home, which increased the household chores. It increased the care work and the family management for the women. As the offices, schools remained closed, the business establishments, they alternated their operational activities with the trend of work from home by communicating virtually on online platforms. All this pushed people to stay at home, which increased the unpaid labor for the woman. So the care of the family and the management of the children who stayed at home during the pandemic increased more burden than before for the woman. The woman work impacted the mental and the physical health of the woman, as the research has proved that people with less social ties are less healthy than those who have more social ties. So women, as we know, have limited social environment. The shrink of already restricted social networking for women resulted in the worst health outcomes for the women during the pandemic. The pandemic had an impact on the social life of the woman. The pandemic restricted people to stay at home, which twisted women more in domestic chores. The domestic violence cases has been increased. The National Commission of India reports have shown that there is increase in the complaints of domestic violence in India during the imposition of the restrictions. Well, as the feminists blame men and the patriarchal system of the society led as the main reason for the domestic violence. So the women who are already dominated in the society faced violation of rights, increased family burden, and uncertain hostility during the pandemic. The pandemic created the situation of panic, frustration, and a future of uncertainty for women. The women who lost jobs due to the impact of pandemic had to face social issues in the families as they earn less, as subsequently save less, and this impacted negatively on women as the economic distress made women difficult to manage their personal requirements and needs. If we believe in feminist works, the women absorb all the stress and anger and frustration of the family. When the people with the consequences of pandemic and the situation of uncertainty, they were in frustration, and all the anger outburst was absorbed in the families if we believe in the Marxist feminists that the women are the shit takers in the family, in the words of Fran Annesley. So the women with limited social networks, lacked social and environmental support, the women capacity of raising voices for their independence, which was in the process of development, decreased again to dissatisfying levels. The methodology, keeping in view the availability and feasibility of the data, the study has been conducted on the basis of secondary sources of data. Conclusion and suggestions is like the women were impacted negatively during the pandemic, and they need economic and social support. Women faced job losses and their business got affected badly, which needs measures to restore. The unpaid work for women increased more than ever before. The family needs to be managed in a proper way. The social life of women remained more in distress, and the woman had to absorb all the stress in the family. The health of the woman is another crisis of the pandemic which emerged, a negative consequence for the woman. The need is for the intervention of government policies and non-government initiatives for the welfare and the betterment of the women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's really women empowerment is one of the important issue. Yeah, now we would like to move to our next presenter. The topic of the presentation is chemical weeds management strategies in wheat under changing agroclimate conditions of Dera Ismail Khan, Pakistan, Dr. Iqtidar Hussain, and Muhammad Jawad Nazir. Yeah, please, you can share your screen.
Wait for some minutes. I am trying to share the screen.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Here
We can present.
Here in Dekhan, too much heat. Today, near about 48 Celsius centigrade throughout the day. And in that hot climate, working is too much harder. Now comes to the my topic: effects of weeds management practices in different wheat cultivars under agroclimatic condition of Dera Ismail Khan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan, by Dr. Iqtidar Hussain, Assistant Professor, Department of Agronomy, Faculty of Agriculture, Gumal University, Dera Ismail Khan. Agenda or contents of the study: introduction, literature and review, objective, methodology, finding and discussion, conclusion and recommendation. Introduction. Agriculture is the backbone of Pakistan economy, contributing 24% to the GDP of the country. Almost 67% of population is involved directly or indirectly with agriculture. and 45% of the labor force is employed in the agriculture sector. The livelihood of these farming communities depend on agriculture that is relatively a risky business. The major risks in agriculture are caused by different internal and external factors, or it's caused physical or biotic factor, and one of the major factors in recent time is changing climate or heat in Pakistan. What is the leading food grain? Wheat is the leading food grain of Pakistan and occupies a central position in agriculture policies, contribute 12.5% to the value added in agriculture and 3.1% to gross domestic product. Cultivated on an area of 8,069,000 hectares in NWFP or Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, wheat area of about 0.806 million hectare with a production of 1.067 million ton. Wheat provides about 72% of calories. Pakistan is the 7th biggest wheat producer, accounting for 2.73% of the world's wheat production. Literature review. This literature is taken from the Economic Survey of Pakistan Report 2021. Wheat triticum estivum is most important cereal that contributory largely to human diet. It ranked first to feed the world and is the staple food of Pakistan. Annually, over 9 million hectares are devoted in Pakistan for wheat crop with a total of 25 million tons production. Production total of wheat in Pakistan is recorded at lower scale than other developed countries. Major constraints. Weeds are one of the major constraints in acquiring high yield of any crop. Weeds are unwanted plants present in the field which derive the crop from food, light, water, and from nutrients. Most of the farmers are unable to control the weeds properly. I would like to say that without proper weed control, all the technologies fail to boost up the production. In different areas of the Pakistan, different weeds control methods are used depending upon the type of soil and weather patterns. Weeds are one of the major constraints in acquiring high yield of any crop. Next. Objective of the studies: to find out the high-yielding wheat varieties suitable for sowing in Deir Ismail Khan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan, in changing climate or in heat resistance. Number second, to determine the best weedicide for minimum weed competition with the wheat crop. Third, to determine the suitable integrated weeds management system in wheat. Methodology. The experiment was carried out at Agriculture Research Farm, Faculty of Agriculture, Gumal University, Deir Ismail Khan for 2 years, 2019-20 and 2021. The experiment was laid out in split plot design using 2 factor varieties and herbicide having 3 replication. The factors and their levels are as under: varieties, main plots. 3 varieties are selected for experiment. Number 1, Bakhtawar 92, number 2, Galaxy 13, number 3, Fakhre Bakhar. Herbicides, 2 herbicides are selected. Broad spectrum herbicide, chemically it is 2,4-D 72 EC plus isoproteron 75 vegetable powder at the rate of 623 gram and 649 gram as active ingredient per hectare. Second, narrow leaves with herbicide isoprotein 75 vegetable powder at the rate of 968 gram active ingredient per hectare. Third, no herbicides or weed check or control. Finding and discussion. Root comes toward the data. Table 1 show impact of varieties, interaction with herbicides on weed density before spray. Here we see that the weed infestation are too much in the field. Maximum weed infestation was found in Bakhtawar 92 and in control measures, there are maximum weed population was found during both years. In interaction, 2019-20 Galaxy 13 show maximum weed population, and in 2021 Bakhtawar 92 shows maximum weeds population in the field. Before spray, there is the challenge to control these weeds through herbicides or through by biological control as a using allelopathic effect of these weed varieties. So these two major biological control as allelopathy and herbicides are used in this experiment. Red color indicated the maximum values in 2019-20 and 2020-21. Which is there. Here we see that maximum weeds population after the spray. We see in the Bakhtawar 92, 2019-20 and 2021. This was in the Galaxy 13 as in the previous table 1, where we see same trend. Here we see that Fakhre Bakar have very minimum weeds in their field. This may be due to its allelopathic effect of this variety to control the weeds. Allelopathic chemicals or phytochemicals which are released by the plants and affect the neighboring plants, neighboring plant growth and inhibit or suppress the weeds in the field. Fakhre Bakar have this property of phytochemicals released during its growth and cause allelopathy which affect the weeds, and we see that there is a minimum population in Fakhre Bakar, and both weedicides, broad spectrum and narrow leaves, efficiently control the weeds. But here we see that broad spectrum herbicides are more efficient than narrow leaf weeds. Red value shows the maximum values of the data about impact of varieties interacted with herbicides on fresh wheat biomass gram per meter square before spray. Here we see that Bakhtawar 92 during both years have most wheat biomass due to most wheat population, and in both conditions control where no herbicide was applied have maximum wheat biomass due to their number of weeds or more number of population present in the field. While Fakhre Bakar have suppressing effect on the weeds also, and before spray we see that that minimum weed biomass was observed in Fakhre Bakar in both treatment as well as in the control during the both 2 years. Table 4 shows impact of varieties interaction with herbicide on dry wheat biomass. This dry wheat biomass are taken from fresh wheat biomass by taking sample of fresh weeds, placing in the oven about 75 Celsius for 72 hours until constant weight. After attaining constant weight, these observations or data are taken, and here we see some other effects from fresh wheat biomass. Here we see that maximum dry wheat biomass was attained by Galaxy 13 in interaction during 2019-20, while Bakhtawar 92 overall 2019-20 and 2021 have maximum value about dry wheat biomass. In the same way, control have maximum value about dry wheat biomass because there no weed control measure or no herbicide were applied. Next. Table 5 shows impact of varieties interacted with herbicide on fresh wheat biomass after spray. This data was taken 15 days after the spray. Here we see that again maximum wheat biomass was obtained in the control, and as in previous table 4 to 2019-20, Galaxy 13 has maximum value, while during 2021 Bakhtawar 92 have maximum values. While Fakhre Bakhar suppressing the weeds efficiently and so have minimum value in both broad spectrum and grassy weed herbicide. However, in grass weeds herbicide, it has very minimum value about 22.6 gram per meter square. Table 6 shows impact of varieties interacted with herbicide on dried wheat biomass gram per meter square after spray. Here we see that similar results as in table 5 fresh wheat biomass, but here we see that 2019-20 there was a significant difference among the varieties about dry wheat biomass, but in 2021 non-significant dry wheat biomass was found. However, both weedicides have efficiently controlled the weeds over the control where no herbicide was used. However, broad spectrum herbicides are more efficient than narrow leaves herbicides. Table 7 shows impact of varieties interacted with herbicides on spikes per meter square. Spikes per meter square are that parameter which determine the grain yield or economic yield and is most important yield contributing parameter in wheat production. Maximum number of spikes always produce maximum grain yield per hectare. Here we see again that maximum values was observed in Fakhre Bakhar of 428 spikes per meter square during 2019-20 and 2021, where this amount was somewhat reduced, about 353.2 meter per square. This was due to the heat stress prevailing most in 2020 than 2019-20. While interaction, here we see that narrow leaves herbicides have maximum values in both years about the spikes per meter square. Here we see that Fakhre Bakhar is the elite variety or superior variety than other two varieties and showing their superiority over these two varieties. Table 8 shows impact of varieties interacted with herbicides on grains per spike. Most number of grains always produce most grain yield per hectare. Grains are that number which contributed effectively in economic yields. Here we see that maximum number of grains were obtained by the variety Fakhre Bakkar, interacted in control where no herbicides was used. But in varietal comparison, maximum grains per spike was observed in Galaxy 13, 78.72, and in 2021, Galaxy 13 also produced 59.92. Here we see that the difference of grains per spike in the both years. This was due to the heat stress prevailing in the month of March during 2021, which reduced the number of grains per spike in the field, and this effect will come on heat. This effect of heat stress will come in next two tables of 1000 grain weight and grain yield also. Impact of table 9 shows impact of varieties interacted with herbicide on 1000 grain weight in gram. Here we see that maximum 1000 grain weight was applied in Galaxy 13 and its interaction with broad spectrum herbicide, while in 2021 maximum values of 1000 grain weight was shown by Bakhtawar 92 interacted with narrow leaves herbicides, somewhat difference from the number of grains and number of spikes per meter square from the previous table. The 1000 grain weight was a genotypic character which is less influenced by the external environment. Here, so we see that Bakhtawar 92 in both years having different climate. In 2019-20, there was a normal weather condition and no heat stress was found during the month of March, while in 2021 heat stress prevailed during the month of March, and somewhat 1000 grain weight was reduced in Fakhre Bakkar due to heat stress. Next. Who comes towards the table?
Sorry for interruption, Dr. Hussein. We are limited in time, so please take this.
But this is the second last table, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So
second last table, impact of varieties interactive herbicide on grain yield. Here we see the superiority of the Fakhre Bakkar in both year for grain yield and economic component of the wheat. It was due to the most number of spikes per meter square, which contributed well in this parameter. Table 8 shows economic analysis of wheat varieties interacted with herbicide interaction. Here we see that due to more grain yield production, Fakhre Bakkar recorded the maximum benefit cost ratio and shows most economic variety in prevailing condition of Dar es Khan, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. Now comes to the conclusion. Among varieties, Fakhre Bakkar gave the highest grain yield due to its superiority in yield component as compared to Galaxy 13 and Bakhtawar 92 under agroecological condition of Dar es Khan. The most effective herbicide was the broad spectrum, which gave control over weeds. The herbicide controlled weeds to a varying level and as a result increased total spikes per meter square, grains per spike, 1000 grain weight, and grain yield ton per hectare. Recommendation. From our research data, both herbicides control weeds efficiently. Fakhre Bakkar is an elite variety of wheat in agroclimatic condition of DA Khan. So this variety is recommended for general cultivation in Pakistan with suitable herbicides. No house is open for question. Thank you for your kind attention and giving time to me to show my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussein, for interesting presentation. Now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Muherji. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. And the topic is From Margins to Metropolitan, the Political Economy of Folk Painters of the 19th Century Colonial Calcutta. Yeah, please, floor is yours. Doctor, you can present.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all of my co-presenters and the organizers. I'm audible, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, sir. And my screen is visible? My screen is visible?
Yes. Everything is okay.
Okay. Thank you to organizer for inviting me in the 4th CEO Congress, and it's my pleasure to being here. Actually, my paper is dealing about the margins to the metropolitan, the political economy of the folk painters of 19th century colonial Calcutta. Myself is Deborna Mukherjee. I'm from Kolkata, attached with Sharda University, and I am also attached with Jogeshwar Chaudhary College, Kolkata. In introduction, my presentation is based on the literature review that focuses on the photos that the painters of the Kalighat painting mainly, and its historical analysis of its existence in Bengal region from colonial period to present time. To begin with, paintings like literature and or other historical sources are important repositories of a bygone era. Replete with imageries of the past, the photos and their paintings provide us an important intellectual entry point to understand the times in which they were made, particularly those of colonial Bengal in the 19th century. Although this art at present has been relegated to the whims and fancies of mass consumption, practices of the market economy, as is evident in the cheap artifacts proliferating the streets of Calcutta and other mundane places. This paper attempts a socio-cultural evolution of the potuas of the Kalighat Potua Para. Interestingly, its historical significance or its cultural utility to the time still present date continues to attract serious scholarship from historians and other social science disciplines of the academia. In case of context and in object, I must say that my research would also include contextualizing and understanding the background within which the entire cultural milieu of Potuas has to be situated or located. The multi-sided ideas of modernity unleashed by colonialists and its interaction with the indigenous communities of Bengal would lead to a new dynamism hitherto seen before. In this case, foregrounded the entire colonial context of late 19th and early 20th century becomes paramount. The times and values of those times needless to add were in for flux. It is in the cultural recess of their works and minds of these painters we can hope to delineate the various ideas that pervaded the body politics of Bengal in those times. In theme section, there are many unanswered questions and queries regarding the Potuas that merit serious attention and still awaits a proper answer. Firstly, it pertains to the nature and composition of Potua paintings itself. Queries like who made it and for what purpose, who were the targeted audience would tell us a lot about the cultural and political dimensions of the time, would tell us a lot about the cultural political dimension of that times they were made and unmade. Precisely, it is the political ethnography of the colonial Bengal in the 19th century that this research proposal would look into. This aspect becomes critical when one takes into account the existence of multiple power hierarchies operating within these categories of painters or the makers of these paintings. For instance, we can say that there were Muslims the only artists of Potua paintings, or where there are castes involved in its making. Further queries like what compelled the Potua painters who had ready-made market in rural fairs and festivals moved to the greener pastures of the colonial Calcutta metropolis. A logical question that emerges in the fact that was they successfully in charting a niche of their own, or became, as it became evident, mere victims of the market economy where its cheap versions were widely available. The social life of this cultural commodity has seldom been commented upon by the mainstream academia of India in general and Bengal in particular. The research would attempt to analyze the art of potua in all its totality. Delineating this totality would primarily entail understanding the various means and the intricacies in the underpinned much of their works and the multifaceted nature or the behavior of the painters themselves. As it is said, contextualizing my work of art is important so as to understand its various aspects to its cultural significance and utility. The colonial society and culture had its imprint on the works of the potuas has often been commented upon by the scholars, historians alike. However, one aspect that has often been ignored by the art historians is the fact that here were many interconnections between potua style of painting and other mainstream school of painting, which are hardly recognized in the academia. Further, it would also seek to add on to the existing literature by employing painting as a source or rather a political commentary of the times in which they were made. Political commentary through the eyes of potua painters would open up a new space of analysis that every art form is the performance of politics in visual form, can be interfered from the ways in which these painters crafted their art. Making sense of the politics as exhibited in this art form of the potuas would form an important aspect of this research work. As the time is limited, so I am skip some of my slide and going to hypothesis, and in case this I can deal with that, theorizing the reactions and interaction in the backdrop of the evolving context of the potuas painters and their lived realities are an important aspect of their research work. Literature of various kinds too have been employed to understand the many-sided aspect of the potuas and their vacation. Both vernacular as well as English sources, materials dealing with various aspects of the similarly placed art form would be used for the understanding the nitty-gritty of the research topic undertaken. Paintings in general and the works of potuas in particular are a commentary on the evolving and multi-sided socio-political and economic histories of colonial Calcutta. The art of potuas was an indigenous response to the new cultural context unleashed by colonial modernity in Bengal. Potuas and their political paintings suggest the many ways in which the margin speaks truth to power. Potuas and their migration histories are replete with sociological observation on the evolution of colonial urban spaces of Calcutta and its periphery. When pitted against the growing consciousness about nation and its derivative nationalism, the critique of the migrant and economically underprivileged class of the potuas raised very relevant question about the negotiating India's colonial history when conceiving of her as an independent nation. The participation of female painters broadened the template as well as the richness of the art potuas as a whole. In case of finding, I must say that Kalighat painting, in my opinion, stand as a signifier of the moment in Indian nationalism through visual culture and in the 19th century, where the Orient met Occident. I have carefully used the words Orient and Occident instead of the West and the East because the discourse of Orientalism as made by the Said is far more telling as it speaks of definiting and redefining. It is evident that the idea that has formed around Kalighat Patachitra is that it was reactionary. Before moving into the realm of thought, it is important to note that the most popular and mass-produced oleographs were that of the paintings of god and goddesses, followed by important moments in the history. Returning to the reactionary nature of this painting, in having painted the elite, it is important to understand a simple concept regarding art. If art is imagined and what we imagine is nothing but what we experience every day, then art is bound to be mimetic. The deeper complexities of mimesis in the Kalighat painting with regard to imagination is also what I want to explore. The shift from drawing beats to humans that work around us was definitely about a strong Western influence, but there is a relatively unexplored arena when it comes to overlooking at the major shifts in Indian art, and in this case, Kalighat paintings, that could be very much about an active tendency towards the subversion. Their songs and dramatic performances, their paintings and their pantomimes, therefore, hit more directly against the habit of both the Nouveaux riches and the Orthodox Hindus, the anglicized custom of the parvenu and the hypocrisy of the priest. Thus, in one sense, their cultural expression could be interpreted as a more radical manifestation of social protest coming from the bottom, directed against both the new colonial influence and the old feudal customs, in a language that was more earthy and authentic than that cultivated by the educated gentry. They were made by people belonging to the lower class with a complex identity issue due to the conflicting religious identities that was mostly interchangeable as per convenience. My detailed focus will be Kalighat paintings and its employment in the question of national identity, with the loss of ritual importance, defamation, and eventual museumization. Kalighat paintings had become the perfect example of a folk gone wrong, which is why folk should be remained in the village. The photos openly portrayed the meeting of the two private lives of the Bhadralok, that is the mainstream culture, with ultimately bared not just the indulgence of the Bhadralok, but also the many sides of the potential one-dimensional Bengali woman, her sexuality, her deplorable habits, her jealousy, and her control of the effeminate. Bhadralok was observed and brought out by the Portuguese, who was involving and innovating his style of art by participating his language of nationalism on paper and creating a product that would inflict tremors on elitist nationalism. In the entire phase of the national struggle, the crucial need was to protect, preserve, and strengthen the inner core of the national culture, its spirit and essence. The Portua intentionally created marked differences in the being of the Bengali woman, where one could tell if she was the prostitute or the wife. In the series of the Babu and Bibi paintings, it is evident that the Bibi was just another category that had many branches of women who had different allocations in the society. Nonetheless, they continued to be associated with the Babu, who was portrayed as the colonized constant strategically. Numerically, Babu fell short in comparison with the number of the ways Bibis were portrayed by the Portuguese, and none of them worked in favor of the singular identity of the Bhadralok. The folk were simply painting the metropolitan woman being subjected to both growth and preservation of knowledge systems that were ideal for women. In conclusion, I must say much of the past literature on subaltern studies has concentrated almost exclusively on more openly rebellious and radical forms of the resistance, often to the neglect of the more subtle yet perhaps far more pervasive form of non-violent, passive, and everyday form of resistance. In case of that, we must, after all, remind ourselves that subaltern consciousness is not merely structure characterized solely by negativity. It is also history, and it's also shaped through a changing process of interaction between the dominant and the subordinate. When we think of how an art form died out, it is essential to realize that the fluidity of an entire art form practiced by at least a few hundred must have struck a chord that had to be silenced eventually, but entirely. Through their everyday ways of doing folk and doing seti, these paintings were retaining a quality of folk that is so usual. And in that perception, it creates dominant symbol that when acted and reenacted become a reality on the paper that transcend the artist's creation in itself. Like that of a fish of a spiritual human chain or goddess Lakshmi's fate. This is not lack of innovation nor in the imitation as understand in the metropolitan's copyright conscious market. This is a purposeful preparation and repetition of the motifs in the traditional vernacular. Even in the cities, the Portuguese practiced repetition of the symbols, and these symbols were directly attached to the very being of the social class. In case of future prospect, during India's struggle to constitute a national identity, the indigenous cultural artifacts such as the Kalighat pots served as a model of authentically Indian art forms, and for influential writers and artists, folk culture provided an abundant resource of Indian tradition which they modified and updated to express shared sentiments and alienation, nationalist pride, and often the idealized past. But the socio-economic evaluation of the potuas is still unearthed. Without an all-round socio-economic evolution, the workmanship of an artisan community cannot be preserved. While Jamini Roy's works are considered to be the priceless Indian national treasures, Kalighat paintings hardly receive credit in scholarly writings. Even though these artists represent a primary source for Roy, it is unsettling that these great paintings were often neglected, especially when we consider the cultural significance of the Kalighat style. Instead of viewing this work as mere product of westernization, I suggest they are indigenous and reflect a culture adapting a new challenge and circumstances in a colonized environment. Kalighat painting relied on the traditional Indian art form as they deployed a unique, vivacious body of art. So thank you for listening me, and over to the moderator. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation, Professor. And now we would like to move today's our last presenter, Muhammad Umair. The topic is economic recovery by developing business strategies, mediating role of financing and organizational culture in small and medium businesses. So, Muhammad, if you are ready, please, you can share the screen and start presenting. Yeah. Yes, Muhammad, can you hear us? Please share your screen. Yeah. I would like to ask Mr. Kerim to help Mr. Muhammad.
Actually, I see him. His voice is also open, dear Azar.
Yeah, maybe.
Mohammed Umair, I see you and your voice is also open. Can you speak?
Yes, there's some technical issues maybe.
We can solve anyway. And go.
Yeah, he's sharing. Yeah.
That's great.
Okay. Yeah, Muhammad, we cannot hear you. Can you turn on your voice? I mean, open your speaker.
Actually, his voice is opened. Can you talk, Mohammed Umair?
Mohammed, we cannot hear you. Mohammed, we cannot hear you. I guess he has some technical issues.
Can you speak right now, Mohammed Umair?
Yeah, please put your mic on the Congress side.
Do you hear his voice, Azar?
Yes, but it's not so exact. Can you speak loudly, Mohammed, please?
Yeah, today I have to present the economic recovery by developing business strategies, mediating role of financing organizational culture in small and medium businesses. Actually, we all know the pandemic has badly affected Now we have to make a strategy how we can recover our economy. In this regard, we check the two different sources, the financing and organizational culture, how to help to recover our businesses. I'm Mohammed Umair, from University of Lucky Marwat, Pakistan, and my co-author is Dr. Azhar from International Black Sea University, Georgia. My presentation contents are introduction and objectives. The objectives contain what is the main purpose of this research and how we'll attain our target and what method did we use. And the third chapter is methodology, in which we will describe that how did we attain, which method we used and how we elaborate these results. And the fourth chapter is results, in which we discuss the findings and our discussions. And the second last chapter is conclusion, and last chapter is policy recommendation. The very first chapter is introduction. We all know that small and medium businesses play a significant role in guaranteeing the long-term success of the economy and society. However, small and medium businesses play a critical role to develop and recover economy after COVID-19 pandemic that has made devastation all around the world. However, according to the different sources, in Europe, percentage of creative small and medium businesses remains very low. Only 47% of small and medium businesses and 64% are considered creative, and 78% are considered as big businesses in Europe. After this development, the Eurostat found that Latvia's percentage of innovative companies was much lower than the European Union norm, at only 26.6% for small, 45.12% for medium-sized businesses, and 66% for large. As a result, the inventions are risky and expensive. That requires a great deal of the time and money. For this study, we concrete on social media strategy capacity and how and when small and medium-sized businesses affect disruptive innovations by small and medium-sized enterprises in China. In addition, the goal is to boost non-oil exports from 16% to 48% of total GDP, increasing the private sector participation from 35% to 66%. As a reminder, the state of Saudi Arabia's gross domestic product was projected in 2014 to 2015, 609 billion. SME's target audience will be target for the exploration and the assessment, but it will be created on a broad scale to accommodate the different use cases. Now I will discuss the objectives of my study. As I have already explained, that we are going to discuss the link between small and medium-sized businesses performance and total quality management. In this study, we used a case study of small firm was exploring using a statistics cross-sectional research approach. More data may be analyzed using a subjective or a quantitative methodology as additional research. Our research results gives insight into today's unique enterprise environment, which focuses on total quality management to boost the productivity for small and medium-sized businesses, owners, and managers. And also our results suggest assistance to SMEs by providing advice and organizational culture, which impacts the practical application for overall quality administration and therefore enhances the performance. Let's discuss the methodology. We use the cross-sectional study collecting data using a questionnaire administered to study participating using quantitative methodology. First of all, we translated this questionnaire into the Chinese language with assistance of our other researcher co-helper. According to the preliminary, random sample should be increased to remedy the non-response problems and reduce error. We separated 800 questionnaire. The data was collected from the owner's manager of SMEs in the manufacturing environment of southwestern region of the China using a questionnaire, while the assistance of our, as I have already mentioned, our research participants. Now see the results. The function of organizational culture and link between the total quality management and the performance of small and medium enterprises in investigating a study, which as far as the research is aware, it is the first of its kind total quality management implemented organization outperformed their non-implemented counterparts in the productivity. Findings from the previous studies on the effect of total quality management and the performance were mixed. It has shown the total quality management may enhance an organizational culture based on competing values framework. As a result, the study found a lack of total quality management focused solely in this research. Adapting a mediating and a moderating paradigm reveals the link of the total quality management and the small medium enterprises performance. The shareholder of small and medium-sized businesses may enhance their performance by implementing these findings, ensuring the sector's continuity, consistency, and congruency in an exceedingly dynamic business environment. And the next chapter contains the conclusion. The conclusion is the sum of our study. In the study, we have looked at how TQM affect SMEs in China while also taking into account the influence of organizational culture for the economic recovery. Although the total quality management has an immense beneficial and the considerable effects on this performance, it also has direct positive effects on organizational culture, equally as a significant tool for the management's direct impact. This study uses cross-sectional data, as I have already shared in the previous slides. How we can increase the economic recovery by adopting and implementing our policy. Owners, managers of industrial production of SMEs must seek to establish quality improvement to customer needs to improve their services. And the second, a company owners, managers should prioritize their implies in analytical analysis and intellectual propensities, performance improvement, and data proceedings. Quality management cannot be adequately implemented without the cooperation of employees. Thus, if we need to recover economic recovery after the pandemic, we have to adopt such a policies and to use these financing, accessing, and total quality management in our small and medium businesses. In the last chapter, we have cited the references that we have used, and in the last, thanks to all for attentions and giving me opportunity for this kind of opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, for the interesting presentation. Now, when there was 6 presenters and the one was absent, yes, Mr. Kerim. So we would like now to move to the question sections. If you have any questions relating to our today's presenters among the participants of the conference, you are welcome to ask. Yeah.
Thank you for all presenters and Associate Prof. Dr. Azer Dilenciyev, thank you very much. You added value to our Congress again.
Thank you very much.
We are cooperating from at the beginning of the CEO Congress. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again for this wonderful event. So we are giving floor to the section number 5 then.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Dr. Ayo Gayeta, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Floor is yours. You can moderate your session.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Karim Karidal, for the opportunity. So this time we are now in the session 5, and my co-moderator is Dr. Charuta Gadzebiehe. I hope that I pronounce your name and your surname properly. So in this afternoon session, we will be having 6 presenters, including myself and Dr. Charuta, together with Redima Gurung and also Dr. Joban Pret Singh. And of course, we have Dr. Minashki Rana and his co-author, Dr. Hari. And the last presenter will be a collaboration research from Assistant Professor Putri Ergianasari, Assistant Professor Trisanto Romulo, Simantunjak Tak, and Miss Rizky Amalia Pinartha, and Mr. Luigi Pio Leonardo Cavalier. And we will start our session with the topic, empowering the specially abled through skill development education, with my co-moderator, Dr. Charuta Gajbiehe.
Yes, let me share my screen with you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me, sir? So can you hear me?
Yes, please increase your volume of your microphone so that you'll be able to be listened audible. You may go ahead. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you. You may start your presentation.
Is my presentation visible?
Yeah. It's visible.
Very good evening to one and all present here. The topic for my presentation is empowering the specially abled through skill education development. I am Dr. Charuta Gajbiehe from the Department of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, LAD and SRP College. Okay. Now, as you all know that India is embarking upon its new educational policy. And for the past 4 or 5 years, we have been talking about skill development to a very great extent. However, this particular thing is being confined only to the general and to the normal people. I would like to bring attention here that it is not taking into consideration the marginalized sections of the society. It is important here to note that 33% of this population falls under the age group of 10 years to 29 years. If this large number of people are deprived of education and training, where do we stand with the movement of sustainable development? And so hence this project is a call for all the people in the education field to design training programs in their own specialized field, taking into consideration the specific natures of the disability and their learning abilities, their limitations, and their potentials. This study focuses on creation of skill development program only for the hearing impaired in the hospitality sector. This study deals with designing of curriculum for the hearing impaired, which could be placed in the hospitality industry with a proper teaching pedagogy that will be used. Keeping the above in mind, the aims and objectives for this study were to design and develop a hospitality training program for hearing impaired people and implementation of the program in the Department of Hotel Management. The objectives that were taken into consideration in order to achieve this aim were to empower the hearing impaired youth with skills for employability in hospitality service sector, as there is no provision for higher education after 12th in this particular region. To support and to encourage local hotels in their CSR activity was also a part of this program, as they were equally partners to this program, as finally the students were to be placed in their organizations. Lastly, the department itself of LAD College would like to establish itself as a training for hospitality center as a part of extension activity and the institutional's vision of social responsibility. The scope of the study is actually can be extended from the local environment for the local community upliftment, for the local hotels to encourage their CSR activity, to also being a part of the AICT programs, the UGC programs, the higher education programs, to enable and to add on to the physically challenged population into the mainstream of education. Because in today's times, the normal colleges are not ready to take up any kind of physically challenged people. Now, any project that we take up has to have a proper justification, because a lot of manpower, funding, time, or valuable knowledge management goes into it. And in order to justify the project, it encourages the inclusive working in the hospitality industry by educating the hearing impaired. It calls for future applying for funding from the UGC and the AICT. It wants to gain it would help rather in gaining a NAC accreditation to the colleges. It will enhance our skill academy of the college. It further also is trying to sensitize the various other organizations to take up these kind of disabled people in their organizations like hotel, malls, restaurant, housekeeping agencies. It is a program which is partnered with a national level organization called as CEOSSC, which takes into consideration the employment of the disabled people into the various employment sector. And we have helped these in one of the aspects. Now, this methodology, which has been explained to you, is a form of only a preliminary study that was forming the basis of designing the training program. So it included the exploratory and the descriptive type of nature of the study. The area selected was city of Nagpur. I must here tell you to the audience of the global that Nagpur city is a two-tier city. So unlike other metro cities, there are very few facilities for this kind of specially able students or pupils, you can say. Now you can see that though there are a lot of primary schools education, the sample selection which were ready to be a part of this were only limited to 50 students hearing impaired were a part of this study. 30 staff from the hotels were included in the survey portion, and the source through which the information was gathered was a questionnaire. Now, this questionnaire was administered for the deaf and mute people through an interpreter of a sign language, and the staff was asked questions with the help of an interview. Now, the origin of the construct came from the various studies that were carried out, and we have to limit our studies to somewhere, and the study formed the basis from the traits of hearing impaired, the teaching pedagogy used for the teaching specially abled pupil, employability factors of specially abled pupil. The variables selected were the traits of hearing impaired, which was further divided into subsectors like their mental ability, their special skills, the way they convey or communicate. The teaching methodology was one of the variable, which was how the ITC was used. And I must tell you that ITC is enabling to impart education to the specially able to a very great extent, and has helped us normal people also to educate them. The next method was the demonstration, the role play, the practical, and the lectures. The employability factors of specially able people were identified by the area with which they were themselves preferring to work, they felt comfortable with, then the correlation with the skill that they have and the job in demands, whether they are there or not. Lastly, the services or the training program will be consumed by the guest of the hotel. So the acceptance from the guest was also made a part of this study. Now, taking into considerations, the review of literature was to be extensively carried out, as this was a new concept for us, and whatever studies was done world across with the help of the policies by the government, the AICT implementation programs, its encouragement for the specially able people, the teaching pedagogy used at the primary level and the higher secondary level of 12th standard was also taken into consideration and reviewed extensively. the questionnaire or the survey that was carried out to form of for this study was, we actually had to identify whether there was a readiness of the students to take up this program, and more than 70% people said that they are ready. Now you will see the later on the input, how it reduced later on. The preference of sign language, as you all know that there are various sign language world across. Here it was preferred that they would like to go for a sign language which was Indian, and also to an extent the localized one. Willingness to participate in this from the hotelier point of view, almost all the hotels except 10% said that they are ready to be a part of this program. So we had a lot of support from the hotel industry. Difficulty in training the hearing impaired people, the hoteliers agreed that yes, if they are sent freshly to us without the basic training, we find it difficult to train them. Now, lastly, whether the guests will be happy with the services provided by the hearing impaired or not, many of them, the hoteliers said that there will not be any difference. As we all know that in India, we have already Mirchi and Mime in Mumbai, we have Ishara in Mumbai. In Noida city, we have another one hotel running by these people. And world across, there are people who are taking the services of the specially abled people. Now, after the evaluation from the survey, we observed that the funding was one of the limitations of this project, and also the area, the local area was one of the constraints, as this could not even extend to near around areas or district, because the accommodation for these kind of people would be a great problem. So it is called for time to contact the agencies which could fund this kind of project works, and also designing up of a residential program places for the specially abled is a task that we need to take further. As this was a project which called for a managerial skills, the researcher adopted the quarter stages, which is a management technique which involved the stages of need of urgency, coalition, vision, empowering, and quick wins, and later on consolidate the program. Now, started of the program of implementation was with the arranging meetings with all the stakeholders, that is the tying up with an NGO who are into training and imparting education to many kind of specially able people, tying up with the Saksham national level employment agency for the specially able, and our own institution. Now came the part of designing the curriculum or designing the content. Here I must tell you that though the lot of interest was shown in the bakery part of it, however, because it involved a lot of costing, we had to exclude this from this program, and we had to restrict ourselves from the sections of food and beverage service and housekeeping. Here it was kept in mind that while teaching of housekeeping, the content should be morally, keeping them high and not involving only the cleaning activities. We directed the content towards the upkeep and things like flower arrangements. The same was done with the menu and type of services that are being offered in the F&B. The coordination was also taught to them. The basic service etiquettes in the restaurants, the grooming was a part of their training. The teaching methodology that was used was with the help of the interpreter, a combination of all three at times, sometimes the PPT, the process of verbal lecture one-to-one. Now, one-to-one was a very important type of teaching, though audio-visual helped them to understand the concept, but forming a relationship came up with the verbal process. Now, the YouTube was used to a very great extent, the reason being that we have till now developed our own teaching YouTube. So from the available YouTube resources, we use them a lot. We used actual practice was given to them, visit to various organizations were also imparted. Here you can see, like, as I told, that each and every people, if they are not with one kind of ability, they are very creative. And we found them that they are very good in event management, which is a part of the hospitality industry. You can see that as they are not disturbed by the other outside, they create a lot of things. And this is the holders that they had created. This is the setup they did it for a newly wedding dine out. This is the dinner setting. So this was very interesting. And as we went on, we realized that they have a lot of creativity within themselves. And this is what we tried to emphasize and then proceeded with the teaching pedagogy. Visit were important part. As you can see that actually seeing and being at the places helped us a lot. It was the interpreter who was always with us and was a part of this training. It was only during the practical where the demonstration was going on, we did not need their help. Now, this training program, which was looking for technically equipping them, we also directed ourselves to teaching them the body language, the soft skills, the mannerism, the way they groomed. And you can see that this was done by their live, like if they are standing in a workplace, how they should behave, etc. was there. And this was the toughest, I must tell you, audience, because they did not come from a background where they were exposed to these kind of atmosphere. They came from economically backward backgrounds. Now, these are some pictures which we would like to share because it is an actual implementation program. I must tell you here, the person who is already employed in the hotel is a deaf and mute itself. And these are like live demonstrations, which they were doing it for the guests. This is again one of the events that they took into. The kitchen was not a part of training, but looking into their interest, we did give them some sessions. So this is what we were talking about. The grooming session, you can see that we even took care of how should be present with the makeup. This is an interesting part that I must bring to your notice. We also taught our students how to deal with them and how to have an inclusive education system. So you can see them sitting together here with them, and we organized special sessions, and they say they got along fine. As every project that we take up has some or the other challenges. So this particular project also had some challenges. As you all know that the hearing impaired people are not given there, they cannot drive. So reaching out to our places where in the city of Nagpur, local transportation, public transportation is very poor. They could not most of the time reach our destination. So attendance was a big issue. They felt that we did the availability of interpreter was a great hurdle to us because it was only limited to one. And funding, as we said, was a constraint to it because we need some kind of incentives. Hotel management, being an expensive kind of course, requires a lot of monetary inputs during the training. However, these challenges were overcome by problem solving, by changing the timing of the students, and by bringing in, teachers who could, teach in the local Marathi language. The impact of the project was on all stakeholders who were involved into it. The college has been now identified as a program center for hearing impaired, and which is giving us a NAC accreditation points, which the Indian counterpart of this program will understand what it is about. It motivated the other department in the college itself, which are into textile, cosmetic technology, to come up with other programs like beauty culture, block printing, etc. It has added value to our extension activity. The students of the college learned the culture of inclusive and cohesive working culture with the specially abled. The project impact on the NGO is now that this has become a center where a hearing impaired at a childhood can enter and come out with a degree or a certificate which gives them employability. Now, this Saksham, which is an employment agency at the national level, has got ready students who will be placed easily without finding any difficulty. The project impact, finally, who were the main reason for this program. As you can see that we arranged for the campus interviews here to place them, and this is the final how they looked in. The summary of this project could be analyzed in statistical form. If you say that, though it was 100% success, we said that it was in the first batch, only 13% to 30 students were a part of it. One student was a dropout, and this is the fact that we need to take care of that. we should keep them motivating and to continue this program, because this is something very new that these people were into it. Now, Saksham is a very happy organization, and Saksham part of the Goa has approached us to give them the consultancy. Nahar School Mumbai also contacted us to provide us with this training program. On the project point of view, we would like to say that the interpreter should be more, the sign language should be added as we teach other languages, French, German. Now, I think we could also give an option of sign language so that these kind of people can move out in the society easily. The delegate, being from an academic area, would like to have further academic work in this area, be it from the employability, teaching, and the characteristics of the hearing impaired. You can see that this is the time when they joined, and this is the time now they have empowered themselves with a certificate to be entering the hospitality industry. Thank you so much. And here I end my presentations. Can I stop sharing?
Yes, Madam. Thank you so much, Dr. Charuta Gajbiehe, for the very insightful and very meaningful presentation. It's all about the empowerment of our special education students in India, who's really into the skills development for international hospitality management. Thank you so much, Madam. And then after I spoke for the presentation, you'll be the one who will present, who will introduce number 3, and then I will be number 4, will be number 5, and then I'll be number 6. Thank you so much. And now for my presentation.
Yes.
I'll be sharing with you my PowerPoint presentation. All right, thank you so much. I am Professor Dr. Macario G. Gaeta. Let's call me Dr. Ayo as my peculiar nickname. I am from the Philippine Christian University, located in Manila, the Philippines. So the title of my presentation is about the cultural heritage tourists in the Calabarzon region, which is a basis for tourism development plan. So this presentation is actually divided into 3 variables: the level of satisfaction, the perceived value, and of course the behavioral intention to revisit this cultural heritage tourist in my destination, which is actually 5 provinces that represents Calabarzon. CA means Cavite, LA means Laguna, BA means Batangas, R is Calabarzon, Batangas, R is for Rizal, and Zone is for Quezon. So these are the 5 region in our province, specifically in Region 4A, which is really a very modernized and developed regions in the Philippines. So for the introduction, okay, I have the agenda, I have the introduction, and of course, I've added a subtitle for the basis for the tourism development plan. And there's the findings, recommendation, literature review, the methodology, and of course, conclusion and recommendation of this presentation. For the introduction, it has been said in my abstract that the cultural heritage tourist is regarded as very sustainable in the Philippines, specifically in the promising Calabarzon region, which the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, or UNESCO, demonstrate that cultural heritage has been part of the legacy of the past, focusing on natural and cultural heritage tourism for future generations. For literature review, it's all about the 3 variables: tourist satisfaction, and of course, the different studies that has been tourist satisfaction with travel resources in a cultural heritage site, increased revenue in terms of tourism facilities, of course, for destination and tourism environmental income, which is more strategized in the business hub for many tourist industries, like for example, in the several studies with particular destination, which is not leading to the increase of the number of people because of the repeat visits cannot guarantee the destination tourists, according to Su Huang and company in 2017. However, encourage revisit tourist destination according to Rini and Absa and Company in 2021, and they are willing to recommend according to Zing and Mao Li in 2021, and promote the destination, which is part and parcel of the destination and the historical experience according to Hernandez Ross, Del Rio and Company in 2021, Sato Kim and Company in 2018, and different factors encouraging tourists to return to the site, and cultural interaction between tourists and tourist satisfaction according to Pai and Liu in 2020, and there are different attributes of tourist satisfaction, perceived values, and intention to represent. So in particular, this cultural heritage tourists has been anchored with the three, what we call the three theories. Number one, the theory of branding in terms of marketing, and then the theory of plant behavior, which says about the possibility of a certain visitor to revisit. It can be a revisit at present, or it can be a revisit in the future intention. So moving on, for the methodology, my research used the following methodologies. So one, I used a quantitative method because this method is very just using the SPSS and the descriptive research design. And then I adopted the survey questionnaires from the different high impact journals, which was distributed on 296 local and foreign tourists who visited the 35 destination heritage sites. So these 200 actually, according to El Buhani in 2012, if you are using, for example, this method of, in the statistics, you may use the 284 solid respondents, which is accordingly, or if you're not yet determined, you may use the 500 respondents. And then statistical, there are different statistics used. Number one, it was based in Shapiro-Wilk test, Kruskal-Wallis test, the Mann-Whitney U test, and to test the significant difference, because this study was actually garnered and not the unsupported, result, which is very difficult to interpret because, there were only 3 indicators that has been flourished with significant relationship in terms of the statistics. And then Spearman Rowe is for the test of the relationship in this study. Moving on, for the findings and conclusion, majority of the respondents are male. And then the age bracket is between 25 to 40 years old. They're single, well-educated. They were domestic tourists and travel partner with the family. They use social media platforms, which is Facebook, and for the destination tourists. For the findings of the study, cultural heritage tourists have done unsupported, not significant difference in the perceived value in terms of their attitude, pro-tourism, and physical appearance in the cultural heritage sites, whereas indicators of behavioral intention show a significant positive relationship. Despite of the dissatisfaction, the results show that this study makes an important contribution by reviewing existing literature and examining the overall satisfaction with the perceived value and behavioral intention to revisit the cultural heritage tourists. This study had a positive impact on the economy of the regional tourist destination and made more development, tourism development possible. Now let's proceed to conclusion and recommendation of the study. To increase tourist satisfaction, cultural heritage management of the hygiene, cleanliness, accessibility, hospitality, structure, cultural beauty, the food variety, and renaming, providing a high value of service, which is standard among tourists to the destination. It has been proven in this study that perceived value has a direct impact on the satisfaction, because it acts as a mediating role between the quality of satisfaction and, of course, the destination by validating 4 indicators like price value, social value, and quality. A higher level of satisfaction with a cultural heritage site can be verified from a managerial perspective in the conceptualization of the tourist intention to revisit, which is called as loyalty, indicating a greater willingness to revisit the site in the future. So there's a need to provide dynamic tourist satisfaction, customers' perceived value, and authentic cultural heritage experience,
while maintaining the highest possible and the highest regard in terms of maintaining the environment of the Department of Tourism and the Philippines, specifically in the regional office. There's also a need to provide a more comprehensive understanding of the customer behavior as a contribution to local government units that must include customer engagement and heritage brand image. So for this, the basis of the tourism development plan, I made use of, I suggested three major development plan for the development of the cultural heritage tourists in the Calabarzon Sur region in the Philippines, including to step up, the cultural heritage tourism, and of course, for the conclusion and satisfaction that there's a need that hygiene, cleanliness, accessibility, hospitality structure, and cultural beauty, the food variety, entertainment must be available in the different cultural heritage sites, which is actually 35 destinations. And lastly, for the basis for tourism development plan, there's also a dirt for this research that the regional office must be aware, not only the regional office, but also the Department of Tourism in Manila, the Philippines. Okay, thank you so much. Once again, I'm Professor Dr. Macario G. Gaeta from the Philippine Christian University in Manila, the Philippines. By the way, I'm a graduate school professor. I'm teaching PhD in International Hospitality and Tourism Management and PhD in International Logistics and Supply Chain Management and Master in Management, major in International Hospitality and Tourism Management. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to the third presenter.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gaeta. And thank you so much for your valuable presentation where you explained it in detail how the tourist satisfaction perceived value can bring a great satisfaction and how the tourism can be developed with proper management of like cleanliness, hygiene, and sanitation, taking at the same time the environment into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Gaeta. Now the next participant is coming is Rendima Gurung is the next speaker who will be presenting the paper.
Good evening. Am I audible?
Yes.
Good evening. First of all, thank you to the organizing committee. Okay, I'll share my screen. Is it visible?
No, your screen is not visible.
Let me try because I'm having some problem with the thing. Is it visible now?
No, I mean your slides are not visible. We are only able to hear you, Rima.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's not visible, ma'am?
No, it's not
right
visible.
Now?
No.
Okay.
Do the share screen. Did you press the share screen?
Yeah, I did that. I think I'm having some problem here. It's not visible, no?
No.
Dear
Right now?
group, dear Indima group.
Yes, sir.
I have wrote a message from WhatsApp to you. If you send me your presentation, I can open for you.
Okay, just a minute, sir. I'm sending you. Did you get it, sir? I have sent you in WhatsApp.
Yes, I shared. You can go.
Yeah, now is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So my topic is Nepalese of Sikkim. First, let me introduce. I'm Rendima Gurung and I'm an assistant professor in Sikkim Government Law College. So the first one is introduction. You will see here, I'm talking about the settlement of Nepalese in Sikkim. Now, Sikkim is a 22nd state of Indian Union. It became a part of Indian Union on 16 May 1975. That is much later. So prior to its becoming a part of Indian Union, Sikkim was an independent country ruled by Lepcha, Mughal, and Limbus. Now, whenever we talk about the original inhabitants of Sikkim, we only hear about the Lepchas. Lepchas are considered as the original inhabitants of the Sikkim. So in my paper, I'm trying to trace the journey of Nepalese from being an outsider to finally getting its recognition in Sikkim. Nepalese have played a very important role in changing the socio-economic and political dimension of Sikkim. Now, whenever we talk about Nepalese, people tend to get confused with the Nepalese from Nepal. So whenever I'm outside of my state, Sikkim, so whenever I say that I am Nepali, so people tend to understand that I am from Nepal. So through my people, I'm trying to establish that Sikkim's Nepalese have a different identity. We are Sikkimese Nepali, not the Nepalese Nepali or the Nepali residing in different parts of India. So basically, the two immigrants, Bhutia and Lepchas, brought along with them new cultures adding to the already existing cultures of Lepcha and made Sikkim rich in terms of history, in terms of culture. The three ethnic communities of Sikkim today are Lepchas, Bhutias, and Nepalis. Bhutias came from Tibet initially. Then later on, they established the Namgyal dynasty. The history of Sikkim begins with the monarchical rule, the establishment of the Namgyal dynasty in 1642. Now, there has been a lot of research done on different perspectives of Sikkim, but the controversy regarding their settlement in Sikkim is still untouched area, and the struggle to get recognition is still a history to be told. Because still today, whenever we talk about, the settlement of Nepalese in Sikkim, there's still a big question, because we are always treated as a second-class citizen, or we were always treated as outsiders. Lepchas are always considered as the aboriginal inhabitants of Sikkim, but the other two subcastes of Nepalese, that is Limbu and Mughal, were also the original inhabitants of Sikkim. In fact, the name Sikkim was given by the Limbuana queen. It was named Sukkim, which means new house. And all these three tribes ruled independently before the establishment of the monarchical rule. In course of time, Limbus and Mughals lost their special identity of being considered as the original inhabitants of Sikkim. Now, if you look at the demography, the population of Sikkim comprises of three ethnic communities, Lepcha, Bhutia, and Nepali. Apart from them, plainsmen, consisting mostly of business community, also settled down in Sikkim in course of time. Now, the first census that was undertaken in Sikkim was during the time of British. The growth rate of the population was about 93.76% in 1901, which was the highest growth rate recorded till today. Now, if you look at the population of Mughal was just 901 in 1921, and it is said that the most of the population of the Mughal was lost during the establishment of the Namgyal dynasty because they did not accept the monarchical rule, and it was during this time they migrated to Nepal. According to the state socio-economic census of 2006, the population of the state is 5,81,546. Now, the first authentic information regarding the Sikkim population was the census which was taken in the year 1881. The next one is the literature review. Now, J.C. White, whose full name is John Clyde White, was the first political officer of Sikkim. And in his book, he has talked about his day-to-day experience in his Sikkim, and he have described the Nepalis as Faris. It was during his time he had encouraged the settlement of Nepalese, because in comparison to the Lepchas and Bhutias, he found that Nepalese were much hardworking people, and they were very fertile in terms of, they were very fertile people. So he wholeheartedly supported the settlement of Nepalese in Sikkim, that is for clearing the forest and all that. In his book, he has also mentioned Lepchas were the original inhabitants of the Sikkim, that was followed by the Bhutias and Faris. Through his writing, we come to an understanding that the British encouraged the settlement of Nepalese basically for their own interest. Even George Porten has dealt with the migration of Nepali from Nepal to Sikkim in general context of Nepali migration to India. Similarly, G.D. Hooker also puts down his views in a similar manner that the original inhabitants of Sikkim was Lepchas, followed by the Bhutias. Now, Jigme and Kazi, he is one of the renowned person in Sikkim. He has, in his book, Sikkim for Sikkimis, he has mainly focused on the themes of preserving the unique and distinct identity of Sikkim within the Indian Union. Now, Sikkim has a very protected identity, that is 371F, that protects the interest of the Sikkimese people. Now, here Jigme and Kazi talks about that the urge to protect the minority people. And when he talks about the minority people, here he talks about the Bhutias and the Lepchas. And he fears that, you know, the growing population of the Sikkim will one day overtake the Bhutias and Lepchas. During the Chogyal rule, the Nepalis were the marginalized people, and how this changed after the merger, and expressed his fear that in course of time, the Lepchas and Bhutias have to suffer as they are in minority. Now, the first source to understand the Sikkim history is the Gazetteer of Sikkim, written by H.H. Ritchie. But to some extent, this book can run, this Gazetteer can run the run of being biased, because it was written during the time of the monarchy, and it has been written more in favor towards the Bhutias and the Lepchas. And in this book, it was considered the Nepalis who were outsiders. Now, T.V. Subba and A.C. Sena have taken up the issues of Nepalese identity in India, where both have collaborated. It gives us an idea about the Nepalese originating from Nepal to later their migration to India, and from there spreading to different parts of India. In this book, they have raised crucial questions regarding the identities of Nepalese in India. This book can be an important source of reference to the future scholars who want to deal with the issues of crisis of Nepalese. Now, in a similar manner, the books like R.P. Lama and M.M. Gurung have written about the rituals and customs of the Nepalis. Nepalis is divided into many subcastes. G.R. Supa, in his book History, Culture and Customs of Sikkim and the Limbus of the Eastern Himalayas, he have distinctly talked about the Limbus. In this book, he have discussed that the Limbus were the original inhabitants of the Sikkim along with the Lepchas. Here he talks about their traditions, their customs. In the similar manner, Ramesh Sharma also talks about the three ethnic communities of Sikkim and their culture and their geographical features. So the work of all these scholars had written from different spectrum, and their works are equally dissimilar in nature. Now, the history of Sikkim was mainly written by the Indian and the foreign writers based on the information mostly taken from the Gazetteer of Sikkim. Without collection of proper data and analyzing the evidence, it runs the risk of being biased, as H.H. Risley have written this book during the time of the Namgyal dynasty. Now, for this paper, I have used a descriptive method, that is basically collection of the data and questionnaire and interviews with the groups. In the findings and discussion, what I have come to an understanding is that the Western scholars have written about the Sikkim history from their perspectives, especially the British political officers who were appointed in Sikkim. Now, they have written about the Sikkim before the merger with India. Almost all the books of Sikkim history were written by the outsiders. It gives more emphasis on Lepchas and Bhutias, whereas the Nepalis are marginalized. They are segregated. So mostly all of these writers have mostly highlighted about the Lepchas and Bhutias and ignoring Limbus and Mughal community, who, not to be forgotten, were the original inhabitants along with the Lepchas. Books written during the time of the Namgyal dynasties were mostly influenced by them and have mostly written from their perspective, but at the same time, they have created platform for the native scholars. Now, only the recent trend of writing Sikkim history by its own people have started. So basically, it was mostly written by the foreign and Indian writers. Now, the 38th Constitutional Amendment under the Article 371F recognized the three communities in Sikkim, that is, Bhutia, Lepcha, and Nepalese, and due to which the Limbus lost their special status of being considered as the original inhabitants of Sikkim. All the scholars have multidimensional approach. Their work inject the interest among the people regarding the history of Sikkim, and through their work, the future history of Sikkim will be written, reflecting the past history. Nepalese of Sikkim have come a long way. It was not an easy task to reside in the land that was alien to them. British supported the settlement basically for their own interest, but they were not successful in giving Nepalese equal status and rights. The merger of Sikkim with Indian Union established a stronghold in Sikkim. After the merger, job opportunity was tremendous, but people were not educated. And it was during this period, new phase of migration started in Sikkim from the neighboring state of West Bengal, and women migrated in the form of marriage. And in conclusion and recommendation, I would like to say that this study tries to trace the journey of Nepalese and its settlement in Sikkim. It was not an easy task for the Nepalese to reside in an alien land and to establish themselves. Today, if you look at in Sikkim, the Nepalese are in majority, almost more than 70% of population comprise of Nepalese, and they have more than 60% of share in political thing. The merger of Sikkim with the Indian Union established their stronghold in Sikkim. After Sikkim became a part of India, the restoration process was over for the people of Sikkim under Sikkim Subject Regulation Act. Identity is one of the crucial things for person, and when the question itself arises regarding your identity, then it's time for us to look for answer. For me, my identity outside my country is Indian passport, but within my own country, India, I have to time again tell people that I'm Sikkimese Nepali. More research is needed to be done in this area because we don't have much research on the settlement of Nepalese in Sikkim, on the identity crisis, not identity crisis they face and being considered as the outsider. So every time now also, whenever the question of the settlement of Nepalese arises in Sikkim, it is always surrounded by controversies. These are my references, and thank you all of you.
Thank you, Rendima, for your presentation. Mr. Gaito, would you like to say something, or should I continue with you? Hello.
Ms. Rendima Gurung from Nepal. Your presentation is highly recommended, and as what you have been said in your presentation, there is a very rare research about Sikkim and Nepal, and only foreigners has been dealt with, writing of the books about Sikkim, and we're looking forward that you will start within yourself writing the history of Sikkim so that all the people around the world will know the historical perspective of Sikkim and Nepal. So thank you very much for the presentation. Moving on. The next presenter is Assistant Professor Dr. Johanspret Singh. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
It's a kind request. My name is only Jobanpreet Singh, Assistant Professor, not Doctor yet. So it's a kind request to change it. So am I audible, sir? Am I clear?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Yes, you're very clear.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
So I'm sharing my screen right now. So can you see me right now, ma'am?
No. Yes. Your
Are you
screen-
seeing my presentation right now?
No, we are unable to see your screen. You can start, I believe it is there.
Can you see my presentation, ma'am?
Yeah, we just started. Yeah, we are. You can start.
Okay. So my name is Joganpreet Singh, Assistant Professor at S.P.N. College, Mukeria, Punjab, India. So am I audible, ma'am? Can you see me?
Yes.
So the title for my today's paper is Revisiting the Political Revolution of
Actually,
Bhagat
you
Singh.
are not available.
Yes, sir?
We don't see your face, Assistant Professor Joganpreet.
Oh, I don't know if there is a technical
If you
issue.
If you want to open your camera, you can, or you can go on to.
Can you see me, ma'am, right now?
We can see your presentation, but your face, like sir saying, we are unable to see.
I don't know, ma'am. I think there is a technical issue. If I can go
I
with
think
this.
you can proceed. Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, you can go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So my name is Joganpreet Singh, Assistant Professor, S.P.N. College, Punjab, India. So title for my today's paper is Revisiting the Political Revolution of Bhagat Singh, an Erroneous Insight in Punjab, India. The title of paper is about the thought of political revolution, which was given by Bhagat Singh during Indian freedom struggle, and how it has been understood in modern times in the state of Punjab, the native state of Bhagat Singh. How there is a misperception about Bhagat Singh and the thought of political revolution. The paper presents the scenario of this thing. So now we are moving on to the agenda of the presentation. First, there is an introduction, and then there will be popular incidents of his life. And then we will talk about literature review. And then we will talk about objectives and methodology, and then move on to findings and discussion. And there is the conclusion. So now we will start with the introduction. Bhagat Singh, who was born on 28th September 1907 at Khatkar Kalan, Punjab, British India, as at that time India was under British rule. He lived only for 23 years, and especially in the 20th century, when the 20th century started, the Indian freedom struggle was going through a rapid change. There were two major personalities of Indian freedom struggle. One was Bhagat Singh, and second was Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi, an epitome or a symbol of non-violence and peace, and Bhagat Singh, the symbol of revolutionary ideas, who wanted to bring socialism in India by his revolutionary ideas. And they were both together sometimes and criticized each other and supported each other. Although Bhagat Singh lived only for 23 years, but his 23 years has been contributed immensely to the Indian freedom struggle. His most popular Indian freedom fighter even today in the youth of Punjab, and his contribution is beyond words. And he during the Indian freedom struggle, he gave the slogan of "Long live the revolution and down with imperialism." And its Indian sense is Inqilab Zindabad. Even today, whenever a political party arises, whether it's from social movement, whether it's a new social movement against any regime, against any system, against any exploiters, the only slogan which is used in modern times is Inqilab Zindabad, which was given by Bhagat Singh. And he was not fighting against any regime during Indian freedom struggle. He was not fighting against any race. He was not fighting against only Britishers. He was fighting against unjust system. He was fighting against all the exploiters, whether native exploiters, whether foreign exploiters, and he was against that unequal order that was going at that time. Now we move towards the popular incidents of his life. The first is Saunders' murder. So it was time of 1929 when British decided that there will be a conference. So there will be an 8-member committee of only white people, and Bhagat Singh, with his leader, with his mentor, Lala Lajpat Rai, went to that meeting by non-violent methods, but in the opposition, those British officers, especially the British officer named Scott, they replied with lathis and non-violent protest. Well, there was only non-violently doing their protest with only slogans, and they were replied with lathis, and his mentor Lala Lajpat Rai lost his life in that lathi charge. And that was, and that shattered Bhagat Singh. And he was more shattered when Bhagat Singh you knew that Britishers are justifying the killing of their mentor, that non-violent protesters were killed by the lathi charge, and that was justified by the Britishers. And it made look Indians like cowards. And but even the Mahatma Gandhi, the father of nation of India, the epitome of non-violence, the epitome of satyagraha, and epitome of peace, he himself said, and if I have to choose between cowardice and non-violence, I will choose violence. And Bhagat Singh was not a coward. And then their comrades, his friends, Bhagat Singh, they started to shoot and they killed Saunders. And although it was not, am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah,
Yes,
now
go ahead.
in between the voice cracked. You can continue.
Although it was not tried that they killed it, but after that, the most popular incident of his life was assembly bomb throwing. In 1928, 1929, there was a Central Legislative Assembly in India that was only working as a rubber stamp. Everything was made by the Britishers. Everything was made by the Viceroy of India. And it was, the assembly was only used for as being a rubber stamp. They were using it as only for legitimizing their acts. And Bhagat and his friend Batukeshwar Dutt both went to the assembly and threw 2 bombs. The bombs exploded in the assembly, and no one was injured. Even the magistrate that was trying them and that investigating officer both held that the bombs were made of fuse quality. Those bombs were very fused. But why Bhagat Singh threw 2 bombs in the assembly? The main reason was to make the deaf hear about the voices of Indian freedom struggle, about the voices of Indian people, that they have to wake from the deep slumber, that we are waking, we are conscious, and we are fighting against this order. And those bombs were not for violence. Those bombs were not intended to kill, but to make the deaf hear. Then came his trials, the famous trial of Bhagat Singh. He used his whole of trials for just propagating his ideas for awakening people, for awakening consciousness of the people, and for awakening the masses. And he himself said that the real revolutionaries are in the farms and the factories, that we have to come together to change this order. And that change of order was not only the British order, but all kind of exploitation. There will be equality for all. And later comes his prison life, where he wrote immensely about his ideas. And here we know about his ideas and what was his real view about revolution, how to bring revolution, and what is after revolution. So now we are moving about the literature review. So first is Patyar Mansavi, Mahatma Gandhi and Bhagat Singh Perceptions of Freedom from Punjab University. From here, I've taken the idea of that, and I believe that is right, that Bhagat Singh was non-violent to the core. He himself was so pained to kill an individual, and he himself said that people holding like ideas of ours, that don't throw bomb on our own people. And he had an immense belief in masses, in sustained sufferings and sacrifices of the people. He said changes in the society, changes in the economy, or changes in the social order are not based upon one individual, whether it's Mahatma Gandhi or Bhagat Singh, but by the sustained sufferings and sacrifices of the masses. And he was so humanist to the core that it was pained him to kill anyone. From Rajiv Ahir, a brief history of modern India, publisher Spectrum. From here, taken the idea that he wanted to end the exploitation of man by man. He wanted to bring true humanity by man. Exploitation of man by man, meaning is his fight was not against only the Britishers. He was fighting against the indigenous exploiters, the indigenous capitalists the indigenous zamindars who were living on the blood of those factorymen, so those laborers and those farmers. And he was fighting against all those, not only the Britishers, but against his indigenous people, his own countrymen who were exploiting those farmers and factory laborers. And he himself wrote that if we want to bring revolution, real revolutionaries are in farms and factories. No one person can bring revolution. It's the farmers and the laborers who can bring revolution. And then again is his own writing, Bhagat Singh, Why I Am an Atheist, and other publications. He said the change, his revolution was about change, and he himself said that change is not possible with bombs and pistols, but by rather awakening the consciousness of the people, by awakening the people from the deep slumber against that unsocial order, that unequal order. And he himself wrote that we have no vendetta against an individual or race, but against unequal social order. We are fighting against that order that is treating unequally, where there is no equality given to the natives, when there is law courts are working only for the privileged sections of the society. From Ahluwalia Paramjit Bhagat Singh. Bhagat Singh, through his propaganda during his trials, he fought for the political rights of the Indians. And he said that as Indians and Britishers and all other races are equal, so Indian political prisoners should be treated equally, and not as natives will be treated differently and foreigners will be treated differently. And he was working in the climate of fear. When if you talk about anything against the government, you will be stamped as terrorist, and there will be law coming in, and there is no right of speaking. But Bhagat Singh fought for the political rights at that time, and he attended the trial not for his personal gain, but to inspire masses through propaganda. And he gave new spirit during that time to all the masses of the country, to all the freedom fighters of that nation. Now we are moving to the objectives and methodology. The methodology is only secondary, and the main source of data collection is internet, research articles, theses, and books. And the main objective is to highlight the Bhagat Singh's sense of revolution. As my title is about the erroneous insight, and how his idea of revolution has been wrongly misunderstood in modern state of Punjab.
I would like to say that you have very few minutes left, as your 10 minutes are almost over.
So, okay, ma'am, sure, I will be speeding up. So thank you. So my main objective is to highlight Bhagat Singh's sense of revolution, how it has been wrongly misunderstood, how there is a misperception about Bhagat Singh in the state of Punjab. Today, whenever we go out or in the social medias, people are using his pictures as from pistols, and people are making so much out of it that he was a violent, he used bombs, he used pistols, and he was a violent to the core, and he was against Gandhi. So my main objective is about his sense of a revolution that was based on people suffering, not about individual heroic actions, not about the individual power, but about the people's, that how people will get aware, how will people get consciousness to fight against that order, and not by taking pistols and bombs and by throwing bombs. In his whole trial, his whole life about that revolution can be brought only through people, and abrupt changes are not required, and changes can only come through people, and people have the power. And further my objective is further to shed light that he was not a votary of violence. He didn't believe in violence. It pained him to kill an individual. He never wanted to kill an individual, and he never killed. We have known that he threw 2 bombs in the assembly, and there was only fuse quality, and they never did any harm to anybody. And how he believed in the actions of masses is a true revolution. And revolution which was based on people, not on the individual, whether it was Gandhi or Bhagat Singh, true revolution cannot come through the individuals or the leaders, but through the masses. Now we are talking about the findings and discussion. The main finding I found in Punjab and many scholars and in the books, that the Bhagat Singh was a violent leader. Bhagat Singh believed in violent methods. And I wanted to counter that perspective is highly wrong. And this perspective has been percolated down to the people, that he was the violent one, that he had pistols and bombs, and even today's pictures are used on pistols. And he was not a symbol of bombs, pistols, and brute force. And he was a strong voter of people's power, not individuals' power, but a people's power. He was a voter of people's power. He had no faith in armed struggle and individual heroic actions, and fighting against the unjust system. He was fighting against the unjust system. Even today, if Bhagat Singh would be here, he was fighting against the system. He would have been fighting against the system as it was exploiting the poor. So it was not only his fight was not only against the Britishers, but against the system that was run by at that time, whether it was indigenous, whether it was the foreigners. Now we're talking about the conclusion. The conclusion that Bhagat Singh held similar view as Gandhi on many occasions. Both believe that sustainable peace can only be brought through sustained suffering, sacrifices of the people, and people should be the power or the force for bringing peace and revolution. And he held no personal vendetta against any individual or official of British Raj, whether he threw bomb, whether he shoot bullet at them, but he had no individual vendetta against them. And he believed that human life is sacred beyond words, and it pained him to kill an human. And his revolution was not based on solo valiantness, but it was based on people. People had the power to bring revolution. The paper further represents that Bhagat Singh was not only antagonistic towards British power, but also towards local exploiters, zamindars, capitalists, and their order based on injustice. The main fight was against the injustice that was going on that time. So thank you. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr.
J.1.
Singh, for your insightful presentation. And one of the most important words that we learned in the presentation is all about the people power revolution. It's also being exercised in the Philippines, and the word no vendetta against the individual, and fought for the equal rights of the people. And we need to use propaganda, inspire masses through the use of propaganda. That was a very insightful presentation about revisiting political revolution of Bhagat Singh. Thank you very much. I turn to you, Dr. Churata, for the next presentation. If you're not audible, ma'am, please turn on your microphone, please. Hello, ma'am, please turn on your microphone.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
The next presentation is by Dr. Meenakshi Rana and Dr. Harry Kaur. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, can you share the screen, please?
Just wait a second. I'm not able to share the screen from this side.
Can you take the other option which sir is giving to all the other participants of sending your presentation to him?
Wait a second. I'll try my best to send him. Just wait a second.
Hello, dear Meenakshi Rana. If you are not able to share your presentation, you can send me from WhatsApp. I have sent a message to you. I can open it for you.
I suggest Dr. Meenakshi to share it at the earliest.
So did you get the presentation? Have I sent to sir, please? Could you ask? Okay, fine.
Yes. You may start now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present this paper in 2022 International Communication, Economic, Organization, Social Science Congress. And for this presentation, my topic is Shackles of Tradition and Pursuance of Modernity, Sociological Aspect. My name is Dr. Meenakshi Rana. And before moving further, let's have a little glimpse about the topic, about the title. Shackles of Tradition and Pursuance of Modernity, Sociological Aspect, means it represents about the aspect of the society, especially of the Indian society, regarding the modernity and the perspective of the tradition, how the tradition become like an obstacle for any individual, how the tradition, belief, custom, all are become the tackle in the path of the any individual. Pursuance of modernity represent here about like implementation of the modern ideas into the, especially for the society where tradition is like, where tradition is really represent about the shackles thing. First, let's start with the introduction. Tradition and modernity, both are used as the opposite sides in the social changes. Means tradition and modernity both go simultaneously. Both are used as the opposite sides in the social changes. Means society has its own beliefs, own notions, and tradition represent about the past things from past generation to next generation, and then the next to the next generation. Modernity explain about the concept of the modernism, means the society in which we are living right now. What exactly the people are trying to say with the concept of the modernity, what they exactly think about the concept of the modernism. Now, so can you please move the second one? No, the second slide. The second one, okay. A tradition is a set of belief or behavior in a particular group or society that represent symbolic meaning and gives special significance that arises from the past. So it basically explains about the thing wherever the person is and whoever the person is. When a person come into existence in the society, particular that society, that give him the tag or the label of that particular culture. So he or she has to go with that particular culture, belief, or the system, whatever the situation and the norms and condition of that particular tradition. So U.R. Anant Murthy's novel, Samskara, A Right for a Dead Man, gives a clear-cut idea about caste, system, and identity crisis. So U.R. Anant Murthy here represent about the novel Samskara, exactly what is happening in the village of Durvasapura, where the main protagonist is Parneshacharya and the main antagonist is Naranappa. So he basically clear about the idea of the caste system, how the Brahmin society and how the lower class society both are go simultaneously in the same village, how the people are facing the orthodoxy thinking and orthodox tradition in that particular caste system, and the identity, the self, the quest for identity come into existence in the Parneshacharya when he comes to know about the actual meaning of the tradition and actual meaning of that particular religion, that is Brahmanism. Next slide, please. Samskara. So samskara analysis, a social system of society in which culture, religious foundations are corrupted or dishonored, and it explored the true meaning of tradition and customs. So here samskara analysis a social system of society in which culture, religious foundation means in particular novel Samskara, the main character, main protagonist is Parneshacharya. On the other hand, it's a Naranappa who is the antagonist. So both are basically represents the concept of tradition and modernism. Parneshacharya represent about the tradition where he follows the rules and regulation of the Brahmin community. On the other hand, Naranappa represent the tradition, modernism, where he lives with a girl like whose name is Chandri, like she is like a concubine of Naranappa. He doesn't care about the society's norms, condition, whether it's a traditional, whether it's related to Brahmin community or whether someone else. So samskara represent realistic mode and inner emotions journey of Parneshacharya because of the shackles of the traditional value. So it represents the notions in a one and two hand. On the one hand, it represents about the traditional values, belief, awareness about the tradition, value and beliefs and customs, what was exactly happening in that particular village. On the other hand, it gives us a idea and notion of the particular village where the death of Naranappa comes into existence occur at that time. Because of the death of Naranappa, how the people of that particular village suffered from the chaos and all the other kinds of disease and all. So samskara represent reality of the society, where on the one side, the main protagonist is like confused in the state of dilemma. He is like, he wasn't able to find out any kind of solution with the help of the religious book about how to cremate the particular body of Naranappa. So that situation was created dilemma in him and raises the concept of the identity crisis. Means he really wants to know that what exactly identity he has with him, like as a Brahmin community or as a different individual. So this is the journey of Parneshacharya, inner sights journey, where he really tried to find out his identity, means quest for identity comes into existence in himself. Next slide, sir, please. So methodology. The modernism, like I have used this methodology of modernism in this particular book, Samskara. So modernist literature originated in the late 19th and the 20th centuries, mainly in Europe and the North America. So it is characterized by a self-conscious break with traditional ways of writing in both poetry and prose fiction writing. In literature, visual art, architecture, dance, music, modernism was a break with the past and the concurrent search for new forms of expression, where everybody wants the new kind of expression in modernism. They don't believe in the like a past thing or the traditional things particularly. So modernism fostered a period of experimentation in the arts from late 19th to the mid 20th century, particularly in the year following World War I. So individual is the like a main theme for the modernism. Modernist literature typically focus on the individual, what the exactly one person thinks about himself or herself, rather than society as a whole, what the society would think about him or her. These kind of perception are like involved in modernism concept. They only focus on the individualism. Stories follows character as they adapt to a changing world. So this is the basic example of samskara is the basic example of this thing, because Parneshacharya is really trying to find out his individuality, his actual inner self, his actual inner soul, where he really wants to change the world with his new perception and notions, often dealing with different circumstances and challenge, where he also goes through with the different kind of challenges and circumstances, where he creates a relationship with the Chandri who was from the different caste. So he goes from the different kind of situation and challenges when he was in the condition of dilemma. Okay, could you please move the next slide? So finding and discussion. So it also explained the inner thrust of man towards desire and the power of man that frustrated or fulfilled him. So it explained about the inner thrust of man, means inner thrust of man of Parneshacharya, who is the protagonist of the novel Samskara. He really wanted to, or he really wants to come out from that particular shackles of tradition, the community of Brahmanism, because he really wants to enjoy that freedom and emancipation when he comes to or create his relationship with Chandri. After the creating his relationship with Chandri, his inner soul just demands for the freedom and emancipation of that particular tradition and the Brahmin community. So this perspective also explained the position of women in Samskara. So it also explained the position of women at that time through the novel. Like U.R. Ananthamurthy gives the description of the position of the woman at that time. For example, the character of Chandri also represents the condition of woman, like she is the concubine of Naranepa. Every other woman has a different concept and a different perspective towards her. Although she is like a beautiful and like a charming girl at that village, but the perspective that she isn't get married to that Naranepa and she is like a concubine of him, that's why the perspective of the society changed towards her. Next is conclusion. The present discussion explained that the rhetoric become the specifically existentialist as to upset the reconciliation act of tradition and modernity. At the end of the novel, when he looks forward, means Parneshacharya looks forward to representing himself as a new man to his neighbors. He makes aloofness himself from the theological surrounded for his change. Means he exactly tried to find out his identity, his inner self, true inner self, and he free himself from the shackles of tradition and find a new man. So this basically presents that if we talk about like a today's scenario related to this particular novel, we are living in a modern society. So for example, there are children who don't care about the tradition values. So if we have the respect for the tradition value of really we want to preserve the tradition value, so we have to respect the modern concept of that particular children, because it's very necessary these two sides, like tradition and modernism, go simultaneously with this thing. Because if you don't respect the traditional things, no one can go with for the parents, they have to understand the mentality of the children. For example, the modern concept of the children, and children have to understand what the parents exactly really wants to give them as a tradition. When these both sides are go simultaneously, automatically tradition and modern both go simultaneously, and everyone respect the tradition value and the concept of the modernism. So this is all about my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention.
Okay, so thank you very much,
Thank you,
Dr.
Meenakshi
Rana, for the very insightful presentation about, the different shackles of tradition and the pursuance of modernity in this society. One of the most, because I'm not familiar with the novel about the, that you have had mentioned, but one thing that I learned is about the samskara, which is the position of a woman, and of course, one of the most important thing is to know the inner trust of a man. So thank you very much. And moving on, we have our last presentation from our dear friends from Indonesia and of course from Italy. It is a very, one of the most, one of the most important things that we are talking about now, the humanitarian issues in the Ukraine and Russia, because right now there is a tension between the two countries. So let us hear from the presenters, from Assistant Professor Putri,
Assistant Professor Crisanto Romulo, and of course, Ms. Rizky Amalia, and Mr. Louis Cavallari. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ayo. Okay, our article is entitling Humanitarian Issues in the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Let me introduce our team. We are from Indonesia, me, Putri, and then Ulo, and then Rizky, and then Luigi. This is, next please. This is the agenda: introduction, literature review, methodology, finding, and conclusion. Next, please. This is the main idea. The growing international world not only brings cooperation and peaceful coexistence, but can also bring problems such as a dispute between the international community. Dispute cannot be spared from the many countries in the world, which can be caused by political reason, military strategy, economy, and interest. Based on the background of the conflict, the researcher is interested in raising the theme from a humanitarian point of view, because any conflict must have an impact on social humanity. Security affect human issues. So far, the focus on reporting has only revolved around the side of the political conflict that occurred. However, there is another side that is more important than all of that, namely humanity. Mass media and social media have an important role to report from the humanitarian side rather than reporting from the political side. Moreover, there are still reports from the mass media that report human discrimination compared to how to save all humans from the impact of this conflict. Our novelty mentioned that mass media and social media have an important role to reveal from the human side rather than revealing the political side. Moreover, there are still reports from the mass media that reveal human discrimination compared to how to save all human beings from the impact of this conflict. Mass media and social media can be used as a means of humanitarian diplomacy that is needed as a peaceful effort to reach agreement on universal humanitarian principle. Okay, next please. This is a humanitarian diplomacy. This is our literature review, humanitarian diplomacy and mass media. Next, please. This is our methodology. This study used a descriptive qualitative research approach in analyzing the problem empirically. The qualitative approach used in this research is a type of literature study with data resource analyzed from books and journals related to research related to conflict and humanity in Ukraine. And then the next text is to analyze using the concept of humanity and provide conclusion from the research result that become finding. Next, please. Okay, this is top 3 media mainstream international news about conflict Russia-Ukraine. This is CNN. There are 13 articles. Of the 13 articles, there are less showing the humanitarian side. Only 3 articles with that title report on the humanitarian impact of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And then ABC, only 3 articles out of with the title report on the humanitarian impact on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And then BBC, from several news articles on the BBC, only news focus on humanitarian issue, result of the Ukraine and Russia conflict. Okay, next please, Kak Ulo.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, I will continue the presentation. From result and discussion, according to the UN Refugee Agency, about 10 million people have been displaced. Many Russian attacks have devastated the densely populated areas and left civilians to seek refuge in subway stations. Moreover, it creates a situation without electricity, water, or basic supplies. Meanwhile, transmission of COVID-19 is high and in the country, and only about 36% of Ukrainians have been fully vaccinated. This will complicate the situation with the country's health service running low and access to care that will become increasingly difficult. Every day, innocent people are affected by conflict. As a result, the United Nations has stepped up humanitarian operation both in Ukraine and beyond. In addition, the UN allocated $20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund to meet urgent needs. The UN and its humanitarian partners are committed to providing assistance and support to the Ukrainian people in times of emergency. The United Nations provides humanitarian and life-saving assistance to people in need, regardless of who or where they are. The protection of civilians must be the #1 priority. International humanitarian law and human rights must be upheld. The humanitarian operation led by the UN and the Red Cross is very complex, but both politically and in terms of security. On May 3rd, the first operation was completed, during which 101 civilians were evacuated from the Azovstal plant, along with 59 others from neighboring areas. Second, more than 320 civilians were evacuated from the city of Mariupol and its surroundings. In addition, the UN and its partners provide assistance and protection for refugees and temporary restoration of basic service. They are also involved in encouraging parties to provide assistance to civilians or in negotiation to help civilians go to safer places, as well as the documentation by the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, or UNHCR, regarding the consequences of this major conflict, namely the deprivation of human rights, such as shooting incidents of family fleeing the convoy, arbitrary detention, and enforced disappearance of civilians by the armed forces. For this reason, security and access to humanitarian efforts must be guaranteed. Okay, next.
Okay, I will continue with the role of mass media. Conflict events that occur in society will always be covered by the media because this issue is indeed sexy for the press. An incident that contains conflicts is an event that is considered newsworthy. Conflicts are considered to have high news value because they usually cause losses or victims. We frame the top 3 mainstream international media such as CNN, BBC, and ABC. We took the data in May 2022 and got some news that is less showing the human side. Only a few reported on the humanitarian impact of the conflict. More news blow up from the cause of the conflict and only from the political perspective. Mass media as agents of change and social media as a new public space capable of creating positive narratives, as well as aiming for a means of humanitarian diplomacy. Diplomacy related to humanity can be published, just as humanitarian message by the media can then produce public comments that can create narrative, influence the public's mindset so that it moves to lead public opinion and pressure public officials to take action. Then humanitarian diplomacy model. This is the figure that we create a model of humanitarian diplomacy. This package information can be in the form of reports, speech, press release, and packaging of news narrative by the media. Countries, IGOs, NGOs, and individuals are increasingly being brought to social media like Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook to communicate with people around the world. Often referred to as a diplomacy 2.0, social media can be effective tool for government officials to reach domestic and foreign audiences. Social media can be a medium that can be used by all actors to document and publish violation of human rights,
and humanitarian principle. Diplomacy 2.0 also enables small groups and individuals to mobilize public opinion and challenge official narrative articulated by the government. Okay, next, please. This is the conclusion. Human rights and humanitarian diplomacy are carried out by several actors through various channels, using various tools and instruments. The international community must synergize with the government of Ukraine in effort to establish and enforce appropriate investigative and prosecution steps, because every life is priceless. Not only Ukrainian citizens get protection, but also stateless people and third national who previously sought refuge in Ukraine. In carry out of humanitarian diplomacy, there are several processes that can be carried out, namely information gathering, communication, and negotiation. In gathering information, humanitarian diplomacy actors need to collect reliable and valid information. In order to be able to carry out humanitarian programs and activities efficiently, the information obtained by humanitarian diplomacy actors is not only useful for those who help, but also as access for international parties. Therefore, the information channel is one of the tools for actors to humanitarian diplomacy. Next. Okay, thank you for your kind attention. This is the end of our presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for your very insightful presentation about the different humanitarian issues between Ukraine and Russia, which is very important right now. So with that, it is very important that the role of mass media, specifically while you're watching television and the different giant networks around the world, which is the Cable News Network or CNN, the BBC or the British Broadcasting Corporation, and of course the ABC News is also very important in terms of analyzing the different humanitarian issues which is now currently going on between Ukraine and Russia. So thank you very much, and then we will proceed to another session which will be hosted by another moderator. With Dr. Charuta Gajviahema, anything that you would like to say?
I think there is a question that is being asked for this team, the last presenter. I can see it in chat box.
Yes, yes.
May I answer it, Mrs. Charuta?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks for the question, Mr. Sam. In our opinion, we think that because any conflict must have an impact on social humanity, security issues affect human issues. So far, the focus on reporting has only revolved around the side of the political conflict that occurred. However, there is another side that is more important than all of that, namely humanity. So mass media and social media have an important role to preach from the humanitarian side rather than reporting from the political side. Moreover, there are still reports from the mass media that report human discrimination compared to how to save all humans from the impact of this conflict. So the point is, we just want to share about the side of humanity is more important than political side about this conflict. That's it, Mrs. Charuta and Mr. Sam. Thanks for the asking.
Thank you so much. I would like to just end up with the session by the request, if I'd like to say something, is that we had a very interesting session right from the very current issue, which was our last presentation, which is globally a concern, and going back to the history of Bhagat Singh regarding the freedom struggle, a literature contribution in this session, and the very one with the current trend of tourism. So I think we had a very rich session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the presenters.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
hello, dear Professor Dr. Macario Gaeta and Dr. Charuta. Thank you very much for your moderation, and thank you very much for all presenters. That was a great session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Are you here, dear Souvik Dasgupta?
Yeah, Karim sir, I am here.
Yes.
Should we proceed for the next session?
We can start for your session. We have 1 minute, but we can start it.
I think the speakers have already arrived. So let us start. First of all, I would like to express my heartiest thanks to the organization of Communication Economic Organization Congress, and also heartiest thanks to Mr. Karim Karadal to give me this podium where so many international delegates and academics are sharing their stages. So I hope all of you will cooperate to make this 4th CEO Congress successful. And I also like to express my thanks to the Mohanlal Sukhadiya University and to Professor Sachin Gupta to host this year's Congress in our own country, India. So I would not waste any more time and directly go to the session and invite our participants or paper presenters one by one. I am seeing that this session is a very informative and also very enriched one. Lots of paper presenters are there, and starting from child labor to job performance, many things are being dealt here. So let us start one by one. I would like to welcome Ms. Kavita Lama, our first paper presenter, with her topic, Child Labor, a case study of child labor working in domestic household. Is Ms. Lama there?
Yes, am I audible?
Yeah, you are absolutely audible. Could you just please open your video and share the screen? Then it will be good for all the presenters.
Okay, is it like visible, my screen?
Yeah, it is visible, but could you open your video also?
Just a second. Yes, I hope it's.
And now you are visible and you can continue with your topic.
Okay.
Over to you.
Okay, a very warm good evening to respected panels and everyone present out here. Well, before starting my presentation, I would like to give you a brief introduction about myself. I am Kavita Lama, Assistant Professor of Law at University of Kolkata. So I did my BA LLB from Sikkim Central University, then LLM, which is a Master in Law from NLU Jodhpur, Rajasthan itself, and currently working as a professor and also pursuing PhD from Rajasthan University. So this is my, and I would like to, I am highly, obliged to be a part of this session, like for 4th CEO Congress 2022. Okay, so this is my topic, child labor, a case study of child labor working in domestic household. Okay, so before directly going to the what is child labor working in a domestic household, I would like to give a brief introduction about what is child labor in a general. Okay, so it is basically a practice, or you can say it is a system where a person below the age of 18 years are they are not willfully, they are not with their consent, but they are forcefully they are asked to engage or employed in any sort of economically beneficial activity on part on a part-time, that means, you know, for a certain period of time, it may be 2 or 3 hours, or for a 24 hours on a full-time basis. So they are now, what will be the, you know, consequences of this activity on those children? Are they are basically, you know, deprived of basic childhood experiences. Like a child should have a very, you know, healthy and a happy life, but due to since they are, you know, engaged in this activity, so they are, you know, they lack, you know, decent schooling, and sometimes they are physically and mentally scared. Now why physically? Because if they do not perform a work on time, or, you know, not according to what their owners has, you know, instructed them to do, then they are physically beaten up by the owners, and this turns up into a, you know, they are mentally traumatized by such activities. So this is the thing. And there is an organization called International Labor Organization that states that many children are engaged in child labor worldwide. It is not only in our country, India, but this is a common problem in worldwide. Now, just a second. Child labor working in a domestic household. Okay, there is a data compiled by International Labor Organization that indicates that there are, you know, 152 million working children in the world between the age of 5 and 17 years, of which 23.8 million are in India. That means India, we are, you know, in India, these problems are rapidly increasing. We have laws to deal with it. We have a constitution. We have a rights guaranteed to these children in our constitution. We have many other legislation that has been enacted by the central government or the state government. But despite having, you know, stringent laws, we are facing the problem of child labor in India and in worldwide. So children of this age are, you know, engaged in factories, tea industries, rag picking, and the most common nowadays in a modern time, it's a domestic help. So out of all, there is a, you know, change in the nature of child labor in modern society. Now why change in the change in the nature of child labor in modern society? Because earlier women were preferred working as a, you know, domestic helper, but now it has been shifted to a child. Because why child? Because they
sorry to disturb Miss Lama. Hello.
Yes.
It will be better if you can scroll your PPT, because it is only showing a single title screen only. So it will be better if it is if you scroll the PPT and show the other slides also.
The PPT is not visible.
Yeah, it is visible, but it is only showing the title page. So it will be better that you show the other slide also.
So now is it visible, the whole thing?
Whole thing is visible, but only the title page is showing as the maximum size. So I think the other pages are also should also be shown.
But out here I can see the whole pages. Now what is the problem?
We can only see the title page.
Can I share my PPT to you then?
No. You can share you by one.
I have already shared my screen out here. It is visible to me. I don't know why is it
visible, but it is only showing the title page. So that's why I am saying that the other slides should also be there. No? Okay, as you wish, you can carry on also.
Okay. Okay. So okay. So out of all these things, so there is a change in the nature of child labor in modern society, as it is becoming more, you know, home-based, which, you know, adds difficulty in regulation. So my next slide. So data from different states of India, like, you know, Himachal Pradesh, Nagaland, Sikkim, New Delhi, West Bengal, shows that, you know, girl child is preferred more in a domestic help, which leads to the, you know, more exploitation and abuse, which makes it a, you know, gender biased issues. So to deal with these problem of child labor working in, you know, domestic household, the Indian government, the central government has enacted, you know, came up with the act called Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986, which has been amended twice but neither in the parent legislation nor in the amended one, it is not, clearly mentioned, or it is not clearly defined, whether the domestic help is a child labor or not. So this is the loopholes in the act. So domestic child labor is one of the worst forms of child labor, and thus these children who are below the age of 18 working as a employer in someone's house should be completely banned. Now these are my research questions. So I have 4 research questions. The first one is, what is domestic child labor? Then second, is domestic child help a child labor? Then does child working in a domestic households come under the purview of child labor? And the final one, why is child domestic work a hidden phenomenon? And why is it so, difficult to track this, to tackle this problem? So these are my research questions. And now see, as I have already said, there are certain, rights in our constitution, which is, regarded as the law of the land. So we have many rights, like starting from Article 14. Article 14 is, to treat everyone as equally, right? Everyone should be treated equally, no matter it may be a woman, men, children, or a senior citizen, or of any gender. So they should be treated equally. So if these children are working in someone's house or in any way, then they are not always treated equally. There is always an unequal treatment. Then we have another very important article, Article 21A. 21A is basically a right to education. The child who is from, age 6 to 18 should at least get a, basic educations. So, children engaging in such a household will, this will infringe the very important article which are given under the constitutions. And then we have Article 23, Article 24, 39E, 39. There are many, there are at least, 8 or 9 articles that deals or that, empowers state government and the central government to come up with the laws or, any rules for the safeguards and the protection of this vulnerable people in the society, which is a child and a woman. So this is the thing. Then again, we have that were the constitutional rights which are given under the constitution. Now we have another legal rights. The many statute has been enacted by the government, by the Indian government, to safeguard this children. So we have Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act of 2009. Then we have, for Care and Protection Juvenile Justice Act is there of 2000. Then Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act. Then we have a very important act called POCSO Act. POCSO Act is basically if someone is, a child is sexually abused, who is working in someone's house, and they are physically or sexually abused by someone, then they should be given an opportunity to be heard. So these are the legislation that specifically mention the legal rights of the child. Now then we have some international conventions like ILO Convention on Child's Labor, then Convention on Rights of the Child, then Convention Against Torture, which someone somewhere or the other talks about the rights of the child. Then okay, so now what is the reason what are the primary reasons behind child labor? Why is it increasing so rapidly, and why we are not being able to combat this problem in a country like India? So the primary reason is basically the poverty. In India, in most of the house, the adults who do not have their work, they send their children to go to someone's house and work so that they can earn a certain money. So poverty plays a very important role. And the second one is lack of decent schooling. Although we have a lot of schools out here, but there is no properly, they do not properly impart the education. So that is the thing. And then educational and growth of informal economies, and then illiteracy among the people. So this plays an important factor to contribute the problem of child labor in India. Now, what will be the consequences? They're deprived of a healthy and nurturing environment in which they should grow. Then they suffer physical and mental trauma, which may sometimes lead to lead them to commit a suicide, because they are every time they are mentally tortured. Then obviously, if they are not, if they are working somewhere under the supervision of these owners, then they will not get their educations which are guaranteed in the law of the land. Then they are subject to many other abuses like sexual harassment, and these things are there. Now, there are many initiatives, although the problem is rising, but there are, initiatives taken by the government right from 1938. So in 1938, the central government came up with the act called Employment of Children Act 1938. There was this act. But this act failed to address the root cause of child labor in India. Now, what was the main reason why child labor is increasing in India? So these things were not, these things were absent in 1938 Act. And then again in 1979, there was a committee called Guru Padma Swami Committee, which was established to study and tackle the child labor issues. Then the Parent Act, which I had discussed, that 1986. This is only the act that deals with Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act of 1986. Then same act has been amended twice, that is on 2016, where it prohibits the employment of children below the age of 14 years. And then again the amendment was made in 2017. So these were the government initiatives to combat this problem. Then there are many case laws that has been pronounced by either High Court and the Supreme Court of India. The first case is People Union for Democratic Rights versus Union of India. Out here, the court said that children under 14 years of age employed in the construction activity must be restricted, and the justice named P.N. Bhagwati has cited Article 24 of Indian Constitution with the Convention number 59 of ILO, which basically talks about children's working in hazardous industry should be restricted or prohibited. Then we have another case, Francis Corelli versus Union Territory of Delhi, which talks about Article 21 of Indian Constitution. What Article 21 is a very important. It describes right to life and personal liberty. Now you just because you are a child, you are a person of, you are a minor, doesn't mean you don't have a right to live your life with dignity. So this case basically discuss about their rights to live with dignity under Article 21. Then we have many more cases that I have referred in this PPT. Now, due to this time, I'll directly go to the act, that is 1986. And now this act, which is only the act to deal with this problem, this is applicable to whole of India. That means it will be applicable to all the states of the India, and it has total 26 sections and divided into 4 parts. So out of 4 parts, the first part, which is a preliminary sections, describes about the definitions of a child, that the child is one who is below the age of 14 years. Now in this act, it is not the 18, but it is 14 years. And the part 2 is prohibition and ban of child labor in certain industries. Then regulation, if they are employed in a non-hazardous industry, then what should be the rules and regulation? This thing is described under part 3 of the act. Then the final one is miscellaneous provisions. Now, why this act came? What is the main objective of this act? To prohibit the engagement of children below the age of 14 years in factories, in mines and hazardous employment, and also to regulate their condition of work in certain other employments. With this objective, this act was enacted. And there is one section, although there is 26 sections, but there are only 2 sections which is important and which I have described. The section 3. Section 3 basically, prohibits the employment of children in certain occupations and processes. Now, again, in the end of the act, there is a
sorry to disturb. Please try to conclude, Ms. Lama, because it's already 10 minutes. So, yeah, 1 or 2 minutes more.
Achha, okay. Then, okay, then section. Oh, just a second. Now, there is another section. If they are allowed to work in certain industry, then what should be the regulation? Like this, the factories or the industry, they shall not exceed 3 hours. They cannot work more than 3 hours. These things are, the period of work shall not be exceed. These things are there. Then, okay. So methodology, research methodology. So on 25th February 2022, a survey was conducted with the help of some local people of the concerned state. I have basically focused on 2 states, that is West Bengal and Sikkim. So there were at least 60 negative responses from different states like Sikkim, West Bengal, Delhi, and Manipur. So rest of the studies is based on doctrinal method with the help of both both the sources of information, that is primary sources of information and the secondary sources of information. Then there is a case study, like say there is a girl named Pratima Singh who is from a Darjeeling district of West Bengal. She is a 17 years old girl, and she is a school student. Now, after coming back from the school, she is assigned to work all the household, she is assigned to do all the household activities by her owner. So she hardly gets time to study and give her time to her study. So this is one case. And the other one is 9 years old Rahul Kumar, who was brought to Nagaland by his...
you can now conclude. Okay, lots of time now.
Okay, so under the Right to Education Act, no child should be employed anywhere, neither at home nor at any factory or any industry. So what I believe is, I strongly condemn child labor in any form, be it in any factories or working in a household. It should be banned, as it as it contradicts the spirit of the Right to Education Act and also Article 21A of Indian Constitution. So there are laws, but these law enforcement agencies and other concerned departments should take any other alternate drastic step for preventing child labor from the grassroots level. And also there is no single law dealing with this problem. There should be a separate law for children working in a domestic household. So this is the thing. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Kavita Lama for this wonderful presentation. In fact, child labor is a very acute problem in our society. Even I being associated with the faculty members of Department of History in Presidency University, we have a course regarding the origin of child labor in India. And yes, it's very acute, that's why I can say. So yes, it's a fascinating paper which she just presented right now. Ms. Lama, could you just sign off your presentation, PPT?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, before we proceed for the next session, means the next paper presenter, I would like to notify you one thing, that since there is 1 hour for total session, don't take more than 10 minutes for each presenters. Okay, each presenters are been requested not to take more than 10 minutes for their paper presentation. Okay, so let's move on to the next session, next paper presenter. That is by Research Associate Anurag Vyas and with his co-author, Assistant Professor Dr. Sachin Gupta of Mohanlal Sukhadiya University. So their topic would be regional entrepreneurship, stories, accountability, resource acquisition, decision making, and impact of COVID-19. Okay, Mr. Anurag Vyas, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm there. Yeah.
Okay, could you open your video also?
Yeah,
thank you.
Sure.
Okay, now you can proceed for your presentation. Don't take more than 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anurag Vyas. I'm from Mohanlal Sukhadiya University. I'm a research assistant Today I'm going to present my paper on regional entrepreneurship stories, accountability, resource acquisition, decision making, and impact of COVID-19. So the COVID-19 pandemic has not only had a large and disastrous impact on global industry and economies, but it has also revealed the external and internal enablers of new venture formation. This study attempts to give entrepreneurial insights, implementations, and dynamics in an Indian context to highlight the role of entrepreneurship in such circumstances. This research presents emergent inquiry narratives and identifies entrepreneurial activities as a driver for the formation and growth of new businesses. The COVID-19 crisis poses significant threats to young people, particularly vulnerable youth in the areas of education, employment, mental health, and disposable income. Furthermore, while youth and future generations will bear the brunt of crisis, long-term economic, social implications, short-term economic and equitable concerns may take priority. In India, women's self-help groups have responded to unprecedented challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. They are filling shortfalls in masks, sanitizer, and protective equipment shortages, running community meals, combating misconceptions, and even offering banking and financial services to remote villages. Now, successful entrepreneurs who navigate their companies through the COVID-19 crisis have 5 important attributes of resilient entrepreneurs. The first is plan with your heart and your mind. The softest things may be toughest things in a crisis. Resilient entrepreneurs are really empathic, putting themselves in the shoes of their employees, customers, and larger ecosystems, yet to safeguard financial performance from the inevitable weakness that comes with the such changes. Resilient entrepreneurs must take a strong, sensible approach. Second is prioritize the mission. Resilient entrepreneurs are excellent at management, able to sustain their business in the face of crisis while also seeing possibilities in the face of limitations. Third is aim for speed above elegance. Resilient entrepreneurs take bold decisions based on limited knowledge, understanding that the time is crucial. Fourth is own the story. Resilient entrepreneurs capture the narratives from the start, being open about present realities, including what they don't know, while also providing a captivating image of the future that motivates others to keep going. And the last is embrace the long view. Resilient entrepreneurs keep their eyes on the horizon, anticipating new business models and igniting the ideas that will define tomorrow. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West, for your presentation, and also thank you for presenting your session within such sort of span and letting others also to present. Yes, your topic is a nice one because it is a very relevant topic of COVID-19. We'll take the question answer session at the end of the session. So I will request all the participants to stay here, not to leave, because might be there are some questions also. Okay, over to the next participant. It is by Associate Professor Dr. Sucharita S. and Research Scholar Marutesh S. Their joint authorship. The topic would be issues facing the agricultural sector in Karnataka. So I think Research Marutesh S. is there. Are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
Yeah. Okay. So over to you. You can now share your screen and present your paper. Don't take more than 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay. Respective professors, delegates, and all my dear friends. My name is Marutesh. I'm working as a faculty in Chitradurga University, Karnataka. And I am a research scholar. I am pursuing research on distribution of farm input subsidies in Karnataka and empirical analysis. Today, I am going to present a paper on the topic of issues facing the irrigation sectors in Karnataka, some subsidies policy intervention. In Karnataka, the average annual per capita
water availability has declined from 5,000 cubic meters in the year 1950 to 1,545 cubic meters in the year 2011, and estimated to reduce further to 1,341 and 1,440 cubic meters in the year 2025 and 2050 respectively. Agriculture sectors, which provide 54.6% of the total employment to grow population, along consuming more than 90% of the total groundwater draft in irrigation. Overall, the year groundwater has become a dominant source of irrigation due to its independent access and timely availability of water. Recognizing the gravity of water scarcities in many parts of the country, government has started formulating its water policy pivotal to improve technology. The successful adoption of water efficiency technology has two preconditions, namely technical know-how and its accessibility through institutional support systems. Government has taken many initiatives to intensify outreach of efficient irrigation technology to farmers. The objective of the paper is to know the type of irrigation, to assess the key issues facing in the irrigation sector, to analyze the trend in the growth of different sources of irrigation, to analyze the government policy intervention. The trend in the source of irrigation, when we see in the 1970, the major source of irrigation is open wells, and the very less source of irrigation is tube wells. And if you see in year to year, it has drastically changed, as the main source of irrigation is tube well, and the second main source of irrigation is canal well, and the third is the open wells. This table shows the shares of the irrigation sectors from 1970 to 2017. The major issues in facing in irrigations is large widening gap between irrigation potential creating and utilized, poor water management resulting in inefficiency, the scarcity of water is ignored, poor revenue generation from the existing water rate, low adoption of improved water efficiency technology, lack of coordination between the department. And the key issues in the irrigation, tank irrigation, is declining the importance of tank irrigation, reducing of number of tanks. By nowadays there are modernizations, and every cities are there are very less tanks, and they are constructing the buildings in there. The siltation, their government are not taking care on the siltations in the tanks, and declining public investment on maintenance of the tanks. Next, the key issues in the groundwater is groundwater over exploitation. Everywhere the government, you should do some policies to take groundwater for farmers. There are many farmers, they are taking the water, and they are not utilizing the water in a sustainable way. Drastic fall in the groundwater table, usage of poor quality high power HP sets and its implementation, sustainable investment on cropping machineries. The policy intervention, when you see the agriculture is one of the main occupation of the India's, and day by day their technologies are very forwarded, and but the farmers cannot access to the technologies, because when the farmers will access the technologies, they will use the water in a sustainable way, and they can utilize in a proper way, and water will be sustained for many years. Hence, the main suggestion is to have some subsidies in all the irrigation facilities, like when the government are providing the Ganga Kalyana Yojana. Here also, by doing this Yojana, government should provide the subsidies. And for irrigation, there are drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, for everything. When government gives subsidies, definitely it helps it helps to reduce the water saving, and they can utilize in a proper way. And next is efficient water management and delivery they can do by giving the subsidies. Technology option to be save water, focus on demand side management of groundwater, rainwater harvestment for the groundwater recharge. Wherever the rain will flow, water will flow, there we want to do the rainwater harvestment, then the water will be in that place only, and the underground water will recharge when we do the rainwater harvesting in every places. Augmenting supply through new project, improving efficiency of IP sets, enhancing productivity per unit of water, government program towards enriching the irrigation area. Next, with this, I conclude that the current method of flow irrigation needs to be replaced by modern irrigation practice method, mainly to improve the efficiency of in water use as well as to cut down the water losses. Pricing of water is a sensitive issue, hence focusing on the technology solution is crucial with creating the irrigation literacy, improving water governance through the monitoring and enforcing water management measures through PIM and water users association with improve the water delivery systems. In addition, water has been treated as a free goods, and most studies concerning cost of cultivation exclude cost of water used for irrigation, relegating water use efficiency. Further, there is a lack of coordination among the research, irrigation extension, and private-public partnership for sustainable management of water source, thus strengthening cross-sectional water governance is crucial for better coordination. Thank you. Over to back to the chair.
Thank you, research scholar Marutis, for this wonderful paper presentation. And indeed, water is a very important problem. The scarcity of water is a very important problem for agriculture. My research area is also water management, the history of water management in India's water system. I hope you are talking about this tank irrigations and other forms of irrigation. There's another issue of canal irrigation also. And that is a very acute problem in South India, I think, since the ages of Vijayanagar, because they used to construct canals from the rivers since they don't have this water supply to their agriculture. I think that might be also there in your research area. Okay, after all, okay, it's a very wonderful presentation, and also thank you to complete within the stipulated time. We'll go for the question answer session at the last, so don't leave. Our next session would be from Associate Professor Dr. Solomon Ojo. Are you there, Dr. Solomon Ojo?
Dr. Savik Dasgupta. He and Adnan Fayam Mahmoud is not right now here. We can go to next session, and you can proceed with the ones who are here.
Okay.
Actually, the moderator of the next session is not here, but there are some academics who are ready to present.
Okay.
We can go with
I
the
can
next session.
moderate that also, might be.
Okay.
But first of all, do you have any questions for this session? Anybody has any question for the presenters in this session? Okay, no questions, no academics. Okay, Karim, can we proceed for the next session? Karim, can we proceed for the next session?
Yes, we can. Actually, let's ask Nilofarara, are you here? Dear Nilofarara? Nilofarara is not here. You can moderate the next session if you are willing, Mr. Savik Dasgupta.
Okay, I can. If Nilofar comes in between, then I will leave the moderate session to her. Okay.
Okay, okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, next for the next session, first of all, just I will repeat the rules. Since there are 7 participants here, we will not basically this is a 1 hour program, so basically not more than 10 minutes for each participant. Okay, so I will not waste much time. Let's start with the first participant, that is our paper presenter, that is Miss Srikaran Thongmang, Miss Afreshab Khattak, and Miss Luigi Pio Leonardo Cavaliere, the non-native English speaking teachers. Are you people there?
Yes, I am Srikaran.
Okay, so you can proceed with your paper presentation and not more than 10 minutes.
Okay.
Over to you.
Can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Now Thailand is midnight, so I seem sleepy. My name is Srikaran Thongmak. I am lecturer at Naresuan University, Thailand, in education faculty. So my topic is about the non-native English-speaking teacher, identity and paradigm shift in English language teaching in Thailand educational context. Why I choose this topic as the critical discussion for my paper, and my friend will discuss the following and detailed points of this paper, because professional identity of Thai teacher now is tipped from the past, and that's the problem right now, because now Thai policy would like to adhere to CEFR, Common European Framework, a lot. So Thai teachers have to shift the professional identity to approximate native speaker as much as they can. This raises the problem that Thai teachers devalue themselves and not enjoy their pride as the teacher. So in my paper, I will discuss about the professional identity, but I think that professional identity can consider from many aspects. For example, personal identity, social identity, in-group and out-group. For Thai teacher, why identity is very important, because they are the prospective English teacher in the future. So many students expect from them as maybe pronunciation, accent, and expertise in the subject matter. But in reality, they cannot cover everything in the perfect way. So the professional identity of Thai teacher should be considered and re-examined a lot right now. And apart from identity, characteristic model based on the non-native English-speaking teacher and native English-speaking teacher dichotomy plays an important role in construct the teacher's position in Thai nowadays. Thailand belongs to expanding circle where English not used as formal language, but used as only in the classroom. So sometimes teachers have a lot of burden apart from trying to approximate native like. Thai teacher would like to have maybe to have perfect in subject matter, perfect in maybe dedication to their student. So I think that being non-native English speaking teacher as Thai is not should not devalue themselves, but should be to have pride of being the expertise in this area. And what the factor caused the discrimination against non-native English-speaking teacher in Thailand? This is because the paradigm shift in education from
grammar, from teaching only grammar translation method to CLT. Therefore, when teacher have to try to let students have more communicative language, English, in the real situation, it is the problem because in the reality, students in Thailand not use English every day and outside the classroom, and teacher will teach them a lot of vocabulary and idiom that near the local communicative language, not near the native language. So this might lead to the discrimination between native and non-native speaker right now. And in Thailand, it's accepted that native English speaker is considered as ideal teachers. For me, as non-native English teacher, it is considered as less competent, although I and many lecturers and many teachers in Thailand try to equip themselves with many perfect in subject matter in the content, but in reality, in Thai context, native English teachers are superior to Thai themselves. This is the problem because it affects many paradigms. It affects teaching methodology, and it affects how to create the test, the examination for students. So the factor of discrimination consists of effect of linguistic, applied linguistic, and how teachers apply the knowledge in the real classroom, and how to let students to communicate in the real society. So in the oral production, it is accepted that in Thailand, Thai teacher cannot speak like native speaker, but they have many expertise. For example, they can equip with Thai culture. They can equip with special things such as maths, science, with relate to authentic subject for students. So for the communicative language teaching method in Thailand, I think it's not practical right now. Therefore, my paper will discuss a lot about the problem, the factor that leads to inequality between native and non-native English-speaking teacher in Thai context. And nowadays in Thailand, there are a lot of bilingual schools that very famous, and but students in Thailand cannot reach this school because it has high cost, and a lot of native speakers try to apply for the job there. So there is the inequality in education right now. And as lecturer, I try to solve this problem for my English teacher students in the future, try to equip them with many knowledge. And I would like to ask you that, do you have any experience of being discriminated by non-native English speaking teacher in your countries? I think as non-native English speaker, a lot of lecturers get many experience from this. And I think that apart from knowledge and subject matter and content or pronunciation, socio-cultural, linguistic, or discourse play important role to being the English teacher in the future. I think that in Thai educational context, socio-cultural discourse should be implemented more in the curriculum. But it's the problem because now the official and who have the power in Thailand adhere to approximate to the native speaker, like for example, American and British English. I think it cannot practical in the local community in Thailand. So as the TESOL professional identity, it should relate students and their communicative competence to the world communication. For example, they should know the varieties of English. They should know the importance of English as the lingua franca nowadays. And do you think, okay.
Excuse me, am I audible to you?
I'm audible to you, ma'am. Hello?
Hello,
Yeah,
I
you-
cannot hear you.
Yeah, actually, the topic is very interesting, but I think if you can summarize it, because the time is very short. So if you summarize it and conclude it so that the other person will get chance. Please.
Okay, okay. Okay, do you think that what is the advantage of being non-native English speaking teacher? I think as non-native English speaking teacher, there are a lot of advantage. For example, from many research in Thailand and in Hong Kong, students show positive attitude towards non-native English speaking teacher that they can familiar with the culture, they can understand the student negative things that occur in the classroom, they can share the value of professional and personal qualities as the same nations. And David Crystal mentioned that as English language teacher in the future, we should consider the intelligibility and qualification more than only native or non-native English speaking teacher. So how could we conserve and preserve our non-native English speaking teachers' identity? I think that we should try to focus on our identity to enjoy our pride as non-native English speaking teacher by present our experts. Maybe in ALT paradigm, we should focus on how to teach students to be effective English teacher in many areas. For example, they can create effective syllabus design, they can select teaching and learning materials, and they can equip teaching approach to suit a student's need in the local context. They can create testing and evaluation to map the purpose of each lesson. And finally, they should think about language planning and policy that match the whole nation. So I think that no one size fits all teaching methodology and no one size fits all about perfect native English speaker. That is why our paper will discuss about this issue. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, so can you please make off your PPT?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
That's a nice presentation and interesting topic, but I apologize, the time is not very much. Okay, so the next presenter is the topic for the presentation is sustainable development and digitalization of SMEs in Africa by Dr. Amin Baguchi and other three authors. So it depends upon you whoever wants to present, they can share their PPT, please. But remember the term is only 5 to 6 minutes. Okay, so the next presenter is Dr. Amin Baguchi with the paper Sustainable Development and Digitalization of SMEs in Africa. If he is available, please present your paper. Okay, so now I think the presenter is not available. So we'll just go to the next presenter. So the title is Challenge Faced by the Teachers when Following the Online Teacher Professional Development TPD Courses in Sri Lanka by Mr. Ravinathan Vivekatasara. So if the respected sir is available, so please start presentation.
Dear Nilofar, I
Yes,
talked
sir.
with them. Mr. Raviantiaran is not here, isn't available right now. He will try to come, but the previous paper holders, authors actually should be here.
Okay, sir, but I don't think there is anyone available.
Okay, let's go move on to next one. I will contact them from WhatsApp again.
So thank you, sir. So the fourth presentation is about defining and redefining of women health and theoretical standpoint by Shivani Kumari and Nilufar, and hopefully Shivani Kumari will present this paper. Go ahead, Shivani Kumari. Shivani Kumari, if you are here to please share your screen and start presentation. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, good evening to all.
Okay,
My screen is visible to all.
Yeah, if you make it full screen, then it will be visible. It is half screen. Please make it full screen.
Let me check. Is it okay now?
Not yet. Yeah.
Should I go next?
Yeah, of course.
Good evening to all. This is Shivani Kumari from Lovely Professional University, and my topic of study is defining and redefining women health, a theoretical standpoint. This is the agenda of my work. First, I will go with introduction, and the subtopic is health condition among women in Jammu and Kashmir, quality of healthcare from women's point of view, the National Family Health Survey 2019 and 21, United Nations System in India, theoretical framework on women health. And third is finding and discussion, and fourth methodology, finding and discussions, and conclusion and recommendation. Wait. It's not happening next. How to go next? It's not working. Yeah, it's working. Introduction is health is a complete social well-being and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. The major obstacle of women to achieve highest level of health care is disparity between men and women in various social classes, geographic areas, ethnic and indigenous groups. Women's healthcare is primarily disturbed by the social, economic, political, as well as environmental factors that govern the material opportunity for self-determination in reproduction and sexuality area. Empowerment of women involving both the basic right to self-determination in all areas of importance to women's health and the representation of women in decision-making bodies can therefore be considered the main road to the improvement of women's health status. Introduction subpoints. First one is health condition among women in Jammu and Kashmir, quality of healthcare from women's point of view. Third one is National Family Health Survey 2019-2021, United Nations System in India, theoretical framework on women health. Methodology I have used a household survey was used to gather qualitative and quantitative information, and data was gathered through interview schedule. In 4 rural villages, 80 households were chosen as sample size. The paper ends with some observation on policies and programs for ensuring that women have access to healthcare system. Findings is women living in rural area of Jammu and Kashmir face additional barrier and complication as they are often confronted with low decision-making power about healthcare, gender-based violence, and lack of economic independence. Gender disparity in healthcare system is also connected with the insufficient tools and infrastructure in these areas. Sorry. Next, finding and discussion. This table demonstrates the percentage of rural women using medical facilities from various sources. Study depicts that 69% of rural women depend upon dispensaries for their primary healthcare services, where there is no professional and gynecologist to diagnose the problem of women in these regions. 21% rural women are visiting to city hospitals, which are nearby a village, 35 kilometer area for their treatment during pregnancy or emergency, and other 10% rural women practicing traditional medical methods for their disease and maternal health care. Deals by the midwives who are also belong to that region only. The remoteness and locale of healthcare facility is frequently a matter of concern. Healthcare expense is a result in better provision of health opportunities, strengthening human capital, and improving productivity, thereby contributing to economic performance. Conclusion and recommendation. In our study, we tried our best to explore all possible information in order to fulfill the objectives we were keeping within it, such as the paper examines women's access to healthcare throughout the country as a whole, with particular reference to Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory. In addition, the study also provided an evaluation regarding affordable healthcare services among rural women, the issue they confronted, coping mechanism they utilize such challenges in Jammu and Kashmir. Finally, it is to be recommended that the concerned authorities must strengthen institutional delivery mechanism in healthcare facilities in both the district. Community awareness and sensitization on the importance of women's health, of societal stigmatization around the health issues, education about hygiene and providing hygiene sanitation facilities areas are also necessary for the holistic development of the community. Discrimination against women done and created by the society is deep-rooted and will take a much longer time to be removed than we can predict. However, improvement in the healthcare sector and its access by women can be the step for their development. It can be the first step that will take them to the destination of equality. Thank you.
Very much, Shivani Kumari. So it was a nice topic. Thank you very much. So if you can make off your PPT, please. So the next presenter is fifth presenter, and the topic of this presenter is the sociological study on cardiovascular disease among men and women in Kashmir. And the presenter is a research scholar, Nargis Khatun, and the author is also Nilofar Aida. So I'm requesting Nargis Khatun, please share your presentation and start presenting. Hello? Yes, thank you very much. Yes, dear, go ahead.
Good evening to everyone. This is Nargis Khatun. I am going to present my research paper, which is entitled as A Sociological Study on Cardiovascular Disease Among Men and Women in Kashmir. This is the agenda of my presentation. That's introduction, deaths due to heart elements, types of cardiovascular disease, objectives of the study, research methodology, conclusion, and recommendation. Now, introduction. Cardiovascular disease is one of the major causes of mortality in the general population of both the developing and developed countries around the world. The prevalence of such a disease in the Indian subcontinent, Kashmir, is presently one of the highest diseases and is further on an increase. In Kashmir, the population is undergoing lifestyle change and is accompanied by the unusual stress and strain caused by the political unrest and violent situations that causes the cardiovascular disease. There has been steep increase in the number of deaths caused due to heart attack, while also recording a worrying jump. In literature, we find that M. Kamli and colleagues have done some work in the field and found that the population in Jammu and Kashmir, like any other state, undergoing different lifestyle changes, but the uncommon stress for the last 15 years of political unrest and violence in the valley seemingly increased the prevalence of coronary heart disease. Prevalence of CHD in the rural areas is lower than in urban areas. Deaths due to heart elements. Women in Jammu and Kashmir have reported symptoms of chest pain, heart palpitation, shortness of breath, and extreme fatigue caused due to cardiovascular disease. Dr. Hamid Bashir, a consultant cardiologist, SMHS Hospital, and Dr. Bashir Ahmed told Rising in Kashmir that heart disease is the country's leading killer of women. Paying attention to the risk factors and living a healthy lifestyle can help keep heart disease at bay. Women experience the classic heart attack symptoms of chest pressure, chest discomfort, or shortness of breath, just as men do. Women also have symptoms such as back pain, usually on the left side shoulder, pain, a fullness in stomach as signs of impending heart attack. Types of cardiovascular disease. Various types of cardiovascular disease are hypertension or high blood pressure, myocardial infarction or heart attack, rheumatic disease, congenital heart disease. Risk factors related to heart disease. There are many risk factors that can be controlled and which can't be controlled. Some of them are as under. Risk factors which can be controlled: high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, tobacco, obesity, physical inactivity. Risk factors which can't be controlled, that's age, family history, gender, ethnicity, etc. Some risk factors that can account for this increased rate of heart attack and stroke in young population in Kashmir: obesity, stress and depression, cigarette smoking, diabetes, sedentary lifestyle. Signs of cardiovascular disease. There are some signals through which one can identify the heart disease, which are as under: tightness.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Nargis Khatun, can you please go through the methodology that you have used and just go through conclusion?
Sure. Now this is the methodology. The study is based on reviewing primary data sources, observation, as well as secondary source of data, such as newspapers, official reports, articles, book chapters, keeping in view two objectives, that is to study the cause and factors of cardiovascular disease in Kashmir and to find out the level of awareness about the factors causing cardiovascular disease. This is the conclusion. Since cardiovascular disease is a major cause of mortality, morbidity, and disability in India and in J&K too, as reported by WHO, the CVD will be the disastrous for all developing countries. Policy measures needed to be taken at the grassroots level, like easy availability, affordability, accessibility, and desirability of health promoting facilities. Awareness needs to be made in public about the food culture, like the importance of fresh fruits, vegetables, whole grains, fish, and nuts. Attention towards the physical activity in daily living, avoiding tobacco across all the sections of society. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nargis Khatun. So the presentation was very nice. Please make off your PPT so that the next presenter can present your presentation.
Yes.
So the next paper is about, it's actually the sixth presenter. So the presentation is about uniqueness of Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan among the 18th century Indian rulers by Mr. Arundan Purva. Please, respect sir, try to complete your work.
Yes.
5 to 6 minutes on.
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
Yes, sir. Share your screen.
Hello.
Yeah, we are able to you. Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
Start your
My paper is regards according to the uniqueness of Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan among 18th century Indian rulers. So, at first we see the political turmoil in 18th century India. Here, the Mughal Empire are decentralized, and provincial governors like Awadh, Bengal, Deccan concentrate their power, and Persian invasion and Afghan invasion gave huge devastation in this empire. Then European.
So your voice is very low. Can you please make it a little bit higher so that we can hear you?
Hello, now you can hear.
If you are using the headphone, please make the mic near to your mouth.
Can you hear, ma'am?
Yeah, it goes.
So then European companies, many European like Dutch, Portuguese, English, they settled in coastal areas, and they had a huge influence in viral politics of regional state. Now these forces and these European colonial forces and created a development in commercial sports in India, and these new commercial ports credit network run mercantile trust in both eastern and western India, acted as creditors both to Indian rulers and British. Then we see the rise of Mysore under Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. Hyder Ali was born in an obscure family. His father was an employee in Mughal hierarchy, and then Hyder Ali participated in the politics, and then he acquired his full power in the state in 1860 to 1760 and 1761, but he did not seek to substitute himself for the Mysore Raja, but he looked legitimation from different sources. In 1861, he obtained the office of Fauza from Sira, from Basat Jang, and then officer of Viceroy of Deccan, and he became the Fauza of Raja of Mysore. Then after his death, Tipu Sultan succeed his father office. In his reign, he wanted to make Mysore a modern state, but his dream was not fulfilled because the English imperial forces attacked his state and conquered his state. The uniqueness under their rule. At first, they reformed their land revenue system. Hyder Ali reformed the Mughal Jagidari system because he wanted to create a militaristic state. So he had to he capitulated the polygars and
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Can you please go through the objectives and your method you have used in your paper?
Yes, my methodology is I mainly used as secondary sources from the articles of Irfan Habib and uh, uh, and get retail banks some article and book like Navim Jaidi. This is my sources and my conclusion.
Okay, go to the conclusion then.
As a ruler of 18th century, when India was not modern state in front of European, Hyder and his son Tipu wanted to make their state a modern military state. In their time, Mysore flourished in many fields. Even his arch enemies agreed that Mysore was agriculturally stronger than any other state of 18th century. Through foreign policy of Tipu was not accurate, and for this reason he suffered a lot from a mediocre officer in Mysore army to become in the head of the state and successfully resist the British aggression until the fall of Srirangapatnam. It was a rigorous tale which inspired our freedom struggle in upcoming century. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. Very much. So please make up your PPT. So the next presenter is Gulzar Hussain with the title topic Sufi Shrines, a spiritual space for women in Kashmir. So please,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, of course you are audible.
Thank you. So shall I start?
Yes, of course, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gulzar Hussain, and I'm a PhD scholar from Presidency University, Kolkata. So my topic is Sufi Shrine, a spiritual space for women in Kashmir. Okay. I'm not taking much time, so I'll make it very short. So let's begin with the introduction, okay?
Okay, sir, thank you.
When it comes to the formalized form of religion, the spiritual independence of women may be used to reestablish social inequities and power imbalance. And questionably, the Sufi tradition offered an alternate method of spiritual empowerment for women, Muslim women, and this is unquestionably true today. It encourages individuals to participate in spiritual development and knowledge gained through personal experience. Women's presence at shrine, a topic that has been examined extensively across the Muslim world, provide a number of other advantages in addition to spiritual one. However, along with, although it is useful to emphasize the motive of women for shrine visit in Kashmir, ethnographies of gender and religion in the context of Islam in South Asia tend to present female religiosity as occurring exclusively inside female realms. While women's status and role in Muslim society has gained substantial secular attention in Kashmir, little work has done on women's participation on public sphere. It is critical to investigate the nature of space offered to Kashmir by the shrine as public institution. So Kashmir is also known as the alcove of Sufi incense. Sufi studies related to Kashmiri Sufis tradition and women's role are mostly focused on aspects related to women's visitation to shrine and performance of shrine related to related rituals. Kashmir is a very dotted with Sufi shrines, some centuries old and some recent origin, including a visit by a large number of women of different religion come to seek blessing and intercession of the Sufi, mostly male Sufis, to redress their everyday woes. Kashmir is famously known as a Pirwar. I will jump to main part of my topic because my this battery is running low. So can I?
Yeah, you can go through directly through this objective and what method you have used.
Yeah. Women visit to welcoming atmosphere of the shrine where they gather to share stories and sing song about the prophet and the saint. Many people come to the shrine in the hopes of finding spiritual or bodily healing. In shrine, women come to ask for God through the saint will help conceiving a child or curing an illness. In South Asia, that usually do not have accommodation for or even allow women to enter the worship site. While women are permitted to worship on the ground of several other holy sites and mosques in Srinagar, in Sufi shrines, women are not confined to the periphery at the Sufi shrine, but rather behave as if they own the space. So I will jump to the concluding part because my battery is running low for 5%.
It's okay, sir.
Okay. Visit to and involvement with the saint and sanctuaries are two of the rare options left to women to shape their own world and their lives. She may go into a considerable detail about her losing sons to return, the traumatized mind of her and her family to deal with, or even to help in their daily life. The relationship of women with the saint is very expressive and care a wide range of human emotion. Love and affections, happiness and ecstasy, pain and sorrow, and even at times frustrations and sorrow. Marnesi suggests that it may be therapeutic to share the problem with the saint as well as other women. The shrine is a gathering place for women to interact with one another, making and sharing ceremonial meals as well as discussing their joys and sorrow. Through shrine visitation, women propose their own version of Islam, one which intersect with their needs as mother, wife, sister, and member of women's community. There are specific shrines connected with the specific women concerns such as marriage, childbirth, and fertility. Women eventually gather around and talk for long and share their problem with each other. Undeniably therapeutic, the sanctuaries stimulate the energies of women against their discontent and allow them to bathe in the intrinsically female community of soother, support, and advisor. At shrine, women are constrained in a defined area. Here they move freely from the courtyard to the tomb or to the rooms, initiate interaction with the saints, participate in groups, ritual with other women, and even disengage from it all by quietly praying or meditating in a corner. For some women, the shrine is a sanctuary, a place for refuge from domestic difficulties and escape from the oppression. Thank you so much.
So before concluding, I want to ask you a query about your title. May I, am I allowed to ask you a thing, Mesa?
Sorry?
May I ask you something about your paper?
Yes, obviously, yeah.
So as you have mentioned, the Sufi shrine is a spiritual space for women in Kashmir.
Yeah.
So as you know, the Kashmir is having 10 districts, isn't it? So are you considering all the 10 districts, the women belong to 10 districts, they are all doing this thing, which is actually not a part of religion, but a part of culture.
Yes.
Are you getting my point? So what are you combining culture and religion? Both are, what is the objective of your paper? I didn't understand your objective.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I'm focusing on one of the shrine, okay, in Kashmir, like that's called Bibi Bariya Shrine, okay?
So I think then you have to go to that area, the area that is coming, whether it is North Kashmir or South Kashmir. But as you have mentioned, Kashmir, that means whole the districts, whole the district, and all the 10 districts coming in under it. So I think if you make it precise, then it will be more. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay,
so I think there remains one present paper now. If he is available, then he can present. The paper is remaining here, Sustainable Development and Digitalization of MSCS in Africa. So if he's available, then they can present their paper. Hello, sir.
Hello, dear Nina Forara. This was the last presentation of today.
Okay,
Thank
so
you very much for your great moderation and for the presenters. Thank you for all.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I think we should leave now.
Yes, we can leave.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You are welcome.
Okay, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.